Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 51: The Whereabouts of the Millennium Ice Marrow. The result was predictable. After 3 cups of wine, before he even started shouting or yelling, before he could last a second, he collapsed onto the table, snoring loudly and clearly, the sound so penetrating it could be heard downstairs. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly. What a drunkard. He was willing to risk his life for alcohol. Anyone who knows wine knows that you shouldn't mix drinks. Mixing them makes you drunk more easily. Drinking just one kind is already enough to kill you, yet he mixed them all up. He was truly reckless. No wonder he's called the god of wine. I admire him. I admire him. Long Zhuan was utterly impressed. Not long after, the waiter started serving the dishes. The rich aroma of the food whetted Long Zhuan's appetite, and he immediately began to eat heartily, thoroughly enjoying himself. You see, the vegetables and meat in this world contain spiritual energy, making them far superior to those in his previous life. And he had ordered all the signature dishes. How expensive could the signature dishes in this world be? They were incredibly expensive. If you use rare and precious ingredients, like high-grade spirit beast meat, the price would be outrageously high. Legendary dragon liver and phoenix marrow could easily sell for hundreds of millions of spirit stones, but dragons and phoenixes have been extinct in this world for countless millennia, so even if you wanted to eat them, you couldn't. It's just that this market is too poor, the shop's too small, and the best ingredients are limited, so the table full of signature dishes that Long Zhuan ordered only cost 50,000 spirit stones. But that's still quite a lot. Long Lai drank 10,000 spirit stones worth of his wine, so he got 50,000 spirit stones worth of food in return. Very fair. After Long Zhuan finished eating and drinking, he let out a satisfied burp and immediately jumped out the window and left. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't trying to skip out on the bill, there was still someone else inside. It's the rule in the world of billing, whoever stays until the end pays. Little did Long Zhuan know that with such an expensive meal, the restaurant staff, fearing Long Lai would skip out on the bill, had kept watch over him for 3 days and 3 nights. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights straight, refusing to wake up no matter how much they tried, and was almost carried out as a corpse. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan, after leaving the restaurant, continued his journey towards Daxia village. However, another unexpected event blocked his way home once more. He patted his storage bag and took out a communication talisman. The back of the talisman was covered with strange symbols, while rows of small characters began to appear on the front. This world had 4 of the most lucrative special professions: alchemist, weapon refiner, array master, and talisman master. This communication talisman was a product of the talisman master, used for long-distance communication. However, communication talismans were expensive and disposable, so they couldn't be used for casual conversation, they were only used for important matters. Long Zhuan's social circle was narrow. He only exchanged communication talismans with a few of the wealthiest rogue cultivators in the market, such as the array master Dizin. The purpose was to facilitate bartering and communication at any time, since rogue cultivators were often elusive and difficult to track down. This suddenly vibrating communication talisman was given to him by a weapon refiner named Jin Zeng, whom outsiders called Master Jin, during a trade fair. There were only 3 rogue cultivators selling high-grade goo worms in the market, and Master Jin was one of them, making a fortune selling Vajra goo. Long Zhuan hadn't expected Master Jin to contact him at this time. Their relationship was limited to transactions and not deep. Long Zhuan looked at the writing on the talisman. Aside from the polite words, it basically meant that Master Jin had prepared food and wine and wanted to invite him to his home. He had recently unearthed something in the Great Snow Mountain that looked very much like 1,000-year-old frost marrow and wanted him to come and appraise it, along with some gifts. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up immediately. He had searched high and low for 1,000-year-old frost marrow. Was it finally on his radar? Long Zhuan clenched his fists involuntarily. Once he obtained the 1,000-year frost marrow, He could immediately refine the frost divine flame, a flame capable of releasing freezing air. The mere thought of it thrilled him. Therefore, Long Zhuan immediately dispatched his flame clone to retrieve valuables from his home. He had only brought a small portion of his belongings this time. The more wealthy he became, the less room his storage bags could hold. He struggled to even carry 100 million spirit stones, let alone other treasures. The several storage bags of fossils he had brought from the fossil mine still had nowhere to be stored. Therefore, he always had to leave a large portion of his wealth at home, carrying less than 10% of it on his person. Now, hearing that Master Jin possessed the 1,000-year frost marrow, Long Zhuan immediately arranged for his flame clone to retrieve suitable treasures for Master Jin. I just had a feast at Jin's restaurant, and my stomach is bloated. I can't eat anything else. Master Jin's timing is really bad. Long Zhuan rubbed his round belly and sighed helplessly. Master Jin had invited him to dinner, and he couldn't refuse. Most importantly, the 1,000-year ice marrow was something he absolutely needed, so he could only eat a few symbolic bites. He had considered having his clone eat for him, but considering that his clone didn't have the cheat ability to see the progress and was far less skilled at appraising treasures than his main body, he decided to suppress his urge to eat and go himself. Master Jin was a rogue cultivator with nowhere to go, so he had opened a cave dwelling in a nearby mountain rich in spiritual energy. It wasn't too far from the market, so Long Zhuan arrived in no time. Seeing a cave with a stone door ahead, Long Zhuan knew it was Master Jin's residence. Looking at the cave dwelling, Long Zhuan was secretly amazed. Many rogue cultivators chose to live in caves, not just Master Jin. On one hand, the spiritual energy in the mountains is abundant, far surpassing that of bustling markets. On the other hand, it's quiet, undisturbed, allowing for focused cultivation. Most importantly, it's cheap. Rent alone in the market is a considerable expense. However, it's not without its drawbacks. The biggest drawback is the solitude of living on the mountain, without anyone to look after or protect you, making you an easy target for demonic cultivators who might kill and rob you. For this reason alone, Long Zhuan would never consider living in a cave. It's only because the protective array Master Jin purchased from Dizin was effective enough that he wouldn't have been able to live peacefully. Senior Long, you've arrived. My master is waiting for you inside. As soon as Long Zhuan arrived at the door, he found a young man already waiting there, who immediately greeted him respectfully. This was the first time Long Zhuan had ever heard someone call him senior, and he was genuinely afraid of being called old. Speaking of which, he was certainly worthy of the title of senior. Currently, he was a Gu cultivator in the late stage of the spirit gathering realm, considered above average among the rogue cultivators. Is it true that your master found a piece of 1,000-year-old ice marrow? Long Zhuan asked casually. The young man immediately replied, we rogue cultivators are limited in our knowledge. Even if we did see a treasure, how could we be 100% sure of its authenticity? 1,000-year-old ice marrow is extremely rare. My master has never seen one before and can only make a judgment based on descriptions in books. Whether it's true or not, you'll have to judge for yourself. Long Zhuan nodded and said, then I'll go see for myself. Led the way. Chapter 52 Absolute Zero. Having lived in this world for so many years, Long Zhuan was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. He often sent his clones to the market to find places with books, then used his original realm to replicate those scenes, allowing the clones to enter the illusion and read all the books. The clones would then return the knowledge to his main body. Therefore, despite being unlearned and never reading, Long Zhuan possessed vast knowledge, knowing a little about almost everything. Others might not be able to accurately judge the 1,000-year frost marrow, but he certainly wouldn't be fooled. With anticipation, Long Zhuan, led by the young man, entered the cave. Along the way, the young man carried a silver token, leading him unimpeded into the cave. To avoid being disturbed by demonic cultivators, the cave entrance was filled with various arrays. Only those carrying something called an array guide could move freely within these arrays. The array guide was like a key to unlock the arrays. Those without one would be blasted to death if they recklessly entered. This was why the young man had been waiting for Long Zhuan outside the cave. At first, Long Zhuan was a little worried. What if he and Master Jin didn't see eye to eye and their conversation turned heated? Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to be trapped in Master Jin's formation? Should he make an escape and send a clone in his place? However, after quickly scanning the surrounding area with his heavenly eye, he dismissed such thoughts. His cheat ability allowed him to see where the formation's foundations were buried, and if anything went wrong, he could quickly and violently break through from the inside. Moreover, his heavenly eye possessed a slight X-ray vision ability. The foundations of formations were generally not buried very deep, and he could magnify the formation's patterns and display them to his eyes. What did this mean? It meant that in his microscopic world, the formation he saw was equivalent to software whose code he could directly see, making it easy for him to crack. What's more, this was Emperor Zin's formation, and he was a disciple of Emperor Zin, so he was very familiar with the formations she set up. He had unintentionally developed another ability for his heavenly eye, and he knew how terrifying an ability to arbitrarily destroy the protective formations of various races was. Young friend Long, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Please come in, the food and wine are ready, let's eat and chat. As soon as he entered the cave, a burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes greeted him with a beaming smile. This man was none other than the renowned Master Jin, a muscular giant, the physique of most weapon refiners. How could I dare refuse Master Jin's invitation? To be honest, I was just eating at Jin's restaurant when I heard you were hosting a banquet. I even skipped my meal and jumped out the window to come here, making sure I had room in my stomach. This is no joke. You can ask around at Jin's restaurant if you don't believe me. Ha ha ha. Please come in. Please come in. The two chatted and laughed as they walked deeper into the cave. The cave was large and not shabby at all, with many secret chambers carved out. It took Long Zhuan quite a while to reach the spacious main hall. Several of Master Jin's disciples were busy in the hall, indicating that Master Jin had quite a few disciples. Long Zhuan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly at the table. Clearly, Master Jin's words about waiting were just politeness. There wasn't a single dish on the stone table, so why would he be kept waiting? He had rushed over the moment he received the news. Long Zhuan didn't point it out and continued chatting idly with Master Jin. But after a while, Master Jin showed no sign of producing the 1,000-year ice marrow. Impatient, Long Zhuan cut to the chase. Since the dishes haven't been served yet, Master Jin, why don't you take out that piece of 1,000-year ice marrow and let me see it? Haha. Young friend, you're in a hurry. Very well, this thing is extremely cold. If you take it out during the meal, you won't be able to eat hot food. Master Jin laughed, then put on thick gloves and took out a blue, ice-like crystal from his storage bag. The crystal was crystal clear and beautiful, but it emitted an extremely terrifying chill. Its appearance immediately caused the temperature in the cave to plummet, as if it were in an ice cellar. Even across the table, Long Zhuan could feel the bone-chilling cold, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He could only imagine the immense cold Master Jin, holding the 1,000-year ice marrow, had to endure. No wonder he wore gloves, such extreme cold would freeze his hands solid without them. Even before examining it closely, Long Zhuan knew the 1,000-year ice marrow was genuine. A fake could never create such terrifying power. In his previous life, high temperatures could be infinitely high, but low temperatures were limited to a mere 200 degrees below zero, known as absolute zero. But this world completely shattered that limitation. The strange power of this world meant that low temperatures had no limits, potentially reaching millions or even tens of millions of degrees below zero. If even the 1,000-year ice marrow could break the absolute zero of his previous life, Long Zhuan couldn't imagine how low the temperature would drop once the frost divine flame was refined. His heart pounded wildly, and watching the progress of the 1,000-year ice marrow, he was utterly thrilled. 99.9999%. What does this number mean? Once the progress of the 1,000-year ice marrow approaches 100%, it means it's about to advance to 10,000-year ice marrow. 1,000 years is 1,000-year ice marrow, and 9,999 years is also 1,000-year ice marrow. Are they the same? As long as he buys this 1,000-year ice marrow and stores it in a special environment for a few days, he'll essentially be buying a 10,000-year ice marrow for the price of a 1,000-year ice marrow. Just thinking about it is exciting. At this rate, he estimates he won't have to wait long to obtain a 10,000-year ice marrow. His luck is simply heaven-defying. Although the Frost Divine Flame recipe requires 1,000-year ice marrow, replacing it with 10,000-year ice marrow will only make the Frost Flame more terrifying, not worse. He's truly struck gold today. Despite his inner elation, Long Zhuan still understands negotiation skills. He remains calm and collected, but he can't appear too indifferent, or he'll overdo it. Is this the legendary 1,000-year ice marrow? Its appearance is indeed impressive. Let me see it. Let me help you determine its authenticity, Long Zhuan said calmly. Here you go, Master Jin smiled. Since he was in his own home, Master Jin wasn't worried about Long Zhuan running off with his treasure, so he generously placed the 1,000-year ice marrow on the stone table. Instantly, a thin layer of ice formed on the stone table, sending a chill down Long Zhuan's spine. Such terrifying power made him even more hesitant to touch it. He didn't need to examine it at all, the progress had already told him its authenticity. So Long Zhuan stood up, pretended to study it for a moment, then looked up at Master Jin and said, "We rogue cultivators haven't seen much of the world, and we haven't systematically studied treasure appraisal. I can't say for sure whether this 1,000-year ice marrow is real or fake, but better to be safe than sorry, I'm going to take it." "Master Jin, name your price." Long Zhuan looked conflicted and hesitant, finally saying, "Haha, you dare to spend a lot of money to buy things you're not even sure about. You're really bold, but even if you're not sure, I'll still sell it as genuine. You'd better be prepared for my price." Chapter 53 Casting a Goo. "Of course, Master Jin, please ask for more, I'll take it." Long Zhuan was already prepared for a high price, but even if it was far above the normal price, he was ready to buy it without hesitation. "No rush, let's drink first, let's drink." Master Jin still had that smiling look, deliberately trying to whet Long Zhuan's appetite. He even took back the 1,000-year ice marrow that was almost turning into 10,000-year ice marrow. After the two had been talking for so long, Master Jin's disciples finally started serving the dishes. Various colorful and fragrant meat dishes were brought out one after another by his disciples, along with fine wine, though it was utter garbage compared to Long Zhuan's wine. Although the food was plentiful, Long Zhuan had already eaten at Jin's restaurant and was still full, so he had no appetite. He wished he could just take the 1,000-year ice marrow and leave right now. He had no desire to eat or drink. But he couldn't show that he was in a hurry, otherwise wouldn't that give Master Jin the opportunity to ask for a high price? He could only suppress his eagerness and finish the meal first. "Haha, come and try this dish. This is 4th grade spirit beast meat, prey that only a Goo King could possibly hunt. The price is outrageously high. If it weren't for the instant connection I felt with you, young friend, I wouldn't have dared to eat it." Master Jin pointed to the toughest meat dish in the middle of the table, then picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth right in front of Long Zhuan. Seeing him eat it, Long Zhuan also picked up his chopsticks, preparing to suppress his stomach discomfort and give Master Jin face. However, just as he reached for the dish with his chopsticks, his arms suddenly froze. It was because he had long been frightened by the various unpredictable methods of goo poisoning in this world, so he had developed the habit of checking everything he ate with his heavenly eye first. So what if Master Jin had already tasted it? Even at the Jin family restaurant, whose reputation was absolutely guaranteed, he would still use his heavenly eye to confirm that there was no problem before taking a bite. He had merely used his heavenly eye to scan the dish subconsciously, a habit he'd long since developed into conditioned reflex. Even without his command, the heavenly eye would form a muscle memory and take a look. Unexpectedly, this glance revealed a problem. Tiny insects were crawling in the dish, so small they were almost invisible without magnification. A cold sweat broke out on Long Zhuan's back, his head felt cold, and a wave of fear washed over him. What was Master Jin up to? How could there be insects in the food? Was it intentional or unintentional? Could this meal be a trap? Master Jin, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, always wearing a smiling face, always starting his sentences with a hearty laugh, so kind and generous, it seemed this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. This dish was probably no good. Long Zhuan was thankful he had the heavenly eye, otherwise, he might have truly fallen for it. This Master Jin was far too kind. Who would have thought that beneath that smiling face lay another side? Even he himself had been deceived by that kind facade. Although Long Zhuan's heart was filled with turmoil and dread, his expression remained impassive. He changed the direction of his chopsticks, reaching for a vegetarian dish. He was about to say that he was a vegetarian and wanted something simple, but before he could even place his chopsticks, his arm froze in midair. This vegetarian dish also contained worms, and in large quantities at that. Long Zhuan looked at the other dishes again, including the wine. Good heavens, they all contain worms. That Master Jin with his thick eyebrows and big eyes is really too wicked. It seems he's prepared a whole worm feast for him. Did he throw all his worms into the dishes? Long Zhuan awkwardly left his chopsticks hanging in midair, not daring to touch any of the dishes. This Master Jin was really ruthless, leaving him no way out. What could he do? He could only awkwardly put down his chopsticks and chuckle dryly. I'm so sorry, I need to pee. I'll go outside to relieve myself, I'll be back soon. When I return, I'll have a long talk with Master Jin, and we'll drink until we're drunk. With that, Long Zhuan got up and walked towards the cave entrance, preparing to make a quick getaway. However, things wouldn't end so simply. Before Long Zhuan could take a few steps, the array beneath his feet activated, and a circular, transparent barrier rose up, completely enclosing the hall. He almost bumped into the barrier. Long Zhuan's expression changed slightly. He turned back to Master Jin, feigning ignorance, and asked, Master Jin, what is the meaning of this? Master Jin still had that smiling face, but he had already stepped out of the barrier's range, leaving only Long Zhuan inside. At this moment, Master Jin finally dropped his pretense and laughed. Although I don't know how you saw through the poison in the food and wine, you're dreaming if you think you can leave so easily. This is my territory. Everywhere you look, there are formations under my control. Even if you weren't poisoned, you wouldn't escape death today. Long Zhuan had already discovered that his heavenly eye had the ability to break formations, so he wasn't worried about being trapped. Instead, he calmly asked, when did I offend Master Jin? Please enlighten me. Master Jin's smile remained unchanged as he said, Why offend anyone in the Gu realm? How many people would offend others for no reason? Being weak and possessing wealth is the original sin. Millennial frost marrow is priceless, worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. You've been collecting this kind of thing, aren't you just telling everyone you have hundreds of millions in assets? You don't really think a weapon refiner like me can't even recognize weapon materials? Do you need to authenticate them? So that's the reason. No wonder, Long Zhuan nodded. This reason was truly unsolvable. He absolutely had to collect the 1,000-year frost marrow. Could he really not collect it for fear of attracting trouble? Could he not refine the frost divine flame? He hadn't done anything wrong, it's just that some things you can't escape. Master. He's trapped in the formation now. Let's use poison gas to kill him. Last time we killed that rogue cultivator surnamed Feng, we used poison gas to take him down without bloodshed. The speaker was the young man who had greeted Long Zhuan at the door, and he was no longer as respectful as before. Judging from his words, this Master Jin was clearly a repeat offender. This wasn't the first time he had done this. Countless rogue cultivators had been lured into his cave and then killed by him. No wonder he often sent communication talismans to wealthy people during the treasure exchange festival, ostensibly to facilitate private transactions. So that's the reason. No wonder, Long Zhuan understood. No need. He has the little strong Gu, which is incredibly powerful and most methods can't kill him. Poisoning him won't do any good. I'll release the Gu worms to devour him. I don't believe the little strong Gu can survive after he's turned into a pile of minced meat. Master Jin sneered, opened the insect breeding bag, and put 3 fierce-looking Gu worms into the formation. Chapter 54 Acquisition of the Millennium Ice Marrow. The 3 Gu worms included a large golden ant with a giant pair of scissors in its mouth, Master Jin's unique top-grade Gu worm, the Vajra Gu. Another was a scorpion with 2 hooks and large pincers, Dzin's unique top-grade Gu worm, the double-tailed flying scorpion. The third was a centipede with serrated spines on both sides, resembling a saw, a top-grade unique Gu worm from a talisman master in the market, named the Sawtooth Centipede. Good heavens! There were only 3 rogue cultivators selling top-grade Gu worms in the entire market, and Master Jin had collected them all. Master Jin laughed loudly. Only 3 rogue cultivators in the market possess top-grade Gu formulas. I've collected all 3 types of top-grade Gu worms. With all 3 top-grade Gu worms at once, who can stand against me? With a loud laugh, the 3 ferocious Gu worms sharpened their blades and pounced towards Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly patted the insect breeding bag and threw the still sleeping little white away. Wake up. Get out here and face the enemy. Victory is the only option in this battle. Little White was stunned by the fall, but thankfully it woke up, its eyes warily fixed on the 3 pouncing Gu worms. Although it was confused and didn't know what was happening, a deep-seated instinct told it that it had to eliminate these 3 Gu worms. Gu worms and Gu cultivators had a blood pact, their fates were intertwined. If the Gu cultivator died, the Gu worms would die with him. Therefore, even though Little White was lazy and disliked fighting, it had to bite the bullet and go for it. Long Zhuan looked worried. These 3 high-grade Gu worms looked too fierce, carrying scissors, hooks, pliers, and even a saw. They brought so many weapons to fight. Little White, on the other hand, was clean and naked, carrying nothing, not even hands or feet. Was it really reliable in a fight? Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. A top-grade goo worm is a top-grade goo worm. There's an insurmountable gap between it and a high-grade goo worm. How could its appearance possibly overcome it? Although the 3 high-grade goo worms were unruly and carried a bunch of weapons, once their slowing domain was activated, their movements became sluggish. Despite their weapons, these 3 goo worms couldn't even touch Zyobei. On the contrary, the Vajra goo was knocked down by Zyobei's tail. At this moment, Zyobei was fighting 3 against 1, not only not at a disadvantage but also gaining the upper hand. It was terrifying. Seeing this, Longzhuan finally smiled. On the contrary, Master Jin couldn't smile at all. His expression was completely frozen on his face, as if he had been immobilized, with disbelief on his face. How is this possible? 3 high-grade goo worms working together can't even beat it? This can't be real. Are you kidding me? Master Jin shouted in a fit of rage. No. He's a top-grade goo worm. You actually possess a legendary top-grade goo worm? Master Jin suddenly burst into joy, his eyes widening as he looked at Xiaobai with extreme greed. Ha ha ha. This is truly heaven's help. I never expected you to possess a top-grade goo formula. If I kill you, I will be the only rogue cultivator in the market possessing a top-grade goo worm. Master Jin, who had just looked like he was attending a funeral, suddenly burst into laughter again. Longzhuan wasn't idle either. Fighting a goo worm with such a small size was inconvenient for a goo cultivator, so he couldn't interfere in the battle. Therefore, he used the 5 elements J to bombard the barrier blocking him. Ha ha ha. Useless. This is an array that I paid a fortune to have Dezin personally set up. How could it be easily broken by brute force? Don't waste your energy. Master Jin laughed loudly, then began to command his disciples, attack. All of you, attack. Release all your goo worms. I refuse to believe that all your goo worms together can't defeat it. The youths didn't dare to hesitate and release their goo worms. As a result, more than 10 goo worms of various shapes rushed into the barrier and joined the battle, greatly increasing the pressure on Xiaobai. Longzhuan wasn't sure if Xiaobai could win, so he didn't dare to gamble. He decided to finish the battle quickly and directly used the 5 elements jade, which he had condensed with all his strength, to smash it towards Master Jin's face. Master Jin had no intention of dodging. He had already seen that although the power of this move was good, it was far from enough to shake the trapping array. He had no need to dodge. Little did he know that the 5 elements jade stones Longzhuan had just hurled were a show for him. He hadn't taken the trapping formation seriously at all. He could break it any time, but the timing was crucial, to catch him completely off guard. Seeing that Master Jin indeed had no intention of dodging, Longzhuan sneered inwardly and increased the force of his attack. At the same time, the 5 clones outside the cave began frantically breaking the formation. Under the Eye of Heavenly Secrets, all the formations here held no secrets. They were like sieves in the clones' eyes, and were instantly broken by their combined efforts. Just like that, the barrier that should have stopped the 5 elements jade suddenly disappeared, and the 5 elements jade struck Master Jin squarely. The event happened too suddenly. Master Jin was completely unprepared. In his relaxed state, he couldn't dodge in time, let alone make any effective defense, and thus, tragedy struck. Caught completely off guard, he was blasted to death by the 5 elements jade's full power, his upper body shattered. Master Jin didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly killed. Even with the help of the powerful goo worms, such an injury wouldn't have saved him. At the same time, all his goo worms suffered a backlash from his death, instantly dying as well. Without the restraint of the 3 high-grade goo worms, the battlefield became a one-sided massacre. The ever-growing Xiaobai had no more worms to control, and one low-grade goo worm after another was bitten to death by Xiaobai. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with insect corpses. The remaining disciples of Master Jin immediately paled. The events had happened too suddenly. They hadn't expected the formation to malfunction so suddenly, and Master Jin had died without warning. They were stunned for a long time. Not good. Run. Seeing Xiaobai's unstoppable momentum, the group of youths turned pale with fright. Someone shouted, and everyone abandoned their goo worms and turned to run. However, the cave was narrow. Where could they run? They ran right into the 5 clones who had come to protect them, and were met with a barrage of jade attacks. None of the youths were at the same level as Long Zhuan. So how could they possibly be a match for 5 people with the 10 absolute bodies? Soon, the cave was completely silent, with no survivors left. Long Zhuan knew the importance of eliminating the root of the problem. He would never show mercy to those who wanted him dead. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, he immediately picked up Master Jin's storage bag. Seeing that its contents were intact and unaffected by the 5 elements Jade's influence, he breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly removed Master Jin's gloves, put them on, and took out the 1,000-year frost marrow from the storage bag. His smile widened. He had risked his life for such a thing, but once he got it, everything he had done would be worthwhile. Long Zhuan felt the icy chill and stopped his foolish grin. He quickly put the 1,000-year frost marrow into his storage bag and then ordered his clones to prepare for battle or confiscate property. Master Jin had already amassed a fortune by inviting people to his mansion, having already swindled countless people. Putting everything else aside, the various rare materials for array formations and the large number of books on weapon crafting alone are invaluable treasures to him. Weapon crafting techniques cannot be bought or learned anywhere, they can only be passed down through apprenticeship. Once he learns weapon crafting, he can forge a huge alchemy furnace and then begin his plan to research the art of large-scale alchemy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Cockroach-Style Goo Refining Method. After thoroughly looting the entire cave, Long Zhuan excitedly left, also digging up and packing up all the materials used to set up the protective formation. Carrying a full storage bag, he headed home. Back home, after putting away his spoils, Long Zhuan immediately prepared warm clothes and plenty of food. He left his clone Lin at home to look after the herb garden, then led the other clones to the Great Snow Mountain mentioned in the communication talisman. However, the communication talisman was too small, leaving limited information. He only knew that Master Jin had dug up the 1,000-year ice marrow on the Great Snow Mountain, but only vaguely mentioned its location. Long Zhuan had 3 purposes for going to the Great Snow Mountain, the first being to upgrade the 1,000-year ice marrow. This reason alone made it imperative to go. For the 1,000-year ice marrow to transform into 10,000-year ice marrow, time alone wasn't enough. A specific environment was also needed. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone just dig up the 100-year ice marrow and keep it at home to appreciate in value? This 1,000-year ice marrow had already been upgraded in Master Jin's storage bag long ago. Therefore, if he wanted the 1,000-year ice marrow to continue growing, Long Zhuan had to personally go to its birthplace and patiently wait for it to grow in a suitable environment. Secondly, it was for refining the Frost Divine Flame. The Frost Divine Flame was special, it was a cold flame, and its effects were better when refined in a cold place. So even without the 1,000-year ice marrow, he still had to go to the Great Snow Mountain. Thirdly, it was also to find tardigrades, a thought that excited him. Tardigrades lived in all sorts of harsh environments, and could be found in any place unsuitable for human habitation. In fact, over the years, he had his various clones travel around and collect quite a few tardigrades. Tardigrades weren't hard to find. Because no one could see them, they had never been captured on a large scale by humans, so their numbers were naturally abundant. He frequently encountered not only the large numbers of low-grade tardigrades, but also top-grade ones. Because this is a world untouched by humans, the rare and exceptional spirit insects found only in the outside world are everywhere in this microscopic world. Yet, only Long Zhuan has access to this world, meaning he essentially controls a vast wealth. This inevitably led Long Zhuan to consider a plan. Since he's so rich, he'll use the cockroach-style goo refining method to refine the water bear goo. The cockroach-style goo refining method is his own creation, the name he gave it. Traditional goo refining methods in this world require a single, dominant insect to devour the rest. His heavenly eye was also created using this traditional method. However, his cockroach-style goo refining method is vastly different from traditional methods, a heretical approach. Strictly speaking, his cockroach-style goo refining method doesn't have a dominant insect. All spirit insects are treated equally, and they must be of the same species and quality. If they are different species and qualities, a single dominant insect will inevitably emerge. This also creates a major drawback to this goo refining method. All materials must be of low grade, mid-grade, or high grade, and they must all be of the same type. Breaking this rule inevitably results in the creation of a master worm. However, top-grade spirit worms are extremely rare, making it impossible to refine goo using only top-grade ones. This means this goo refining method cannot produce top-grade goo worms. It can only be used in low-level situations and is utterly unacceptable. It was only because Long Zhuan was completely ignorant when he first transmigrated that he haphazardly researched and created a powerful goo formula without a master worm. Otherwise, even with a little common sense, he would never have attempted this method. Unexpectedly, he succeeded by sheer luck. Normally, this goo refining method is limited in its ability to produce powerful goo species, but in a microscopic world teeming with top-grade spirit worms, it's a different story. The cockroach-style goo refining method is not only not weak in this field, but ridiculously strong. Just imagine, if Long Zhuan used only water bears of the same species and grade to refine the goo, and specifically only top-grade water bears, and as many as 1,000 of them, what terrifying thing would he create? The thought that this goo formula required only top-grade spirit insects, and thousands of them at that, filled Long Zhuan with dread. It was simply too terrifying. Was it really a good idea to research such a frightening goo formula? It was precisely because this goo formula required so many top-grade spirit insects that Long Zhuan hadn't yet successfully refined the water bear goo. The claim that top-grade spirit insects were everywhere in the microscopic world was an exaggeration. Top-grade spirit insects were, after all, top-grade spirit insects. He still needed to spend a considerable amount of time collecting them, and it was impossible to easily gather them all within the market area. Over the years, he had sent his clones everywhere to search for top-quality tardigrades, and so far he had only found about 600, of many different species. Some were good at resisting pressure, some at regeneration, some at resisting poison, and some at resisting hunger. He hadn't collected any species that were good at resisting cold or heat yet, because the extreme heat and cold environments were too far away for him to easily access. However, the Great Snow Mountain, with its extreme cold environment, was a bit far, but not too far away, otherwise Master Jin wouldn't have gone that far. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity to upgrade his Millennium Ice Marrow, he could also collect the tardigrade species that were good at resisting cold. When he gathered all the best in each field together, they could learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and who knew what kind of monster would be born. Long Zhuan was excited just thinking about it. After packing his things as quickly as possible, he set off for his destination. The Great Snow Mountain wasn't actually that far. The reason it was cold was partly due to the height of the mountain. In his previous life, the higher the altitude, the colder it was, and this was even more so in this world full of spiritual energy. It took Long Zhuan half a month to get here, but it took him another half a month to climb to the snow-covered area. Upon reaching the halfway point, the weather changed drastically. The air became icy cold, snow fell heavily, and a hurricane raged. The howling wind made Long Zhuan feel as if it were the end of the world. Despite wearing several layers of cotton-padded clothes, he felt as if he were wearing only a thin layer of paper, which was completely useless. He wished he could go back immediately. However, the thought of the super goo worm refined from thousands of top-grade spirit insects made his greed prevent him from persevering. The halfway point alone made him pale. He dared not imagine how harsh the environment at the summit would be. But he had no intention of reaching the top. The Great Snow Mountain was simply too high, piercing the clouds, and the terrain was treacherous. Even if he climbed for another month, he might not reach the top. Moreover, the cold at the halfway point was already unbearable. How cold would it be at the summit? Even if he managed to climb, he would surely freeze to death. Therefore, Long Zhuan decided to wander around the gentlest part of the halfway point, complete all his tasks, and then return immediately. Long Zhuan couldn't imagine how those naked tardigrades could survive in such a god-forsaken place. Chapter 56 Encountering a Treasure. As Long Zhuan trudged along, he used the far-sighted ability of his heavenly eye to survey his surroundings, both to guard against dangerous creatures inhabiting the area and to see if he could find any treasures. It must be said, having far-sightedness made treasure hunting incredibly convenient. In just a few days, he had already found 7 top-grade tardigrades. The environment shapes the insects, and the tardigrades living here were naturally extremely cold-resistant. Perhaps if Long Zhuan transferred their cold resistance to himself, he wouldn't have to fear the cold here anymore. Maybe then he could really walk to the top of this mountain, erect a stone there, and write Long Zhuan was here, Just as he was daydreaming, his 4 otherworldly clones approached from afar, each carrying a transparent empty bottle. They all handed the empty bottles to Long Zhuan. If an outsider were present, they would certainly wonder why empty bottles were being handed over, but Long Zhuan simply magnified the bottles with his heavenly eye, and immediately grinned from ear to ear. Each empty bottle contained more than 10 adorable bear-like creatures, a haul far exceeding what his lazy main body could collect. Not bad. Not bad. We've collected enough top-quality tardigrades. Let's find a cave to rest. Long Zhuan put away all the empty bottles. A portion of the cold-resistant tardigrades was enough. He still needed to collect different species in other treacherous places, so there was no need to hunt down all the top-quality ones here. Long Zhuan used the far-sightedness of his heavenly eye to look around. He didn't find a cave, but something on the mountain wall gave him a jolt of excitement. Overjoyed, he called his clones and rushed over. He had unexpectedly spotted a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Plants have lifespans, most wither after a certain number of years and never become the 1,000-year or even 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs of novels. Therefore, spiritual herbs over 1,000 years old are extremely rare, and once discovered, they are priceless treasures, easily fetching an astronomical price. What's the use of a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Leaving aside its immense medicinal value, just the fact that a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, once infested with insects, becomes a valuable high-grade spiritual insect. Similarly, a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, once infested with insects, becomes a valuable top-grade spiritual insect. This is all wealth. And the progress of this 1,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus is 49.98794%. Whether it's a spiritual insect, a spiritual herb, or a person, once they reach adulthood, their growth rate will be converted into lifespan progress. This mature 1,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus has 5 decimal places, meaning that although it appears to be a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, its growth limit is over 10,000 years, and it will definitely become a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb in the future. A 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, once infested with insects, will produce top-grade spiritual insects. Long Zhuan's breathing quickened. Transplanting. This 1,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus must be transplanted. It can't be left here. Otherwise, what if someone digs it up? However, Long Zhuan quickly developed a headache. Low-grade spiritual herbs could be artificially cultivated, but higher-grade herbs had more specific growing environments, making artificial cultivation impossible, let alone transplantation. Although human wisdom could solve any problem, and many powerful clans had successfully researched cultivation methods for certain high-grade spiritual herbs and cultivated them on a large scale, making a fortune, the cultivation methods for certain high-grade spiritual herbs were clan secrets, perhaps even more so than the secrets of goo cultivation. They were impossible to divulge, and outsiders had no way of learning them. Moreover, no clan had yet researched a cultivation method for the iceberg snow lotus. Its environmental requirements were far too specific. It grew in extremely cold environments, so how could it be artificially cultivated in a herb garden? At this moment, Long Zhuan considered whether he could use his cheat-like abilities to research a way to cultivate the iceberg snow lotus, but he was unsure. The extremely cold environment alone was enough to stump everyone, including himself. After a while, Long Zhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't his soon-to-be-born frost divine flame also cold? Then what was the point of thinking about it? If he didn't have the ability to cultivate the iceberg snow lotus, then no one in this world would. Long Zhuan couldn't help but slap his head, feeling his brain must be frozen solid. How could he have only thought of such a simple question now? Excitedly, he quickly ran to the vicinity of the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus. Looking up, he saw that this snow lotus grew on a steep cliff, making it extremely dangerous to pick. Moreover, he didn't know what other dangers might lurk nearby, such as guardian spirit beasts. Long Zhuan thought for a moment, then beckoned behind him, saying, "Flame clone, go and pick the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus for me," without damaging the roots. Since his clone was there, he didn't need to risk his life. Even if there was danger, it would be the clone who died. Flame clone didn't hesitate and immediately climbed the steep cliff. After a while, he picked the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus and jumped down, his clone below catching him. The entire process was without danger, allowing Long Zhuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Without even admiring the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus, he told his clones to leave immediately. This place was not safe to linger. Not long after he left, A gigantic snow eagle swooped down from the sky, glaring at the empty cliff face and emitting a piercing cry that nearly triggered an avalanche. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan, after traveling for some time, finally used his heavenly eye to locate a cave. Seeing no progress inside, he confirmed it was safe and immediately summoned his clones inside, ordering them to block the entrance with stones. The entrance was slowly sealed, and the light inside gradually dimmed, but the cold wind stopped blowing in, finally providing Long Zhuan with a bit of warmth. He started a fire, and the cave immediately gained light and warmth. Long Zhuan roasted food by the fire to warm himself. At this moment, he finally picked up the 1,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus to admire. The petals of the iceberg snow lotus resembled blue ice, reflecting a blue light under the illumination, making it very beautiful. A delicate fragrance emanated from the petals. Just smelling it swept away Long Zhuan's fatigue of the day, revealing an expression of blissful delight. What a treasure! I wonder if the spirit bee that collects nectar from the 1,000-year-old snow lotus will evolve into a queen bee, Long Zhuan thought to himself. He wasn't just speculating, he had a basis for his belief. 1,000-year-old rare treasures all possess miraculous effects, and spirit beasts and insects that consume them will definitely undergo changes, albeit to varying degrees. It's entirely possible that the spirit bee, having consumed honey made from the 1,000-year-old snow lotus, will evolve, and the possibility isn't small. He just couldn't be certain it would evolve into a queen bee. Moreover, this 1,000-year-old snow lotus could very well become a 10,000-year-old snow lotus in his hands. It would be abnormal if the spirit bee didn't change after consuming honey made from the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Long Zhuan was eagerly anticipating what changes the spirit bee would undergo, hoping it would evolve into a queen bee, so he could have plenty of honey to drink. Chapter 57 Bad Things. Because of the appearance of this 1,000-year-old snow lotus, Long Zhuan immediately decided to return and establish his own medicinal garden as quickly as possible. The spirit bees needed a large number of floral herbs, and he couldn't always rely on others' gardens. This matter absolutely couldn't be delayed any longer. He had originally planned to use his heavenly eye to draw small array patterns. On the same array plate, he could draw 100 times more array patterns than others. He would then develop a new school of array formations, establishing his own distinct style, and in future historical records, he would be the founder of this school. The array formation books he had traded from Dizan had been read by his clone, and the memories had been assimilated into his own. However, he had too many things to do and hadn't had the time. Creating his own array formations was no easy task, it required a great deal of his time, and he needed to prioritize. Now, with the transplantation of the 1,000-year-old snow lotus imminent, he didn't have time to study array formations, so he decided to use the array formations he had seized from Master Jin for the time being. The array materials hadn't been damaged much in the recent battle, so since he had readily available materials, he would use them first. Furthermore, the formation set up by Dizan was no simple matter, it was more than enough to keep out goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. Without such power, how could Master Jin dare to settle in the wilderness? With the wealth of a weapon refiner, he was practically a walking sheep in everyone's eyes. After warming himself by the fire and replenishing his strength with food, he picked up a piece of wood from the fire and, holding a makeshift torch, walked deeper into the cave. He hadn't forgotten his main purpose. He needed to bury the 1,000-year ice marrow in a suitable place for its growth, and then dig it out after it became 10,000-year ice marrow. After observing the area, he found it rich in spiritual energy and had a good ley line. With his rudimentary knowledge of feng shui, he felt it was very suitable for the growth of the 1,000-year ice marrow, so he decided to bury it deep in the cave and wait at the edge of the entrance. The cave was long and narrow, and he finally reached the end when the torch was almost burned out. However, a deep pit had been carved into the stone wall at the end, clearly done by human hands, and it hadn't been dug for long. A strange chill emanated from the pit, very similar to the aura of the 1,000-year-old ice marrow. Long Zhuan was stunned. Could Master Jin have unearthed the 1,000-year-old ice marrow right here? Could it be such a coincidence? He was dumbfounded, meaning he had stumbled upon the original source of the 1,000-year-old ice marrow by sheer accident. He swore he only knew that Master Jin had unearthed the 1,000-year-old ice marrow in the Great Snow Mountain, but he truly didn't know the exact location. The Great Snow Mountain was vast. Where was he supposed to find the original burial site? His purpose in coming here was simply to bury it anywhere, never expecting to find its original source. But many things in life are like this. You may plant flowers with care but they may not bloom, while willows planted unintentionally may thrive. This was truly a wonderful surprise for him. If he buried it anywhere else, he had no idea whether the 1,000-year-old ice marrow would continue to grow. But if he buried it in its original location, the 1,000-year-old ice marrow would definitely continue to grow. He could completely relax, and Long Zhuan revealed an excited smile. What good luck! Almost there, bury the 1,000-year ice marrow. After throwing the 1,000-year ice marrow into the deep pit, Long Zhuan immediately ordered his clones to get to work, while he stood by as a supervisor. When the torch was almost burned out, he picked up some pre-prepared wooden strips and made another torch. It has to be said, the 1,000-year ice marrow was truly cold. The depths of the cave were already cold enough, but the frost released by the 1,000-year ice marrow nearly froze him solid. Although he was the furthest away, and the cold was being absorbed by his clone burying the marrow, he was still shivering. So, after his clone had completely buried the marrow, he immediately turned back, determined not to stay there any longer. Now he just needed to wait patiently. He had calculated that if all conditions were met, he only needed to wait about 10 days. During these 10 days, he kept an eye on the progress of the 1,000-year ice marrow burying deep in the cave, and every time he saw a slight increase in progress, a smile would appear on his lips. 10 days later, the flame avatar emerged from the depths of the cave carrying the 10,000-year ice marrow. The chilling aura released by the 10,000-year ice marrow was far more terrifying than that of the 1,000-year ice marrow, freezing the flame avatar half to death. Upon seeing the 10,000-year ice marrow that he had been waiting for so long, Long Zhuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Good. Good. I want to see what the frost divine flame refined from the 10,000-year ice marrow will be like. All avatars, prepare the materials immediately. Under Long Zhuan's command, another 10 days quickly passed. Refining the frost divine flame was not like refining goo, and it really didn't take too long. On the day the frost divine flame was born, a blue ice-colored flame descended from nowhere into the air above the cave. The flame burned fiercely, releasing a devastating chill. Instantly, the temperature in the cave plummeted, and ice formed on the ground and stone walls. At that moment, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. Long Zhuan was nearly frozen to death by the oppressive chill. He kept his distance, not daring to approach, and didn't even have time to appreciate it. He immediately ordered his flame clone to refine the frost fire divine flame. It's well known that devouring flames is extremely risky. How could a flesh and blood body possibly absorb flames? Most people would only be devoured by the flames, with only a few succeeding. But Long Zhuan was clever. He didn't refine the flames himself, but instead sent his flame clone. All the cultivation achievements of the clone could be returned to the main body. If the clone successfully refined the flames, it was equivalent to him successfully refining them. Even if it failed, only the clone would die, the main body would be unaffected. If it succeeded, he could reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Perfect. Clearly, luck didn't smile upon him. After swallowing the frost fire divine flame, the flame clone's body immediately froze, its life force rapidly draining away. It wouldn't last long and would soon die. Most importantly, Long Zhuan couldn't see the progress of the fire refining process, meaning failure was inevitable. It was Long Zhuan's own foolishness. The recipe required 1,000-year frost marrow. If he had followed the instructions and used it, with 4 clones and 4 chances, his chances of success would have been high. But he took it upon himself to replace the 1,000-year frost marrow with 10,000-year frost marrow. Although there's only a one-word difference, the difference is like heaven and earth. A flame refined from 10,000-year frost marrow is far more powerful, its strength increases exponentially, its might reaching the heavens. How could a mere spirit-gathering stage goo cultivator possibly devour it? Extremes beget their opposites, creating something too terrifying would only backfire. Chapter 58 Cold Resistance. What to do? Long Zhuan was frantic, pacing back and forth in the cave, completely flustered. You all go. Share the pressure of the flames with him. Finally, Long Zhuan came up with this idea, have all his clones share the power of the frost fire divine flame. Outsiders certainly couldn't help with refining flames, but Long Zhuan was special. With a Lin clone absent, there seemed to be 5 people in the cave, but they were all from the same source, identical, in a sense, one person. Identical bodies could easily be identified as the same person by the frost fire divine flame, thus dividing its power into 5, greatly weakening the cold. Of course, at this point, Long Zhuan only sent his clones. He was too cunning to personally risk his life. His guess was correct. After the 4 clones sat hand in hand in a circle, they were indeed identified as one person by the Frostfire Divine Flame, and their power was divided into 4 parts, greatly reducing the pressure on the flame clone. However, the power of the Frostfire was simply too terrifying. Even with its power divided into 4, it was still beyond the capacity of the 4 clones to withstand. Soon, the other 3 clones began to freeze rapidly, on the verge of becoming ice blocks, their life force rapidly fading. Worst of all, Long Zhuan still hadn't seen any progress in the refining process. This meant that while his method was correct, the power of the Frostfire was simply too overwhelming. The combined strength of the 4 was insufficient. No progress meant certain failure. Long Zhuan grew anxious again, his heart burning with impatience. Although the death of his clones wouldn't affect him, they could be reassembled after death, giving him countless opportunities to try. The death of a clone required starting the cultivation process from scratch, which would take a very long time, and the next attempt would likely fail again. He didn't have that much time to waste. If this refining process failed, the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus wouldn't survive, and the evolution of the spirit bees wouldn't be possible in the short term, causing him to lose a significant portion of his progress. Finally, he gritted his teeth, made a determined move, and personally stepped forward, taking hands with his clones and sitting down with them to share the pressure of the Frostfire. He used to delegate everything to his clones, so getting him to personally participate was truly a feat. Unsurprisingly, his main body was also considered the same person as the flame clone, so a portion of the cold energy from all the clones was transferred and distributed to Long Zhuan. Instantly, Long Zhuan felt an extreme chill penetrate his body, instantly seeping into his bone marrow, almost causing him to faint. The pain was unbearable, a pain worse than death. Even with the power of the Frostfire Divine Flame divided into 5, he still felt such terrifying pain. How much pain must a flame clone have endured when it bore the full force of the Frostfire alone? Fortunately, his mouth was frozen shut, otherwise, echoing screams would surely have reverberated through the cave. At this moment, Long Zhuan truly felt the terrifying power of the Frostfire Divine Flame. It appeared cold, and he felt its chilling aura. But once it burns on your body, you feel heat, extreme heat, but the heat doesn't dissipate. Instead, it dissipates as an extreme chill. This is why, even though his body is burning hot inside, his skin is frozen solid. Such a bizarre flame is simply inconceivable. Could he really have created such a terrifying thing? He couldn't believe it. This alternation between hot and cold was like experiencing both ice and fire, making him feel like he was dying and being reborn, almost driving him mad. He was used to a life of luxury. When had he ever endured such pain? At this moment, he finally understood the difficulty of creating a clone. Looking at the center of the group of 5, Long Zhuan was immediately stunned. There was still no progress. Even with 5 people sharing the pressure, it wasn't enough. Just how terrifying was this Frost Divine Flame? Long Zhuan was greatly shocked. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been too hasty. It seemed he had reversed the order. He should have refined the undying water bear goo first, and then refined the Frost Divine Flame. With the power of immortality, his clones should be able to refine the Frostfire Divine Flame, sparing him this torment. But things had come to this, and he had no choice but to go all in. Long Zhuan's clever mind raced, and he quickly devised another plan, ordering all his clones to circulate their respective cultivation techniques. Each clone cultivated a different attribute. Although the Lin clone wasn't there, Long Zhuan's main body could fill the gap. The 5 of them simultaneously circulated their techniques, allowing spiritual energy to flow within their bodies, forming a cycle of mutual generation among the 5 elements to counteract the power of the Frostfire Divine Flame. He didn't know if this method would work, but he had no choice but to try it. If it still didn't work, he would have to give up. He could save as many as possible, not sacrifice his main body. Following the instructions, all the clones immediately circulated their internal cultivation techniques, and the effect was immediate. Wood generates fire, creating a strong fire. What if the wood was water that generated strong wood? Would that then generate an even stronger fire? Following this pattern, starting with earth and ending with fire, the fire is strengthened 4 times in one cycle. While the overall energy remains unchanged due to the conservation of energy, the power has undergone a dramatic transformation. This level of intense fire can now barely contend with the five-fold power of ice. Under the cyclical power of the five elements, the ice layers on the five bodies begin to melt slowly. Simultaneously, a 1% progress rate appears at the center of each body, and the scales of victory are tipping in their favor. Long Zhuan has already seen the dawn of victory. Overjoyed, he knows he has finally succeeded, and at the same time, he increases the speed of his internal spiritual energy circulation. He slowly closes his eyes, patiently waiting. As the ice layers on his body gradually disintegrate, he no longer experiences the previous pain, he can bear the remaining pain. As time passes, he doesn't know how much time has elapsed. When Long Zhuan opens his eyes again, a blue light flashes in them, and a fleeting, icy blue flame phantom appears in his pupils. He lets out a long sigh, his eyes revealing undisguised excitement. With his right hand outstretched, a flame of icy blue rose up, releasing a dazzling blue light and a chilling aura. But at this moment, he could no longer feel the slightest bit of cold. This meant he had completely subdued the frost fire divine flame. The flame had recognized him as its master and naturally wouldn't harm him. What an incredibly beautiful flame. I wonder how it compares to the legendary heavenly fire. Long Zhuan gazed at the flame with ecstatic joy, reluctantly putting it away after a long while. The blue light vanished, and the cave became dark again. Let's go. I'll take you home, Long Zhuan said excitedly to his 4 clones. Having completed all 3 tasks, he had no intention of staying in this awful place any longer. He was eager to go home immediately. Chapter 59 Frost Array. Half a month later, Long Zhuan once again stepped into Dashi village, returning to his long-missed little home. Upon his return, he didn't rest immediately, but instead prepared to plant the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus as soon as possible. This matter couldn't be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the greater the risk of the 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus dying, as he had long since left the Great Snow Mountain and was no longer in its suitable growing environment. As for where to plant it, Long Zhuan had already decided on the way. The original owner's deceased parents were farmers and owned a piece of farmland. Because of their deaths, the land had long been abandoned, so he could simply take it and use it. That land was entirely his private property, and his use was legal. He would then set up Master Jin's array around the farmland to ensure its safety. Moreover, the land wasn't far from his home, making it convenient for him to travel back and forth. At worst, he could send a clone to guard it. Therefore, after returning home, Long Zhuan quickly organized his supplies and then rushed to the land without stopping. By plagiarizing the knowledge of his clone, he was now a mediocre array master, and setting up an array with readily available materials was not difficult for him. Upon arriving at the farmland, he began experimenting with arrays. This was his first time setting up an array, and he was full of excitement and enthusiasm. Arrays in this world consist of 3 parts: the array base, the array eye, and the array guide. To create a new array diagram, all 3 parts are indispensable. The array base is the foundation of a large array, its skeleton, and also the core area for inscribing the array patterns. Therefore, the more solid the array base, the better. The array base can be made of any material, but it must meet the requirements of being sturdy and containing spiritual energy. It is usually composed of rare metals. The array master will inscribe the array patterns on several hard metal materials, and then bury them in different locations according to the requirements of the array diagram, with strict requirements for the burial locations. After the array bases are set up, all the array bases will be interconnected, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to operate automatically, and then using the power of heaven and earth to exert various magical effects. The range of influence of a large formation is directly proportional to the number of its bases, making the construction of a large formation extremely expensive. Especially for protective formations guarding a clan's territory, the required materials are numerous, resulting in astronomical costs. If the bases form the foundation of a large formation, then the formation eye is its core. The formation eye's function is to manage the formation's operation. It's the central hub and the most important area within the formation. A large number of spirit stones are usually placed near the formation eye, making it the energy source for the entire formation. Therefore, a high-energy treasure is typically placed at the formation eye. This is called a formation-suppressing treasure, to enhance the formation's operational power. The treasure can be of any type, but its level cannot be too low. The more powerful the treasure, the better. Ideally, it should possess some special power to further enhance the formation's strength. For example, The frost fire divine flame, which can release freezing energy, could complement the formation base perfectly if used as the formation suppressing treasure. For example, by inscribing numerous amplifying array patterns on the base of the array, the power of the frost fire divine flame can be greatly amplified. This gives the array an additional terrifying means of killing enemies by unleashing icy fire, thus creating the killing array. The elements used to suppress the array's core are not limited to various treasures, they can also connect to earth veins, dragon veins, spirit stone mines, vast spiritual mountains. These are even more terrifying. Once the core of a great array is one of these things, that array will be unbreakable. Unless one possesses the power to shake heaven and earth, one cannot budge it even a fraction by brute force. Such arrays can even invoke the might of heaven, the power of heaven and earth, and the power of the sun, moon, and stars. They possess numerous deadly moves with earth-shattering power. Entering such an array almost always results in death. The core of the array is usually located at the very center of the array, but it can be located elsewhere, or there can be multiple cores, depending on the array master's preference. However, because the core is so crucial, it becomes the weakness of all arrays. If the core of an array is destroyed, almost all arrays will cease to function. The array key is the key that allows free entry and exit from the array. The holder of the array key will be immune to any attacks from the array and is held by the array's owner to avoid being accidentally harmed by their own array. Simultaneously, the array key is also the controller of the array. All functions of an array require the array key to operate. If the array owner wants the array to activate a killing move, they must use the array key to issue various commands. Therefore, the array key is indispensable and must not be lost. Losing the array key would cause considerable trouble in controlling a complex array. These are the three components of an array. Creating your own array diagram absolutely requires these three parts. However, there also exists an array that does not require these three parts, called a mobile array, also known as an array plate. The disadvantages of traditional arrays are that their location is fixed and cannot be moved, and setting them up takes a lot of time. They cannot be carried on one's person and are unusable in combat. But the array plate perfectly solves this problem. Array masters can use methods to concentrate all parts of the array on the array plate. The array plate can take any form, but it is mostly a flag, also called an array flag. The array flags are small and can be carried in a storage bag. Setting up the array simply requires planting the flags in the ground, completing the setup in a second. However, everyone can guess the drawback of this type of array. Its power is extremely weak, far inferior to a large-scale mountain protecting array. Long Zhuan had already memorized these basic array principles. As for what to use as the key to suppress the array, it was naturally the frost fire divine flame, which was also essential for the 1000-year ice mountain snow lotus. Therefore, the various array foundations Long Zhuan buried in the farmland were all designed to amplify the power of the frost fire divine flame, thus completing the killing array. Anyone who triggers the killing array will be subjected to countless attacks of icy flames. The power of the frost fire divine flame is already terrifying enough, with the array further amplifying its power. Long Zhuan couldn't even imagine how powerful it truly would be. It's hard to say what would happen if a spirit C stage goo cultivator came, but if a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator triggered the killing array, there was a real possibility of death. This was under the condition that the array base was still very rudimentary. Once he completed the array base with array patterns reduced 100-fold, he would dare to plant anything in the herb garden. After 2 days of work, Long Zhuan finally set up the grand array and named it a frost array. The 1000-year iceberg snow lotus was buried next to the array eye, next to the frost divine flame, all alone in the entire herb garden. The frost divine flame's coldness was much greater than that of the central part of the great snow mountain. In the colder environment, the iceberg snow lotus not only did not feel uncomfortable, but also thrived and grew even better. It seemed that the area with the frost divine flame was the most suitable environment for the iceberg snow lotus to grow. This made things much easier. Since the iceberg snow lotus liked the frost divine flame's environment so much, Long Zhuan could cultivate the iceberg snow lotus on a large scale and become the only person in the Gu realm who mastered the artificial cultivation method of the iceberg snow lotus. Scarcity increases value, and he could make a fortune from this. Long Zhuan revealed a satisfied smile. The most urgent task now is to transplant flowering medicinal herbs into this garden on a large scale. Having enough flowering herbs will also make it easier to relocate the spirit bees. Right now, Such a large garden only has one medicinal herb, it's really pathetic. Chapter 60 Reunion with Dizin. Longzhuan planned to begin transplanting the spiritual herbs immediately. He took out a communication talisman from his storage bag and wrote on it, I have a large number of mid-grade to high-grade spiritual insects to sell, and I need a large quantity of unharvested spiritual herbs. Where do you live? I'll come over personally. With that, the talisman vanished, transforming into a streak of light and flying out a window. This communication talisman was left between him and Dizin, to facilitate transactions between the two wealthy individuals. Although the market had many spiritual herbs, they were all dead. He needed living herbs that could be transplanted, preferably freshly pulled from the ground. Whether they were ripe or not didn't matter, as long as they had flowers. And in this region, Dizin's herb garden was undoubtedly the largest. Firstly, she was proficient in formations, allowing her to expand her garden without restraint. Secondly, her formation skills were extremely high, almost no one in this area could break her formations. On the other hand, she had a huge demand for mid to high-grade spirit insects and had always been a major customer of Longzhuan. Almost all the spirit insects he smuggled from the Jin family's jade gambling shop were sold to her. Since high-grade spirit herbs could produce high-grade spirit insects, she naturally put a lot of effort into her herb garden, making it incredibly large, far beyond your imagination. Compared to her, Elder Long's herb garden was simply pathetic, utterly shameful. If one were to pick spirit herbs from someone's herb garden, Dizin's would naturally be the first choice. Soon, the communication talisman replied. Longzhuan's storage bag vibrated, and he quickly opened it, taking out a communication talisman with Dizin's address written on it. Communication talismans are consumables. Each use consumes one talisman for both parties and has a distance limit. Longzhuan couldn't help but miss the world with cell phones. Communication in this world was far too inconvenient. It seemed even long-distance telepathy was non-existent, requiring him to find time to create his own. Longzhuan sighed inwardly, then prepared a large quantity of mid to high-grade spirit insects and headed towards Dizin's residence. He had no shortage of mid to high-grade spirit insects. He could occasionally snag some from the jade gambling shops. Moreover, the 9 storage bags of fossils he had brought from that fossil mine were still unprocessed, but they yielded quite a few good insects, so he would dispose of them today as they took up too much space. Apart from top-grade spirit insects, Longzhuan had no interest in any other spirit insects. They were all things that could be bought with spirit stones at any time. He could simply buy whatever spirit insects he needed when refining goo, without the need to hoard them in large quantities. After spending a day, Longzhuan arrived at a vast grassland and finally stopped in front of a small wooden house. Yo! Our homebody has finally come out. Dizin had been waiting at home for a long time. Upon seeing Longzhuan's arrival, she immediately smiled and came out to greet him. She was dressed as usual, in a yellow dress and wearing a veil, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. You live here, you don't actually think the most dangerous place is the safest place, do you? Longzhuan looked around with surprise. This was a flat plain, with grazing cattle and sheep grazing in the wind-blown grass. It was an endless expanse of land, with no mountains to obstruct the view. What difference was there between this terrain and being completely exposed to the world? It was far too unconcealed, especially since it was right at the entrance to the market town, a day's journey away. It was far too unsafe. And where exactly was her large herb garden? Longzhuan used his clairvoyance to scan the area, but couldn't find a trace of it. Dizin smiled knowingly and said, Don't bother looking. Nobody in the entire market has found my herb garden. How could you possibly find it? My herb garden isn't hidden anywhere. It's openly planted right here, covering a huge area. However, there's a massive illusion array here. Anyone entering will unknowingly bypass my herb garden without noticing. Furthermore, my herb garden is obscured by an illusion of a grassland. No matter how close you are, you won't see it. Hearing this, Longzhuan couldn't help but clap his hands. Amazing, truly amazing. To so brazenly place the herb garden where everyone can see it, it's incredibly arrogant, utterly audacious, yet no one seems to notice. Isn't that incredible? He was genuinely impressed, and at the same time, he became increasingly interested in the Dao of formations. Shocked, aren't you? You're the first person to dare come to my house looking for me. You've got guts, kid. Dizin gave him a strange smile. In the world of goo, normal people wouldn't easily visit someone's home, especially a formation master's. While formations are inconvenient to carry and don't provide much combat power, going to her home is a different story. If the formation master is wealthy enough, the power of her formations can be terrifying. If she finds a spiritual vein and uses it as the core to set up an unparalleled, deadly formation, then fighting across vast realms is commonplace. This is her domain, she is a god here, and almost anyone who comes will die, to come and she'll wipe them out. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go to her home? They'd be asking for trouble. So far, Long Zhuan is the first man to break into her home. However, Dizin reconsidered. This guy usually stays home most of the time, clearly cautious and timid, disliking risks. Unless he has a method that makes him immune to formations, his inherently cautious nature would never allow him to rashly enter a formation master's home. Dizin's eyes darted around, suddenly remembering the array formation book he'd sold him. Could this kid have mastered it and now possess the ability to break other people's arrays? Could it be that he has the ability to break his own array, which is why he's not afraid of him? And breaking the array quickly isn't enough, it has to be instantaneous. Otherwise, who's going to give you time to break an array once a battle starts? He can break his array instantly? Dizin couldn't help but laugh. Was the young man overconfident? His own interconnected array, secured by an entire dragon vein, wasn't something that could be broken so easily. He was seriously underestimating himself. Besides, the array formation book he'd sold him only contained basic knowledge. Who would be foolish enough to sell their truly valuable secrets? He hadn't even grasped the essence, yet he dared to dream of breaking his array instantly? It was truly laughable. Interesting. Long Zhuan, completely unaware of the many thoughts running through her mind, cut to the chase. Don't invite me in for dinner or drinks. Just take me to the herb garden. I'll leave after the transaction. I have things to do at home. Once bitten, twice shy, he was truly terrified of Master Jin. Nothing would happen if he didn't go to her house, but if she really did put something in his drink, it would be a complete disaster. Hearing this, Dizin's beautiful eyes widened. Come in my house and have dinner and drinks with me? You wish. A single beauty's home isn't for a strange man like you to just walk in and sit. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? I had absolutely no intention of inviting you in for dinner, okay? Don't flatter yourself. Saying this, she couldn't help but glare at him again. No wonder she was a homebody, she was so clueless. Long Zhuan, sometimes influenced by modern thinking, realized that in a conservative world, a man and woman sharing a room was impossible. He had worried too much and said something unnecessary. However, he was thick-skinned and didn't show any expression even after being scolded by Dizin. Dizin had no choice but to lead him towards his herb garden, unable to continue the conversation. Chapter 61 Emperor Zin's Great Herb Garden. Dizin's vast medicinal herb garden was right in front of her house, just a few steps away. Long Zhuan never expected that the garden would be right under his nose. After Dizin tossed him a token-shaped array trigger, his vision blurred, and the illusion cast by the array instantly lost its effect, revealing the hidden scene. What had just been a lush green grassland had suddenly transformed into a paradise on earth, overflowing with spiritual herbs, leaving him utterly astonished. This medicinal herb garden was incredibly beautiful, with a vibrant garden of various colors and kinds of spiritual flowers vying for attention, each more beautiful than the last, with swarms of beautiful butterflies fluttering about. Next to the garden was an orchard, brimming with spiritual fruits of all shapes and colors, the fruit trees varying in height and size, each displaying its own unique form. Beside the orchard was a tea garden, also with various varieties, the tea trees displaying all sorts of strange and wonderful shapes, and the tea leaves taking on every possible form. At the entrance of the tea garden sat a large teapot, seemingly used for refining tea-making techniques. Beside the tea garden grew various exotic herbs, though short. Their sheer variety created a striking visual impact. Next to the herb garden was a tree garden, with ironwood, firewood, and beautiful cherry blossoms, the profusion of pink blossoms undoubtedly a favorite of spirit bees. Adjacent to the tree garden was a vegetable garden rich in various elemental energies, containing a complete range of varieties and grades, even including small chili peppers. Good heavens! Spiritual herbs are generally divided into 4 categories: flowers, herbs, and trees, and Dizin's herb garden encompassed them all. In this world, spiritual herbs can be broadly categorized into these 4 types. However, while trees and wood were the same thing in his previous life, they are completely different in this world. To put it simply, The leaves and fruits of trees can be used for alchemy, while wood is primarily for timber, to be cut down for crafting materials, array building materials, and even for construction. Besides the 4 categories of flowers, herbs, and trees, there are also some rarer species of spiritual herbs, but because their uses are so limited, they are collectively classified as other categories, such as vegetables, grains, vines, bamboo, herbs, moss, seaweed, and so on. Even these rare and miscellaneous items were all present in Dizen's herb garden. She had even dug a pond to grow aquatic plants, which were covered with lotus flowers, a beautiful sight. Was she a bit of a collector, or even obsessive-compulsive? Otherwise, why would she collect so many, so complete, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a paradise? Longzhuan was utterly shocked. What was she trying to do? Did she really consider this her home? But then Longzhuan suddenly remembered that she was a formation user. This little girl, relying on her hacking skills, often broke through other people's formations to raid their herb gardens. How could her own herb garden not be complete? It would be strange if it wasn't. Thinking about it this way, it suddenly made sense. She probably had all the spiritual herbs from other people's herb gardens into her own. Absolutely ruthless and terrifying. He had to keep a close eye on his herb garden from now on. What if she really did plunder it one day? Would he even survive then? Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take whichever medicinal herb you fancy and get it right away. Let me make this clear, I don't do business for less than 100 million. If you bother me for a few herbs, I'll kick you out immediately. Seeing Longzhuan's shocked expression, Dizen smiled smugly. This was her own paradise, a fairyland on earth, her warm little home. She had traveled to countless places to create it. It was all her hard work. Longzhuan snapped out of his daze and immediately headed towards the herb garden. Upon entering, he immediately felt a difference. The air was exceptionally fresh, mixed with the fragrance of medicinal herbs and the sweet scent of flowers. The spiritual energy here was abundant. Upon entering, Longzhuan immediately felt comfortable all over, as if staying here would prolong his life. It truly was a wonderful place to nourish the body. He decided he would also build such a herb garden. The path to longevity should be lived like this, comfort above all else, with enjoyment as the primary focus and cultivation as secondary. Originally, Longzhuan planned to transplant a bunch of first-grade spirit flowers back home, just enough for the spirit bees to eat. Otherwise, a bare herb garden with only a single spirit herb wouldn't look good. But now he suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to strive for perfection. Either he wouldn't do it at all, or he would do it to the best of his ability. He also wanted to create a herb garden of the same scale as Dizen's, with sections for spirit flowers, fruit trees, tea, and everything else. How could he not make it big, worthy of such a powerful formation as the frost array? The frost array had a cannon emplacement. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be able to conquer his herb garden. He could boldly plant some expensive spirit herbs. Longzhuan used his heavenly eye, quickly scanning the patches of spirit herbs. The progress was so great that he felt dizzy, as if he was about to exceed his capacity. But he soon discovered another function of his cheat ability. Previously, Longzhuan's herb garden was too low level, planted only with the lowest grade first-grade spirit herbs, so his cheat ability hadn't noticed anything. But upon arriving at this high-standard herb garden, his cheat ability immediately detected many different things. First, he understood one thing: the grade of a spiritual herb is not directly correlated with its lifespan. The lifespan of a spiritual herb is entirely related to its species. Tree-type spiritual herbs live a long time. Many trees live for 1,000 years. Herb-type spiritual herbs have short lifespans and often wither and die quickly. Therefore, in the world of spiritual herbs, a fourth-grade spiritual herb has a lifespan far shorter than a first-grade spiritual tree. Of course, this is a normal natural law. Even in his previous life, trees live the longest, with 1,000-year-old trees being commonplace. However, in this world, the lifespan of spiritual insects is directly correlated with their grade. This means that once a spiritual tree is infested with insects, the resulting insects will be extremely valuable. But just as humans have different aptitudes, spiritual herbs also have different aptitudes. The lifespan of the same type of spiritual herb cannot be exactly the same. For example, the peach trees in front of Longzhuan, about 100 in number, have a lifespan limit of 1,000 years. Of course, this 1,000-year lifespan limit doesn't mean they will necessarily die at exactly 1,000 years. Each individual is different, influenced by their aptitude. Some can live an extra 1,000 years, and some can live an extra 2,000 years. But one in particular stood out, its exceptional talent allowing it to live an extra 10,000 years, making it stand out from the crowd. Once an ancient tree becomes infested with insects, it produces top-grade spiritual insects. Longzhuan couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a golden opportunity. Dizin's herb garden was vast, containing countless spiritual herbs of such exceptional quality. He was about to strike it rich. A quick glance revealed at least 10 herbs with the potential to live 10,000 years, all capable of producing top-grade spiritual insects in the future. Moreover, each ancient tree would produce far more than one top-grade spiritual insect. His breathing quickened. Most spiritual herbs die before 10,000 years old. Who could predict which herb would live that long? Dizin certainly didn't have that ability, but Longzhuan could. With his keen eye, Longzhuan's future herb garden might be filled entirely with 10,000-year-old herbs. The thought was terrifying. A medicinal garden full of ancient herbs? Its scale is far superior to Dizin's medicinal garden. They are worlds apart, and there is no comparison. He has nothing to envy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Spiritual Soil. As expected of a renowned array master, your collection is truly extensive. Almost every rare spiritual herb on the market can be found in your herb garden. However, each high-grade spiritual herb requires a different cultivation method. It's not something anyone can just grow at will. How do you manage to grow so many different kinds of spiritual herbs in one herb garden? Longzhuan asked, voicing his biggest question. First-grade and second-grade spiritual herbs are like weeds in this world. Weeds can grow anywhere and can be cultivated on a large scale. But third-grade and above spiritual herbs are different. Because of their specific growth requirements, they are extremely rare in the wild, and even cultivators find them difficult to cultivate artificially, requiring the development of special cultivation methods. Yet, Dizin's herb garden contains a considerable number of third-grade and fourth-grade spiritual herbs, and their varieties are incredibly diverse. Could she be so learned that she knows the cultivation methods for all spiritual herbs? Even if she were incredibly knowledgeable and knew everything, she wouldn't have the energy to care for so many different kinds of spiritual herbs using different methods, would she? Guess, Dizin teased. Longzhuan turned around and immediately used his heavenly eye to magnify everything before him, scanning the entire herb garden at top speed, attempting to find its secrets using his microscopic abilities. In this world, the heavenly eye was practically a cheat code. It wasn't long before he discovered the secret of the herb garden and understood why Dizin could cultivate so many kinds of spiritual herbs. He looked at the soil where fourth-grade spiritual herbs were planted. It was the soil that was different. The soil used for the second-grade and lower-grade spiritual herbs in the garden was all local soil, ordinary and unremarkable. But the soil used for the third-grade and higher-grade spiritual herbs was different. It was red and contained immense spiritual power and astonishing fertility. This soil was extraordinary. Longzhuan couldn't help but walk over immediately, picking up a small clump of red soil from under the third-grade spiritual herbs and examining it closely. You discovered it so quickly? Good eyesight, Dizin smiled as he looked at Longzhuan. This is spirit soil. Spirit soil is a magical type of soil that can accelerate the growth of spirit herbs and can grow most of them. However, those spirit herbs with extreme growth requirements still cannot survive, such as those growing in extremely cold places, those growing in magma, and those living in water. These highly specialized spirit herbs cannot be grown even with top-grade spirit soil. Spirit soil is divided into 4 qualities: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. My spirit soil is a low-grade type called red soil, which can only grow most spirit herbs below grade 4 and can only double their growth rate. There are many types of spirit soil, including naturally occurring innate spirit soil and artificially prepared acquired spirit soil. Spirit soil formulas are closely guarded secrets of each race, even more so than unique goo formulas, and are never revealed to outsiders. I told you a long time ago that I would sell anything as long as the price is right. If you like it, I can sell you the red soil formula at a low price. Dizin smiled at Longzhuan, realizing he was very interested in this soil. However, she was mistaken. Longzhuan had just magnified the spiritual soil with his heavenly eye, and he already knew its formula. Why waste money on a formula? He wasn't stupid. Besides, his judgment was excellent. Knowing the formula for low-grade spiritual soil, he could easily concoct a formula for mid-grade or even top-grade spiritual soil. Who would want this trashy low-grade spiritual soil? It didn't deserve his magnificent, unparalleled herb garden. So, Long Zhuan shook his head and said, "No. Your stuff must be another stolen, closely guarded secret. Using it could bring disaster. I dare not use it." Dizin glanced at him, thinking he was indeed timid and cautious, not even daring to take this small risk. Long Zhuan wasn't wrong. Her red soil formula did indeed come from a powerful clan's treasured artifact, and using it could indeed bring trouble. But since no one had discovered her herb garden, nothing had happened yet. "I won't bother with the spirit soil formula, but could you sell me some spirit soil? I wonder how much it's worth," Long Zhuan asked again. He suddenly realized that creating his own spirit soil formula would take time, and without spirit soil, even transplanting third or fourth grade spirit herbs wouldn't survive. So he decided to buy some red soil to tide him over. He didn't need too much, just enough for third or fourth grade spirit herbs. As for the other first or second grade spirit herbs, he could just use ordinary soil. There was no need to waste money on them. Dizin's lips curled up, and he smiled. "My spirit soil isn't cheap. After all, it's a heaven-defying item that can accelerate the growth of spirit herbs and can be used to transplant fourth-grade spirit herbs." Long Zhuan decisively threw all 9 storage bags filled with fossils to Dizin, saying, "Do you think this is enough? If you can find a few top-grade spirit insects inside, you'll be rich." Dizin took the storage bags, looked inside, and his eyes immediately curved into a smile. Everyone has a bit of wishful thinking, even Dizin was no exception. What if she really found a top-grade spirit insect? With so many fossils, finding one top-grade spirit insect seemed quite normal. Thinking this, Dizin was even more delighted. She loved the feeling of opening blind boxes, loved the thrill of challenging the unknown. However, little did she know that even if there really were top-grade spirit insects here, they would have already been picked by Long Zhuan, and there was no way she would get a chance. Moreover, Long Zhuan had also taken a considerable number of fossils containing high-grade spirit insects. So, despite the large number of fossils in these 9 large storage bags, which looked impressive, most of them were actually useless stones. Dizin was destined to make a losing deal this time. "My remaining spirit oil can just offset the fossils in these 9 storage bags. I'll exchange them." "Didn't you need to transplant spirit herbs? Hurry up and choose. These spirit herbs will be priced separately," Dizin said after putting away the 9 storage bags. Long Zhuan nodded and immediately walked deeper into the herb garden. Putting everything else aside, he needed to uproot those 10-odd spiritual herbs with the potential to live for 10,000 years first. With these 10-odd future 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, even the greatest price he had to pay today would be worthwhile. Long Zhuan headed straight for the peach tree with great enthusiasm. Selecting herbs took Long Zhuan the better part of a day, mainly because digging up fruit trees and tea trees was simply too time-consuming. Tree-type spiritual herbs were the most valuable, but they were all incredibly large, not so easy to dig up. Only Dizin had a giant beetle with a shovel on its mouth, which could dig up a whole tree with a single shovel. Otherwise, let alone half a day, even a week wouldn't be enough to finish. Chapter 63 Recreating Spiritual Arts. Only when Long Zhuan's storage bags were completely full, and the storage bags he bought from Dizin were also full, did he reluctantly leave Dizin's herb garden. He really had the urge to uproot the entire garden, but unfortunately, that was impossible. First of all, his herb garden was too small to hold so many spiritual herbs. He would need to buy a large tract of farmland from his neighbor to accommodate them. At the same time, Long Zhuan also traded away all the spiritual insects he had, as well as a large number of spiritual pills, including a considerable number of spirit-gathering pills. There was no other way. He had taken half of the other person's 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Only when all his clones were laden with storage bags did he smile, wave goodbye, and return home fully loaded. However, Dizin was not in a good mood at this moment. Looking at the herb garden that she had painstakingly cultivated for many years, she was extremely upset. Now her paradise on earth was barren and patches, like it had been chewed up by dogs, almost completely destroyed by Long Zhuan. The once beautiful paradise was now extremely unsightly, as if it had been ransacked, becoming extremely ugly. This was the cozy little home she had painstakingly built over countless years, but now it was anything but cozy. At this moment, she even had the urge to kill. After returning to his herb garden, Longzhuan immediately began directing his clones to work, transplanting all the acquired spiritual herbs into the farmland. He also designated an area to be covered with spiritual soil, specifically for planting 3rd and 4th grade spiritual herbs. As usual, the clones worked feverishly, sweating profusely, while Longzhuan sat aside as a supervisor. Considering that the central area of the formation was too cold and unsuitable for most spiritual herbs, he had to isolate the central area with a formation. However, this left a large empty area in the center, so Longzhuan had to send his clones to buy up the surrounding farmland to fill the gap. The formation also needed to be expanded, which would require his main body to waste more time. After finishing all this, he left his clones there to continue working while he returned to his residence, sat down at the table, picked up paper and pen, and began to create his own spiritual soil formula. Spiritual soil is a valuable resource that accelerates the growth of spiritual herbs and can overcome the problem of most high-level spiritual herbs not adapting well to the local environment, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He absolutely did not intend to use low-grade spiritual soil. He only planned to borrow this oil refining process from the recipe and apply the template, replacing all the other materials. He first wrote the 4 characters spiritual soil recipe on a piece of paper, telling his cheat system what he wanted to create, before starting to consider what materials would be suitable. He suddenly remembered that bone powder could accelerate plant growth when playing games in his previous life, so without thinking, he directly wrote bone powder on the first line. Luckily, Longzhuan succeeded with just the first batch of materials, and a progress of 0.1% appeared out of thin air on the paper. He smiled slightly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Longzhuan did nothing but grind for the spiritual soil recipe, and nothing else. These 2 months were uneventful. However, a small incident occurred with Lin's clone. Lin's clone was responsible for looking after Elder Long's herb garden. Longzhuan hadn't yet developed the spiritual technique to conceal his realm, so he directly drained most of Lin's clone's spiritual power, keeping him at a very low realm, so Elder Long wouldn't notice any flaws. As expected, Long Lai came looking for him again these past 2 months. Longzhuan didn't know what it was about, but he didn't care. Even though the man acted very kindly, he suspected he was just shamelessly begging for wine, so it was best not to see him. The method was simple. He went to Elder Long and told him that a man named Long Lai had come outside, seemingly to collect a debt. Elder Long's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated the formation to blast him away, refusing to listen to any explanation. After several such blasts, Long Lai cursed at Elder Long, and finally never came again. His life returned to normal. One day, Longzhuan held a piece of paper, his face showing both excitement and a hint of dissatisfaction. He had undoubtedly succeeded in creating the spirit's oil formula. With that kind of cheat code, there was no possibility of failure, it was simply a matter of time. Unlike refining goo, which required thousands of materials, preparing spirit's oil only needed 100. The main focus was on the preparation process. Therefore, his creation of the spirit's oil formula was surprisingly fast, taking only about 2 months, and he was still quite satisfied. His only dissatisfaction was that this formula only produced high-grade spirits oil, not top-grade. It seemed that high-grade spirits oil was his limit. It wasn't that he couldn't guess, he was completely limited by the materials. He couldn't create top-grade spirits oil. Many materials were either unavailable to him at this stage or simply not found in this region, leaving him powerless. This high-grade spirits oil formula was his limit. Longzhuan sighed inwardly, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and could only make do. The spiritual oil he created was perhaps due to the large amount of bone powder used, resulting in a snow-white color. Spread across the ground, it resembled winter snow, pure and flawless, a breathtaking sight. Therefore, he simply named his creation Pure Land. Pure Land was capable of transplanting more varieties of high-grade spiritual herbs than red soil, and it could increase the growth rate of these herbs by 3 times. Longzhuan wasn't entirely satisfied with his created spiritual soil, unaware of how envious others would be if they knew he possessed superior grade spiritual soil. After all, the entire Far West didn't even have mid-grade spiritual soil. He had researched superior grade spiritual soil and was still not content. After carefully storing the Pure Land formula, Longzhuan immediately headed to his herb garden. Now that the Pure Land formula was created, it needed to be prepared as quickly as possible, and this glorious task naturally fell to his 5 avatars. Upon arriving at the herb garden, Long Zhuan was astonished by the sight. After 2 months of tireless effort from his avatars, his herb garden had finally taken shape and was completely transformed, possessing the potential of a paradise. His herb garden was laid out the same as Dizin's, divided into garden, orchard, and tea garden areas. The only difference was that his herb garden was much smaller than Dizin's, a miniature version of Dizin's. But the garden was equally beautiful, mainly due to the abundance of flowers. Flowers of all colors vied for attention, and rare and famous blooms competed for attention, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The entire garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers. A deep breath was enough to soothe the mind and relieve the day's fatigue. Of course, protected by an array, this idyllic scene was invisible to others. Only he, the owner of the array, could see it. Upon entering, Long Zhuan fell completely in love with the place. Compared to it, what was Long Lao's herb garden? It was utterly incomparable. His was overgrown with weeds, while the spiritual herbs in his own garden were at least second grade. Without comparison, there was no harm done. Even a dog wouldn't want to stay in that herb garden. After a moment of internal grumbling, Long Zhuan suddenly had an idea. He manipulated the array to secretly open a small crack in the barrier near the direction of Elder Long's herb garden. The noses of spirit beasts and insects were indeed far superior to those of humans. Despite the distance, the swarm of spirit bees could smell the fragrance of the flowers. It's worth noting that the spirit flowers in this herb garden were at least grade 2, and Long Zhuan had even transplanted several cherry blossom trees, all grade 4, not to mention countless fruit trees in bloom. The allure of high-grade spirit herbs to spirit bees was unimaginable. Thus, from afar, Long Zhuan heard a buzzing sound. The swarm of spirit bees, now numbering in the thousands, seemed guided by a navigation system, their eyes shining with excitement, as if they had found a treasure, and they frantically flew towards this direction. Soon, the swarm swarmed into the crack in the barrier and rushed towards the grade 4 spirit flowers inside. Especially the few 4th grade cherry blossom trees, which were their primary targets, each one burrowing into the flower buds and refusing to emerge. The abundance of 3rd and 4th grade spirit flowers here held a fatal attraction for them. This place was paradise for them, and once inside, they never wanted to leave. Compared to Elder Long's herb garden, this was their true haven. Elder Long's herb garden was far too barren, filled with first-grade weeds and wildflowers, a place even dogs wouldn't frequent. Thus Elder Long's herb garden was once again disliked. The spirit bees, once inside, refused to leave, showing no intention of returning to their hive. They even began building nests and homes on the cherry blossom branches, clearly intending to settle here permanently. The original hive hadn't been returned to by a single spirit bee, completely abandoned and neglected. Seeing these industrious little bees bustling about in the herb garden, Long Zhuan was in high spirits, a slight smile appearing on his face. He had felt something was missing in the herb garden earlier, and now he finally knew. It lacked vitality, it lacked the scent of animals. Without living creatures, even the most beautiful herb garden would be lifeless. Now, with the arrival of the spirit bees, the garden finally has a touch of life. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly ran to the center of the garden, where, naturally, was the iceberg snow lotus. Planted next to the frost fire, the iceberg snow lotus seemed to be growing even faster. Its lifespan was already at 50%, yet it had already advanced to a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb after using only half its lifespan. Judging from this, its lifespan was estimated to be 20,000 years. That's right, the 1,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus had successfully advanced to a 10,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus, becoming the only 10,000-year-old spiritual herb in this herb garden. Around it, a small patch of cold-loving spiritual herbs was also planted, bought by Long Zhuan to keep it company, fearing it would be lonely. He felt it would be a waste not to plant something in such a large open space, so he specially bought many ice-type spiritual herbs that could only grow in frigid environments. If one were to name the most valuable medicinal herb in the entire herb garden, it would undoubtedly be this 10,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus. Among all the 4th grade medicinal herbs, the iceberg snow lotus is the most renowned and valuable, and its 10,000-year age makes it the oldest in the entire garden, truly deserving of its title as the garden's treasure. The iceberg snow lotus is a favorite flower among spirit bees, who, naturally, know its value. They recognize its highest grade, oldest age, and best nectar source, and honey made from its nectar is sure to be the most fragrant. However, while they anxiously flew around the 10,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus, not a single spirit bee dared to fly inside. This 10,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus was simply too cold. The frost it released was unbearable for ordinary spirit bees. Anyone who flew to the iceberg snow lotus to collect nectar would surely be frozen to death, so no spirit bee dared to risk freezing to death. But as the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. There are always those who are greedy and willing to risk their lives. At this moment, there really was a tiny, fearless bee, willing to risk its life for a little food. It flew over from a great distance without slowing down, then plunged headfirst into the bud of the snow lotus. Long Zhuan's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, this little thing is truly brave, a real daredevil. I think it has the potential to become a queen bee. Long Zhuan developed a considerable interest in the spirit bee, wondering if this daring bee could evolve into a queen bee after consuming the honey made from the nectar of the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. He couldn't help but look forward to it. However, his anticipation quickly faded. Once inside, this gluttonous bee frantically collected nectar, shivering from the cold but not stopping, completely oblivious to the need to stop. After it had completely collected the nectar from the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, it tried to fly again but found that its wings were covered in layers of ice, making it impossible to fly. It could only desperately flap its little wings, powerless, anxiously watching its life force slowly drain away. Long Zhuan shook his head. This little dazed bee didn't seem capable of shouldering the responsibility of being the queen bee. Could it even hold on to the position? Helpless, he reached out and pulled the frozen spirit bee from the heart of the ancient snow lotus, placing it on the ground, at least saving its life. The half-dead spirit bee lay on the ground for what seemed like an eternity before finally recovering. Forgetting the danger it had just faced, it excitedly flew towards the still unfinished hive. Looking at this spirit bee on which he had placed such high hopes, Long Zhuan suddenly remembered something. That's it, he rushed out of the herb garden and ran towards Elder Long's herb garden. Soon after, he returned carrying a beehive half his height, his expression excited, grinning from ear to ear. The beehive was heavy, filled with honey, almost overflowing. Now that the swarm of spirit bees had a better choice and didn't want the hive anymore, wouldn't all the honey inside be his? After waiting so long, he could finally enjoy some delicious spirit honey. So, upon returning, he happily sipped his honey water while continuing his supervisory work, adding some ice. The formula for superior spirit's oil had been created. Now, his clone needed to scour the land for materials, then prepare it into pure oil and spread it widely throughout the herb garden. This was a massive undertaking, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he didn't know how long it would take to complete. Long Zhuan wasn't idle either. He took out a table and chairs, along with paper and pen, from his storage bag, intending to use the time while his clone prepared the spirit's oil to design a second complementary spirit technique for the 10 absolute scriptures. He already had a plan for the type of this second complementary spirit technique. His attack methods were insufficient, practically non-existent. He lacked area of effect attacks, so he wanted to develop an area of effect spirit technique. Among the 5 elements, fire had the strongest destructive power, so he planned to design an ability to unleash fire attacks. This attack method, though simple, was undoubtedly the most practical. Smelling the fragrance of flowers and sipping honey water, his mind flowed with inspiration, and numerous wondrous ideas surged into his head in a short time. Releasing flames was an extremely common spiritual technique, a concept everyone could easily conceive of, and many similar techniques existed. Long Zhuan was fully aware of the principles. However, he didn't want a technique that many people possessed. He wanted to stand out, to be unique, to rise above the crowd of fire-based abilities. This required him to put his mind to work. He didn't ponder for long. Since it was a complementary spiritual technique, it would inevitably require full utilization of the 5 attributes. And to develop a fire-based ability, it had to be primarily fire-based, with the other 4 attributes as secondary. Furthermore, the flames needed to be enhanced by the support of the other 4 attributes. Utilizing the other attributes to achieve this effect wasn't difficult. It was the old approach, the generating cycle of one of the 3 major cycles of the 5 elements. However, since fire was the primary attribute, the cycle of the 5 elements should be earth, metal, water, wood, fire. A single fire might not be strong enough, but what if it was nourished by wood? What if the wood then uses water as nourishment? starting with the earth as the initial nourishment, and then layering on top of that, until finally ending with fire. How powerful would that final fire be? How powerful would the fire-based spiritual arts released from that fire be? Longzhuan dared not imagine, nor could he estimate it at all. But it must be absolutely terrifying, definitely standing out among all fire-based abilities. Chapter 64: The Ultimate Spiritual Insect. So while his clones were working feverishly in the herb garden, Longzhuan embarked on his arduous journey of mastering the spiritual art. His clones toiled in the fields, sweating profusely, while he focused on the spiritual art. The spirit bees busied themselves in the herb garden, while he focused on the spiritual art, undeterred by wind or rain. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Longzhuan slammed shut a book with the words 5 Elements Palm written on its cover. In the lower right corner of the cover was a line of smaller print, written by Longzhuan. This book, titled 5 Elements Palm, was the spiritual art he had created after half a year of painstaking effort. Longzhuan was excited and proud, brimming with a sense of accomplishment, a faint smile playing on his lips. Such a powerful spiritual art had been born in his hands. He was proud and arrogant, truly feeling a surge of triumph, and he was about to swell with pride. What kind of spiritual art could make him so proud? 5 Elements Palm was a palm technique he created using the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and circulation, consisting of 5 forms. First form, blazing palm. The spiritual energy cycle is earth, metal, water, wood, fire. Second form, life-destroying palm. The spiritual energy cycle is fire, earth, metal, water, wood. Third form, surging wave palm. The spiritual energy cycle is wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Fourth form, Vajra palm. The spiritual energy cycle is water, wood, fire, earth, metal. Fifth form, Tathagata palm. The spiritual energy cycle is metal, water, wood, fire, earth. This first form, blazing palm, is the palm technique he planned to unleash flames. Starting with earth and progressing layer by layer, this blazing palm is terrifying beyond measure. If other people's fire attribute spiritual arts unleash flames, then his blazing palm unleashes a sea of fire of immense power with an extremely wide attack range. Using a sea of fire for a wide-range attack leaves the enemy with no way to avoid it. It can be said that his basic attack is someone else's ultimate move. It's ridiculously strong. While both are fire-based spiritual arts, his blazing palm is more than enough to overpower the vast majority of fire-based spiritual arts in this world. Since the blazing palm can be created by cycling through spiritual energy with fire as the final element, similarly, by cycling through other attributes, one can naturally create spiritual arts of the other 4 attributes. This requires him to come up with 4 more creative ideas to complete the remaining 4 forms of the 5 elements palm. This time, however, it doesn't require much brain power. Since it's a set of spiritual arts, the attack methods he devises simply need to match the characteristics of mutated spiritual energy. Unlike ordinary spiritual energy, mutated spiritual energy naturally needs to have special characteristics. Each type of mutated spiritual energy is unique, with its own distinct properties. The characteristics of the mutated spiritual energy in the 10 absolute scriptures can be summarized in one word each. Fire burns, wood grows, water is dense, metal is firm, and earth is heavy. Therefore, designing the remaining 4 forms simply requires focusing on these 4 words: growing, dense, firm, and heavy, ensuring a 100% fit. For example, the characteristic of wood is life, the power of growth. Longzhuan's first thought was the ripening technique from cultivation novels, a spiritual technique that could accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in researching it. The life-crushing palm has the effect of ripening spiritual herbs, but when used on a person, it has the opposite effect, destroying the person's vitality and causing irreversible damage. Therefore, Longzhuan named this move life-crushing palm, not life-accelerating palm. Moreover, although the life-crushing palm's ability to ripen spiritual herbs is heaven-defying, it is limited by one's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual power one has, and the longer the ripening period. If the cultivation level is too low and the spiritual power is too low, then the ripening period will naturally be limited. At this time, he is only in the spirit-gathering stage, and his mutated spiritual power is only in the initial stage of the fusion of 2 attributes. The ripening effect is naturally negligible. At most, one palm strike can last for 10 days, which is really useless. It is definitely not useful in the short term and is far less practical than the other side of the life-crushing palm. As for the last three forms of the five elements palm, the surging wave palm, the Vajra palm, and the Tathagata palm, what kind of idea is this? Since he had even thought of a name, it was clear he already had an idea in mind and had already prepared a draft. If the blazing palm was a group attack, then the Tathagata palm was a single target attack, the surging wave palm was a ranged attack, and the Vajra palm was a close range attack. The five forms of the five elements palm were very comprehensive in their abilities. However, time was limited, and he was a bit tired, so he would have to take a break from updating the last three forms for a while. Longzhuan took out a communication talisman from his storage bag. This was a communication talisman given to him by old Taoist Li. The talisman roughly meant that he was going to the 100,000 mountains to hunt spirit beasts and wanted to invite him to join him. If it were before, he would have refused without even thinking about it. Going to the wild was too dangerous, he wouldn't go anywhere else and would stay in his comfortable little nest. But this time, it probably wouldn't work. Recently, there had been signs of spirit beasts gathering in the 100,000 mountains, indicating the possibility of a beast tide. Therefore, the powerful figures in the vicinity had united to issue a statement requiring all cultivators to go to the 100,000 mountains to clear out the spirit beasts and prevent the beast tide from impacting the villages. This was a mandatory order, everyone had a responsibility to deal with the approaching beast tide, and no one could stand idly by. He couldn't very well refuse, so he had to interrupt his research into spiritual arts and prepare to make a trip to the 100,000 mountains. Just then, Old Li extended an invitation to form a team, which he readily accepted. Speaking of which, he had a considerable interest in hunting spirit beasts. In his previous life, animals had parasites inside their bodies, so it made sense that spirit beasts in this world would also have worms, right? The spirit beasts in this world also had worms, even top-grade spirit worms, which was one source of obtaining them. Killing spirit beasts in this world was equivalent to getting loot. They would drop spirit worms of various qualities, attracting countless rogue cultivators and gradually forming the profession of hunter, who made a living by hunting spirit beasts. Just like in his previous life playing games and getting loot from monsters, the spirit worms dropped were all random. Whether you got a top-grade spirit worm depended entirely on luck. Some people were unlucky and kept getting low-grade spirit worms, while others were lucky enough to get a top-grade spirit worm on their very first kill. As for which spirit beast contains a good worm, you can't tell at all. You can only increase the drop rate by hunting high-grade spirit beasts. This is because spirit beasts and humans have a different growth system. The various abilities of spirit beasts are not learned through acquired skills, but inherited through bloodline. The ancestors of spirit beasts replicated all their abilities into their bloodline, passing them down from generation to generation, allowing spirit beasts to master various powerful forces without spending time learning. Of course, the next generation of spirit beasts cannot master all the abilities of the ancestral beast, otherwise, wouldn't ancestral beasts be everywhere? For example, if a powerful ancestral beast has 10,000 abilities, then which ability its offspring will inherit is completely random. If they are unlucky, they will awaken a useless ability and be at the bottom of the food chain. If they are lucky, they will awaken an extraordinary ability and become a beast king. Furthermore, as the bloodline of the ancestral beasts gradually becomes thinner with each generation, the number of abilities awakened by spirit beasts will decrease. Until today, most spirit beasts only have one or a few abilities. Those unawakened abilities are called latent abilities by humans, but they have always been hidden in the bloodline of spirit beasts and have not disappeared. If a spirit beast possesses extraordinary talent and exhibits ancestral reversion, its latent abilities may awaken. However, the strange thing is that parasites born within a spirit beast may carry its latent abilities. Since spirit beasts aren't goo cultivators, they can't utilize such power. Therefore, the type of spirit worm a spirit beast possesses cannot be determined solely by its abilities. A seemingly useless spirit beast that only spits bubbles might have a spirit worm with a heaven-defying power to cause floods, like opening a blind box, completely unpredictable and without any method of judgment. Longzhuan is a complete exception. He can see the progress of the spirit worms within spirit beasts. He can instantly identify which spirit beast contains a top-grade spirit worm, unlike others who rely on luck and blind boxes. Entering the spirit beast world is like using a navigation system for him. Therefore, while this large-scale spirit beast hunting mission is somewhat dangerous for him, it's also an opportunity. Since his clone lacks the ability to see the progress, he doesn't intend to let it go in his place. Finding top-grade spirit worms like using a navigation system requires his main body. For someone like him, the 100,000 mountains were a treasure trove. Finding top-grade spirit insects here wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. His only concern was whether he had the strength. Therefore, Longzhuan didn't show much resistance to this mandatory mission. On the contrary, he even had a faint sense of anticipation, as if a vast swarm of top-grade spirit insects was beckoning him ahead. Actually, there was another type of parasite on spirit beasts. Besides naturally occurring spirit insects, those inside a spirit beast's body could also originate from the outside world. When a spirit beast drank water or passed by a patch of grass, it was very likely that a naturally occurring spirit insect would jump onto its body and hide in its fur, thus becoming a parasite. This included fleas, lice, ticks, and many other insects unique to this world, which Shivan Longzhuan, an entomologist, had never seen. However, parasites on the surface of spirit beasts were easily spotted by sharp-eyed goo cultivators. Once he teamed up with other goo cultivators, these kinds of spirit insects were no longer something he could easily target. His target was still the naturally occurring spirit insects inside the spirit beasts, which his teammates couldn't see, giving him a lot more room to maneuver. Longzhuan was very interested in this trip. After replying with a message on the communication talisman, he immediately packed his things and headed to the location agreed upon by Elder Li. There was a reason for this. Before leaving, he had asked Elder Long for leave to temporarily suspend his work at the herb garden. The herb garden wouldn't die if it was neglected for a month, so Elder Long agreed without hesitation. He knew about the impending beast tide and didn't ask any questions, continuing to study the formula for the 100-flower pill. Longzhuan was getting increasingly anxious. How much time had passed? He was almost tired of the 100-flower pill, and Elder Long still hadn't figured it out. It's worth mentioning that the major clan's goo cultivators wouldn't be sending out all their forces for this beast tide cleanup mission, a considerable number would remain behind. After all, unlike independent cultivators, major clans had large empires and needed to maintain a certain strength to protect their homes. Elder Long was one of those who didn't need to participate in this mission. Don't talk about unfairness, this world has never been fair. Fairness always lies with the strong. Independent cultivators are weak and can only be manipulated. The meeting place arranged by Li Liodao was the Jin family inn in the market. Following the guidance of the communication talisman, Longzhuan entered one of the inn's private rooms. Upon entering, he found that there were already quite a few people in the room. Clearly, Li Liodao had invited more than just him. These people were undoubtedly his teammates for the upcoming trip. There were 3 men and 2 women in the room. Li Liodao was a familiar face, and there was also a young medicine boy whose name he didn't know, who often sold him junk and was also a semi-acquaintance. Another person was an old man he recognized. Longzhuan thought for a while before realizing that this was the old man who had sold him the beehives many years ago. He just had poor eyesight and sold him high-grade spirit bees thinking they were mid-grade spirit bees. He never expected to see him again after so many years, and even coincidentally become his teammates. Life is truly unpredictable. As for the other 2 women, Longzhuan also knew them because his clone often visited the market and attended various trade fairs. One was an old woman named Han Mei, and the other was a middle-aged woman of average appearance named Zhang Ling. All 5 were at the peak of the spirit-gathering stage, only one step away from the marrow-cleansing stage, making them among the strongest rogue cultivators in the market. Only Longzhuan was at the late stage of the spirit-gathering stage, which was a drag on the group. Old Li, why did you bring a late-stage spirit-gathering cultivator? Isn't this deliberately holding us back? I don't want to bring a burden along. The old man with poor eyesight, true to form, hadn't recognized Longzhuan yet, and upon seeing the newcomer's lower cultivation level, he showed slight displeasure. Old Li immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Old Ma, you haven't been to the market for so many years, so you might not know. This young friend is named Longzhuan. Don't let his lower cultivation level fool you, his combat strength is by no means weak. I can't reveal the specifics, but he definitely has the strength of a peak spirit-gathering cultivator. Otherwise, why would I have invited him? What good would bringing a burden like this do me? You can rest assured. Even if he's not strong enough, he has the little strong goo with him, he won't die easily. How could he hold us back? Hearing that the newcomer, though only at the late spirit-gathering stage, possessed the strength of a peak spirit-gathering cultivator. Old Ma looked surprised and scrutinized the face more closely. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly felt the face was familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. After a long while, he finally realized, wasn't this the young man who bought his beehive years ago? His eyes widened immediately. He had realized he'd been mistaken shortly after returning home. After all, top-grade honey can never become mid-grade honey, and since the top-grade honey is still in his hands, it will be exposed sooner or later. The thought that he had actually sold a top-grade spirit bee's hive made him so angry that he slapped his thigh and regretted it to the core. Upon seeing the person in question, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in a flustered manner, "So it's you, kid? You cunning rascal, you've really tricked me. Give me back my top-grade spirit beehive." Hearing this, Long Zhuan looked puzzled and asked, confused, "Who are you? I don't know you. What spirit beehive? I don't know what you're talking about." "Ha ha ha." Old Li patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. "Old friend, the market has had these rules for so many years. You can't hold someone accountable for being cheated. Have you forgotten the rules after all these years?" With that, Old Li ignored him and walked up to Long Zhuan, saying, "Don't worry about him. The market has its rules. You're really lucky, kid, to have found a top-grade spirit beehive at such a low price. Top-grade honey isn't cheap. If your herb garden is full of flowers, selling honey will be a considerable source of income." Old Li looked envious, wondering if he could trade some high-grade honey with him after returning. High-grade honey was a valuable commodity, but he wondered what kind of high-grade spirit bees could have caused Old Ma to lose his composure like that. His eyes darted around. Long Zhuan glanced at Old Ma, who was glaring at him fiercely, and chose to ignore him, starting to chat with Old Li. "Enough with this small talk. I've never hunted in the 10,000 mountains before, and I know nothing about the situation there. How dangerous will this hunt be?" Long Zhuan asked seriously. "Haha, don't worry about that. I guarantee 100% safety on this trip to the 10,000 mountains. There won't be any accidents. You can rest assured." Old Li immediately patted his chest and assured him, his tone full of confidence. 100% safe. Long Zhuan's voice trailed off, his eyebrows raised. He felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Old Li had also said 100% safety when he invited him to the ancient tomb last time, right? But what was the result? Driven away by powerful clans and used as cannon fodder, a large number of rogue cultivators died. He was lucky he didn't go. "Are you sure what Old Li is saying is reliable?" Long Zhuan couldn't help but ask, his face showing doubt. Old Li immediately understood which time Long Zhuan was referring to, and his old face flushed slightly with embarrassment as he said, "Last time was an accident. Don't worry, this time it's absolutely reliable because I've hired a big shot to carry me." Chapter 65 The Little Medicine Boy's Creative Ideas. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately perked up their ears. They knew all too well the dangers of hunting spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. It was a mission that could easily lead to death. Spirit beasts were not so easy to hunt. If hunting them were that easy, all the rogue cultivators would be incredibly wealthy, instead of being as poor as dirt. Spirit beasts were generally physically strong and far faster than humans. If a spirit beast ignored its goo worms and went straight for a weak goo cultivator, it would be extremely fatal. This was how most rogue cultivators who went to hunt spirit beasts died. Moreover, they were all goo cultivators at the lowest level, the spirit gathering stage, at the very bottom of the food chain. In the world of spirit beasts, where the strong prey on the weak, there was no such thing as the shame of bullying the weak. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a fourth-tier spirit beast, they would become its prey. The world of spirit beasts was always about the strong bullying the weak. Battles between people of equal strength were rare. Therefore, the perilous nature of the 10,000 mountains was unimaginable. None of them were truly confident about this hunting mission, filled with anxiety about the road ahead. Now, hearing that Old Li had found a powerful ally who could guarantee everyone's safety, they immediately became interested and pricked up their ears to listen. Seeing everyone looking at him, Old Li revealed a smug expression and continued, "To tell you the truth, I found a goo cultivator from a powerful clan, and a genius goo cultivator at the early stage of marrow cleansing, possessing a top-grade goo worm with unparalleled combat power. With him leading the way, our safety is guaranteed. Moreover, we'll only be lingering on the edge of the 10,000 mountains, never venturing deep. With a powerful protector, how could we possibly encounter danger? This trip is 100% safe, I say," Old Li declared confidently. Hearing this, The crowd was not pleased. Instead, their worries deepened. Hanmei frowned, her brows furrowed, and asked first, "No way, how could a genius Gu cultivator from a great clan bother leading a group of lowly rogue cultivators? What benefits would he get from doing this? Could it be a trap?" Long Zhuan nodded, finding the whole thing unbelievable. Would a Gu cultivator from a great clan really be so kind? "No," Old Li said confidently, "you've all heard of the person I'm talking about. He's Long Qilin, the son of the Long family head. Long Qilin is different from his cunning father. He's known for his honesty and kindness, a real good-natured man." I begged him, and he agreed without much persuasion. "Of course, it's just a short trip. Once we reach the depths of the 10,000 mountains, he'll continue on his way, and we'll return the way we came." Hearing this, Zhang Ling's worry vanished, and she smiled. "I see. If it's just a short trip, then there's no problem. The return route will have already been cleared by him, so we won't encounter any danger on our return journey." The young medicine boy also said, "I trust this man's character. With him leading the way, there won't be any problems. We can be assured of a worry-free trip." The others nodded in agreement, their worries disappearing and replaced by joy. Long Zhuan was greatly surprised. Just who was this Long Qilin, that he inspired such trust in his character? Simply mentioning that he was the guide was enough to immediately lower everyone's guard, leaving no room for doubt. This was the Gu realm, and completely trusting someone there was incredibly difficult. Just how high was Long Qilin's character to inspire such terrifying trust? Long Zhuan glanced at Old Li, his suspicions undiminished, but still said, "All right. I'll trust you one more time." After all, this person's surname was Long. If he claimed to be Old Long's medicine boy, even if something happened, he could give Old Long face. With this in mind, Long Zhuan stopped doubting. Speak of the devil, and he appears. While they were discussing Long Qilin, the very person in question arrived. Long Qilin suddenly pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Long Zhuan immediately looked at the newcomer. Indeed, he had a kind face, an honest and simple appearance, and his appearance alone suggested a truly benevolent person. This man lacked the arrogance often associated with scions of powerful clans. He was remarkably kind, his muscular physique resembling that of a simple farmer, making him quite approachable. Judging by his muscles, Long Zhuan knew he was a close combat specialist, primarily using blood-bound internal Gu techniques, and personally charging into battle. However, this man hadn't come alone. A young boy followed behind him, his clothes tattered, seemingly also a rogue cultivator. Upon seeing this person, Li Laodao frowned. He completely trusted Long Qilin, but this man was not only untrustworthy but also utterly unknown. He had never seen him before. No one wanted to team up with a complete stranger. Not only was trust impossible, requiring constant vigilance, but disputes over unequal distribution could easily erupt, even escalating into internal conflict, all detrimental to the team. Unexpected changes were the worst thing in any endeavor, and the man Long Qilin had brought displeased Li Laodao, yet he dared not say anything. "And who is this?" Li Laodao tentatively asked, looking at the young man behind Long Qilin. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you." Long Qilin pointed to the young man and said, "Like you, this young man named Ma Wu asked me for a ride. Since it's the same whether I give him one or two, and it's on the way, I just gave them both a ride. It's no trouble at all, no need to thank me." He spoke casually, but the others weren't so happy. However, since they were the ones asking for help, they naturally didn't dare ask for much and could only suppress their displeasure and force a smile. Old Li looked at the young man suspiciously before smiling and introducing the others in the room to Long Qilin. When he introduced Long Zhuan immediately preemptively introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Long Zhuan, I'm Old Master Long's medicine boy. Please take care of me." His purpose in saying this was, of course, to establish a connection. If this person had any ill intentions, perhaps he could give Old Master Long face and not make things difficult for him. In reality, he was no medicine boy at all. He was just a lowly servant, completely unrelated to medicine boys, and rarely saw Old Master Long. They had virtually no connection whatsoever. However, mentioning Elder Long's name only made things worse. Long Qilin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned to Long Zhuan, snarling, "So, you're Elder Long's disciple. And you even have the surname Long. Your master owes me 10 million spirit stones. A disciple must repay a master's debt. Tell me, what's the plan, huh?" Long Zhuan was completely bewildered. Something seemed off about this script. Good heavens, He'd been automatically upgraded from a medicine boy to a disciple. And the scene seemed strangely familiar. It seemed he'd mentioned Elder Long in front of Long Eye before, and it only made things worse. Only now did he realize he'd done something stupid. Elder Long's reputation seemed worthless outside, never mention his name when trouble arose. Not mentioning him would at most get you a beating, but mentioning him would only get you a worse beating. Ha ha ha. Alright. I'm not teasing you anymore. There's a reason for this. How could I possibly take money from a junior? It's getting late, let's set off now. Long Killin laughed loudly, turned and walked out, the young man following closely behind. The 6 people inside exchanged glances and followed him out, catching up with Long Killin's footsteps, slowly leaving the inn. The area outside the inn was already packed with people. They weren't the only ones preparing to hunt in groups. The market was overflowing with people, every shop crammed with customers. The impending beast tide filled the entire market with tension. All the goo cultivators were scrambling to buy supplies, striving to increase their strength as quickly as possible and arm themselves as much as possible to protect themselves during the upcoming beast tide. Therefore, all the shops were overflowing with people. The entire market was teeming with people, many times more than usual, and every shop was making a fortune. Once outside the market, the group tacitly began to speed up, rapidly heading towards the 10,000 mountains. The 10,000 mountains were not close to the market town, so walking slowly was not an option. They had to channel spiritual energy into their legs to increase their speed. However, this was a primitive method, and their speed was still limited. Outrunning spirit beasts was out of the question. Long Zhuan liked to plan ahead, promptly identifying his weaknesses and addressing them. After today's run, he realized that speed was his Achilles heel, and he would be in trouble if he encountered a speed-type opponent. Not only were spirit beasts incredibly fast, but goo worms were also far faster than humans. If one day he encountered an opponent with an incredibly fast goo worm that could bypass Xiaobai and attack him directly, he would be in serious trouble. With this in mind, Long Zhuan immediately included creating his own movement technique in his plan. Half a day passed quickly as everyone ran. By this time, except for Long Killin, all the rogue cultivators were sweating profusely and panting heavily. The young apprentice seemed much better, only a little out of breath. Looking at the old Taoist priest beside him, who was already drenched in sweat, he curled his lip in a mocking expression, his face full of disdain. He was subtly mocking the old Taoist priest for his lack of foresight. Body tempering was harmful, and others dared not overdo it, fearing hidden injuries or even damaging their foundation. But why hadn't he developed his own little strong goo? The little strong goo could negate all conventional harm. The harm of body tempering was nothing compared to it. A goo cultivator with a little strong goo could increase their training volume tenfold without any damage to their body. They could overtrain, recklessly pushing their bodies to their limits, allowing their body tempering to progress rapidly. This was a shortcut that would leave their peers far behind. Something he could easily think of, this old Taoist priest hadn't even considered. He'd lived so many years in vain, his intelligence. The young apprentice looked at his head with pity. These rogue cultivators were, after all, goo cultivators in the spirit gathering stage. How could they possibly keep up with the speed of the dragon Killin? Long Killin was not only a goo cultivator at the early stage of marrow cleansing, but also clearly a body training expert, naturally skilled in long-distance travel. This was only because Long Killin deliberately slowed down to accommodate everyone, otherwise, these rogue cultivators would have been left far behind, not even a wisp of smoke from their rear ends. No one wanted to hold them back, so they all gritted their teeth and persevered, but spiritual power is finite, and what use was their willpower? However, apart from the little medicine boy with his amazing body training, there was an exception, Long Zhuan, whose condition was even better than the little medicine boy's. While everyone else was exhausted and drenched in sweat, he remained expressionless, not a drop of sweat on his face. He seemed perfectly fine, even having the leisure to admire the scenery. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was on vacation. Everyone was astonished. All the rogue cultivators here were at the peak of spirit gathering, except for him, who was at the late stage of spirit gathering, with the least spiritual power. Logically, he should have been the first to give up, the one holding them back. How could he endure this long? It simply didn't make sense. Everyone was utterly baffled, their gazes filled with astonishment as they stared at Long Zhuan. Little did they know that Long Zhuan had 5 clones constantly feeding him feedback on his body refining results, effectively multiplying his physical abilities 5-fold. Therefore, his stamina was not only not inferior, but far surpassed that of ordinary people. His spiritual power was even more formidable. The strength of the 10 absolute physique lay in its abundant spiritual power and endurance, far exceeding that of others at the same level. Despite being only a late-stage spirit-gathering cultivator, his spiritual power was actually more terrifying than that of a peak spirit-gathering cultivator. Furthermore, his mutated spiritual power was of high quality, and consisted of 5 different types. How could these rogue cultivators possibly outlast him? Forget about it. He might even be able to hold his own against Long Killen. Suddenly noticing everyone staring at him with suspicion, each one exhausted to the point of collapse, Long Zhuan finally seemed to understand. He hurriedly feigned panting heavily, breathing heavily. However, he wasn't sweating at all. Who could believe such a clumsy act? Who was he trying to fool? Everyone rolled their eyes. Long Killen suddenly turned around and, seeing everyone's condition, knew they had reached their limit. He immediately ordered them to rest on the spot. The rogue cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, and frantically gulping down water. Their legs felt like lead, making even the slightest movement difficult. You guys aren't any better. You're not even as durable as the weakest cultivator, indeed. We Longs are the most durable. Long Killen glanced disdainfully at the rogue cultivators lying on the ground, then turned to Long Zhuan, who was panting heavily, with interest. All right. Stop pretending. There's not even a drop of sweat on your face. Don't insult their intelligence. What body refining technique did you learn? It seems quite powerful. I've never heard of Elder Long having such a formidable body refining technique. Long Killen asked Long Zhuan with suspicion. I didn't cultivate any body refining technique. I just have innate superhuman strength, Long Zhuan replied evasively. He truly relied purely on physical strength, which was forcibly amplified by his 5 clones. He hasn't been practicing any body refining techniques yet. His longevity is entirely due to his body's fundamental attributes and the 10 absolute physique. He definitely intends to practice body refining techniques, and given the unique nature of the 10 absolute physique, he'll likely have to create his own, but that's not in his plans right now. Using 5 clones for basic training is fine, but using techniques for body refining is very dangerous. If one doesn't understand body refining and practices blindly, it's easy to cause problems. He's already understood that the cheat system only tells him whether something he researches is feasible, but it will never tell him how dangerous it is. Even if he researches a technique with a 90% chance of death if practiced, the progress will show 100%, and it will never warn him of the technique's drawbacks. Therefore, he plans to create his own body refining technique after he refines the water bear goo. With the water bear goo, he will have an immortal body and can completely ignore the various damages caused by body refining. That will be the time for him to research body refining techniques. At that time, no matter how dangerous the technique is, he can withstand it. I don't know if you cultivate body refining techniques, but you definitely have a technique for cultivating spiritual power, and it's not weak at all, completely comparable to my Long Clan Zuinitun dragon technique. Your mutated spiritual power is also in no way inferior to my Long Clan's dragon power. Long Killen looked into Long Zhuan's eyes, revealing a serious expression. Brother Long has excellent eyesight, but my situation is special. Elder Long instructed me not to reveal it to others, so I can only apologize. Long Zhuan gave the excuse he had prepared beforehand. Although Elder Long's name wasn't very effective outside, this was the only thing he could say at this point. He really couldn't hide the fact that he had mutated spiritual power. Using any spiritual technique would reveal it to others. Even if he concealed it now, how could he hide it during the battle later? Therefore, Long Zhuan had already made preparations in his mind. Long Killen nodded, acknowledging his explanation, and added, as expected, it was passed down to you by Elder Long. The Long Clan's secret techniques are never passed on to outsiders. Even if someone is a top-tier genius, they won't be nurtured by the Long Clan. It seems you truly possess the Long Clan's bloodline, otherwise, Elder Long would never have done this. Old Li, standing to the side, showed surprise. He knew Long Zhuan's techniques were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful, comparable to the Long Clan's most powerful clan technique. It's important to know that the Long Clan's Zuinitun dragon technique is already one of the strongest techniques in the far west. Its supernatural power increases the strength of the dragon and elephant. Those who master it can cultivate the power of a dragon, making every Long Clan Gu cultivator a melee monster. For Long Zhuan's technique to rival the Zhuanitun dragon technique is truly an extremely high evaluation. Chapter 66 Acquisition of a top-grade spirit insect. After resting for a while and replenishing their strength with food, the group set off again. However, their journey was intermittent, with frequent stops and breaks every half day, until they finally reached the edge of the 10,000 mountains 5 days later. Upon entering the 10,000 mountains, Long Zhuan saw rows upon rows of ancient, towering trees. Their trunks were thick and tall, their branches lush and verdant, forming a green ocean. A breeze carried the scent of vegetation and the rich aroma of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here was far higher than in the market town, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. However, no family dared to settle here. While the cultivation environment was excellent, they would be the first to be affected by a beast tide. The 10,000 mountains were incredibly vast. Why was it called the 10,000 mountains? Because there were over 10,000 mountains, one after another, stretching endlessly, their area immeasurable. It was said that the 10,000 mountains spanned countless regions, with the far west being just a small part of its borders. Within the vast forests, countless powerful spirit beasts and untold mysteries lurk. It's no exaggeration to say that the overall strength of spirit beasts far surpasses that of humans. After all, most humans are born mortals incapable of cultivation, and even the small minority who can must strive to grow stronger. Spirit beasts, however, are different. They are born with combat abilities, all inherited from birth, requiring no learning like humans do. They are also incredibly prolific, often having litters of more than 10. If the spirit beast world weren't so fragmented and lacking in intelligence, humans would never be the masters of this world. Under these circumstances, no family would dare settle in the 100,000 mountains. Upon reaching the edge of the 100,000 mountains, the group finally slowed their pace, conserving their spiritual energy and ceasing to use it for travel. Entering this area was already considered dangerous, battles could erupt at any moment, and they couldn't afford to squander their spiritual energy as recklessly as they had on their journey. Everyone became cautious, frequently glancing warily at their surroundings. Old Ma, ever cautious, spoke up, reminding everyone, "Be careful, everyone. In the 100,000 mountains, danger doesn't just come from spirit beasts. Often, various insects are even more dangerous and harder to defend against than spirit beasts." Everyone nodded in agreement. Compared to spirit beasts, insects might not be that strong, but their sheer size makes them difficult to detect. One wrong move and you're hooked, making them far more troublesome than the massive spirit beasts. And their lethality is disproportionate to their size. A hit can truly be fatal. Old Ma, we would have been careful even if you hadn't said anything. But why is your face so pale? If you're not feeling well, you can still go back now. Once you get deeper in, it will be too late to turn back. We can't bring you back, Old Li said kindly, looking at Old Ma's pale face. Hearing this, Long Zhuan also instinctively looked at Old Ma's face. Sure enough, his face was frighteningly white, completely bloodless, as if he were about to die. This was definitely not a normal person's complexion. Old Ma's health was definitely in trouble. He was perfectly fine just a moment ago, and suddenly he looked like this. Long Zhuan felt it couldn't be due to any illness. There must have been some sudden cause, and it was most likely related to this forest. Really? I feel fine. Seeing everyone looking at him with suspicion, Old Ma touched his face, suddenly felt dizzy, and then uncontrollably fell to the ground. It was because of his sudden fall that everyone noticed a huge mosquito crawling on Old Ma's back. It had 6 extremely long legs, and its proboscis was stuck straight into his vest. Its abdomen was already quite swollen, as if it was about to explode. Old Han Mei, the old woman who was closest to him, was skilled with needles. She shut the mosquito down with a needle in time, saving Old Ma's life. Seeing the large mosquito fall from his back, Old Ma's face turned pale, and he murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? I was so careful, thinking about how he had just been giving others a wise elder's advice, only to be bitten himself." His pale face instantly turned bright red. He was utterly humiliated. "Is that all you've got to warn others?" Zhang Ling chuckled, covering her mouth. Long Zhuan didn't laugh. Instead, he looked surprised and doubtful. This time, he truly understood the terrifying nature of insects in this world. In his previous life, he thought mosquitoes were the least likely to evolve. If they hadn't evolved a toxin that could drive people crazy with itching, would humans have bothered to kill them? Biting and causing itching was one thing, but couldn't they at least stay in one place, feed until they were full, and then fly away? No, a mosquito would bite 10 times before stopping, so it was no wonder humans killed them. And to make matters worse, they evolved a buzzing sound while flying, as if they were born with a tracking device, as if afraid others wouldn't know where they were. If mosquitoes hadn't evolved these characteristics, humans wouldn't bother with them at all. Who cares about a little blood? Mosquitoes could easily survive. But the mosquitoes in this world have evolved remarkably well. They fly silently, landing on old Ma's back without anyone noticing. Their bites are painless and undetectable, requiring only one injection point for a continuous flow of blood. However, it's precisely because these mosquitoes are so well evolved and difficult to detect that even someone as cautious as old Ma fell victim and nearly died from their bites. Long Zhuan was startled and quickly scanned his back. Finding nothing, he discreetly moved to the middle of the group. This way, if a mosquito attacked his back, his teammates behind him could spot it immediately. Wait a minute, any slightly intelligent mosquito would bite the person at the back first. Why would it fly to the center of the group? That would be inviting suspicion. Thinking this way, Long Zhuan felt even safer. Not only Long Zhuan, but everyone involved in old Ma's situation subconsciously checked their own bodies. It would have been better if they hadn't checked. The inspection revealed quite a few problems. For example, Zhang Ling, who had just mocked old Ma, looked down to find a grasshopper perched on her ankle, its mouth deeply embedded in her skin without her noticing. She screamed at the top of her lungs, then blushed with embarrassment. The young medicine boy also had a leech on his leg. He was discovered in time and stomped on several times. But it didn't kill him. Nature's creatures are not to be trifled with. They were all inexperienced, forced into their first hunt, and even with their best efforts, they still fell victim. At this moment, Long Zhuan finally understood why our rogue cultivators were so poor. Even though the forest was full of treasures, few dared to venture in. He glanced at a boy in the group named Ma Wu, who stood calmly with his arms crossed, looking at the others with disdain, showing no intention of checking his own body, utterly confident. Long Zhuan looked at him thoughtfully. Despite his simple clothes, the young man seemed quite experienced here. Old Ma and Old Li were many generations older than him. Surely they were more experienced? The young man's behavior was unlike that of a normal rogue cultivator, and Long Zhuan couldn't help but be wary. Old Ma, are you alright? Old Li helped him up, asking with concern. I'm fine, just lost too much blood. A blood replenishing pill will do the trick. Old Ma took out a pill bottle from his storage bag, poured out a red pill, and slowly put it in his mouth. Soon, color returned to his face. You're alright? If you're alright, let's go. These small things aren't fatal, but things will be different deeper in. Once we reach the depths of the 10,000 mountains, you must return immediately. That's not a place you can continue. Long Qilin gave the rogue cultivators a serious look before continuing forward. A group of rogue cultivators hurriedly followed. This was merely a minor interlude. Another day passed, and Long Zhuan and the others finally spotted the prey. It wasn't some wolves or ferocious beasts, but a group of large, white rabbits, adorable in appearance, with soft, snow-white fur, and quite numerous. Seeing the group's lack of interest, Long Qilin had to explain, if you're hoping to hunt large spirit beasts, you'll be disappointed. You must understand, this place is on the edge of the 100,000 mountains. The large spirit beasts on the edge have long been hunted to extinction by goo cultivators, leaving only rabbits and rats that nobody wants. After losing their natural predators here, the rabbits, with their powerful reproductive abilities, multiplied rapidly and quickly took over the edge. Now there are rabbits everywhere, rabbits all over the mountains, more than you can kill. Even if we travel at full speed, it will take us several days to hunt large spirit beasts. Hearing this, the group's faces immediately fell. Several days of travel were still needed. Although rabbits were also spirit beasts, there was a reason why some species remained at the bottom of the food chain. The only reason is their weakness. These spirit beasts lack powerful abilities, and their ancestral beasts are not strong either, so their descendants can only become prey generation after generation. Rabbits truly don't carry any good spirit insects, otherwise, so many wouldn't be left unattended here. Long Zhuan immediately used his cheat ability to check the progress of the group of spirit rabbits. Besides the progress indicator on the rabbit's head representing its growth, the spirit insects inside its body also showed progress. However, most were located in the spirit core, which is where spirit beasts store their spiritual power. A spirit beast's spirit core is equivalent to a goo cultivator's spiritual sea. Some spirit cores can harbor spirit insects, which are harmless to the spirit beast. But the vast majority of spirit cores don't contain spirit insects, making the drop rate extremely low. Even if a spirit insect is found by chance, it's almost always a low-grade one, with mid-grade spirit insects being extremely rare. For goo cultivators who enjoy hunting, spirit rabbits are incredibly fast despite not being particularly valuable, making the time spent hunting them completely disproportionate to the harvest, a very low-value proposition. This is why there are so many spirit rabbits here. After scanning the area and finding no satisfactory target, Long Zhuan casually killed a rabbit carrying a mid-grade spirit insect, intending to have a meal. Since Long Qilin had said there were only rabbits and no large carnivorous spirit beasts around, he figured the aroma of his roasted meat wouldn't attract any danger. A mid-grade spirit insect was nothing special, even to poor rogue cultivators, so Long Zhuan readily dug out the spirit core along with the insect. He was the first to get his first kill, and seeing him harvest a mid-grade spirit insect so quickly, everyone's spirits lifted and their excitement increased. Yo. Good luck. You got a mid-grade spirit insect on your very first hunt. A good omen. Long Qilin laughed loudly. No choice. I'm just lucky, Long Zhuan joked, then added, since there are so many rabbits here, let's rest for a bit before continuing our journey. We haven't had any fresh meat after walking for so long, we're practically starving. Alright, Long Qilin agreed, that's what I was thinking too. Spirit rabbits aren't exactly high quality, but the meat is still pretty good, and even a mosquito is still meat, right? If we're lucky enough to get a few mid-grade spirit insects, that'll be a small fortune. Since Long Qilin nodded in agreement, the other rogue cultivators had nothing more to say and eagerly began hunting rabbits, all looking very excited. Long Zhuan's first kill of a spirit rabbit yielded a mid-grade spirit insect, giving them the illusion that the drop rate for mid-grade spirit insects was high, which spurred them on and made them even more enthusiastic. However, reality quickly gave them a harsh blow. They killed a bunch of spirit rabbits, panting heavily, but only managed to get a few low-grade spirit insects. Especially Old Ma, whose eyesight remained as poor as ever, skillfully avoiding all the correct options. While others at least managed to get one or two low-grade spirit insects, he didn't get a single one. At this point, he began to doubt his life. The group lost all interest in hunting spirit rabbits afterward, and after finishing their roasted meat, they were eager to set off. The reward for hunting spirit rabbits was severely disproportionate to the effort. Who would want to risk so much to come to the 100,000 mountains only to reap a few low-grade spirit insects, not even enough to cover their round-trip fare? Thus, amidst their anxious anticipation, 2 more days passed. On this day, after Long Zhuan used his life-destroying palm to extinguish the life force of a pink-furred rabbit, he grabbed its 2 large ears and lifted it into the air, laughing incessantly. You still have the leisure to kill rabbits? What's the point of killing these things? They're empty-handed. Killing them is a complete waste of time. Save your energy, Old Ma remarked upon seeing his actions. Long Zhuan's smile remained unchanged. After putting the pink-furred rabbit into his storage bag, he casually replied, it's nothing, just using this little thing to practice my palm techniques. How was my palm strike just now? Was it amazing? He chuckled inwardly. Little did these people know that this seemingly ordinary pink-furred rabbit, with negative combat power, actually harbored a top-grade spirit insect within its body, a truly unexpected surprise. Logically, the rabbits here shouldn't drop top-grade spirit insects, but this pink-furred rabbit might be a different breed. The rest were white, while its pinkish hue was unusual. It might also be a mutated species. In any case, he had actually found a top-grade spirit insect among this group of weaklings. Who could have imagined this? His teammates probably couldn't have come up with such a thing even if they racked their brains. Before Elder Ma could reply, Long Qilin interjected, your palm strike just now was quite effective. It didn't cause any superficial injury to the prey, yet it killed it instantly. It truly is a powerful ability suitable for hunting, without damaging the hide. A complete hide would be worth much more. Long Qilin's expression turned somewhat solemn. In his opinion, this spiritual technique was very strong, and it killed without drawing blood. This was yet another spiritual technique he had never seen before, and he didn't even know its name. Chapter 67 Ma Wu's Trick. Roar. Just then, a low growl from a spirit beast suddenly came from afar, causing the group's expressions to change drastically. How is this possible? It's actually an earth bear. This thing is born a second-tier spirit beast, with strength comparable to a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. Logically speaking, such a powerful spirit beast should never appear in this area. Could a beast tide really be about to break out? Upon hearing this roar, Long Killen was immediately alarmed. Hearing this, the group of rogue cultivators who had been eager to try immediately wilted, their excitement vanishing instantly. Just moments ago, they were jumping for joy at hunting large carnivorous spirit beasts, but now that their target had finally appeared, they all turned into cowards. How could they not feel weak in the knees? This was actually a second-tier spirit beast equivalent to a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. They could kill rabbits, but dealing with a second-tier spirit beast was practically suicide. The beast might not even get a full meal. The Earth Bear is a solitary spirit beast with a rare ability called Earth Spikes. If we kill it, it might drop this ability. After a brief moment of shock, Long Killen's face lit up with excitement. Killing beasts to obtain skills was exactly what people like him loved, so he ran towards the direction from which the voice had come. The other cultivators looked miserable and could only reluctantly follow. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly. He had just glanced at the Earth Bear. It looked impressive. With a wave of its hand, a patch of sharp earth spikes would instantly sprout from the ground, giving its prey no chance to dodge and piercing it through the heart. This ability to make the earth sprout spikes was probably the earth spikes that Long Killen had mentioned. No wonder it excited him so much. It was indeed a terrifyingly powerful ability that would make everyone's heart flutter. But he had already used his heavenly eye to check, and there were no insects in the Earth Bear's spirit core. Such a top-tier boss wouldn't drop anything, not even a single low-grade spirit insect. Who could have imagined this? Therefore, Long Zhuan strongly advised against provoking this behemoth. Imagine wasting half a day's effort, ending up injured, and finally managing to kill it, only to find nothing had even dropped. Your morale would be shattered. It was destined to be a losing proposition. Fighting it was absolutely not worthwhile. However, he couldn't reveal his ability to see through explosives, so even though he wanted to warn it, he didn't know how. After much thought, he had no choice but to follow along. When he arrived, the Dragon Killen was already engaged in combat with the Earth Bear. In a battle of this level, the other rogue cultivators couldn't intervene and could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Long Zhuan truly understood just how terrifying the Dragon Killen's power was. The Earth Bear was a colossal creature, 4 meters tall, yet the Dragon Killen's strength was enough to shake this giant beast. The Earth Bear swung its massive paw, colliding head-on with the Dragon Killen's fist, resulting in a draw. Neither side gained the upper hand. The Earth Bear was nearly thrown to the ground by the Dragon Killen once, which enraged it, unleashing a deafening roar and becoming even more ferocious. Spikes of earth rose from the ground intermittently. But the Dragon Killen seemed familiar with this tactic, always dodging them instantly and continuing its close quarters combat with the Earth Bear. To avoid friendly fire, the Earth Bear had no choice but to stop releasing the earth spikes and engage the Dragon Killen in melee. Each movement of its massive body caused the ground to tremble, shaking the earth and kicking up dust, a sight that terrified Long Zhuan. Through this battle, he truly understood how terrifying the power of humans in this world could be. However, he also realized that while the Dragon Killen and Earth Bear seemed evenly matched in a head-on clash, if the battle continued for a long time, he would inevitably be the loser. Massive size was a huge advantage in a purely physical contest. The opponent not only had to withstand its force but also the inertia of its enormous body. The principle that greater mass equals greater inertia also applied in this world. Therefore, the Dragon Killen not only had to withstand the power of the Earth Bear, but also the impact of its 4-meter-tall body. Its energy expenditure was naturally far greater than the Earth Bear's. Moreover, spirit beasts are inherently stronger than humans. If the Dragon Killen continued fighting like this without any other way to break the deadlock, the situation would be dire. The Dragon Killen wasn't stupid, it clearly understood its predicament and knew it couldn't continue fighting the Earth Bear in a prolonged battle. So, after finding an opportunity to create distance, it used a different fighting style. It clasped its hands together, its little finger, ring finger, and thumb joined, its index and middle fingers raised. Instantly, enormous hands formed from solidified earth rose from the ground and slammed heavily towards the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear nimbly dodged, avoiding the blows of the giant hands. Each time a giant hand struck, the earth trembled, emitting a deafening roar, and leaving huge, shocking handprints on the ground. Long Zhuan was stunned by the sight of the battle. Such a massive commotion, such destructive power, was this the power of a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage? These giant hands rising from the ground were definitely a goo worm's innate ability. No spiritual technique could possibly accomplish such an attack. As expected of a genius goo cultivator from a great clan, the strength of their goo worms far surpasses that of rogue cultivators. Is this the power of a great clan's unique goo worms? Long Zhuan thought in shock. Just then, the earth bear, caught off guard, was ambushed by a hand that suddenly emerged from beneath its feet, firmly grasping its ankle and rendering it immobile. Without the ability to move, it could no longer dodge the attacks of the giant hands. One after another, the enormous hands descended, slamming heavily onto the earth bear's body and pinning it firmly to the ground. As the earth bear was pinned down, the ground trembled violently, dust and gravel rising up, obscuring the vision of the rogue cultivators. Only the deafening roar of the earth bear could be heard echoing through the dust. However, the battle was not yet over. While Long Killen's attack was terrifying and dazzling to the assembled rogue cultivators, it had a fatal flaw. Goo cultivators needed to control this ability remotely. Although they could move, they couldn't use a second ability while maintaining the earth hand. Otherwise the hand rising from the ground would disintegrate due to the interruption of spiritual energy. Therefore, the earth bear roared continuously in the dust, while Long Killen had no further means of attack, resulting in a stalemate. Long Killen anxiously shouted, "My earth hand didn't kill it, now I can only restrict its movement. Those bound by the earth hand will have all their abilities imprisoned, and I will also be restricted, unable to use any abilities. Now it's up to you. Go and kill the earth bear quickly. Don't worry, under the restriction of the earth hand, it can no longer use earth spikes." The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and ran towards the earth bear. Since it had lost its ability to move and use any of its powers, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, the earth bear was like Sun Wukong trapped under a mountain, only its head protruding from the slope, its entire body pressed beneath, not even an arm able to extend. Seeing this, the group of rogue cultivators felt even more at ease and drew their low-grade spirit swords to slash at the earth bear's head. However, their attacks were like scraping the earth bear's skin. After a long time, they couldn't even break its defenses. Although the earth bear's abilities were all restrained by the earth hand, leaving it completely defenseless, its thick hide allowed it to withstand all the attacks from the spirit-gathering stage rogue cultivators. The rogue cultivators used all their skills, but couldn't inflict any effective damage. The goo worms released by Elder Ma and Zhangling tore at the earth bear's face for a long time, but failed to break through its defenses. Instead, the earth bear stretched out its tongue, grabbed the worms, and swallowed them whole. The old woman named Hanmei took out her silver needles and tried to pierce the earth bear's eyes. Eyes are undoubtedly the weak point of all creatures, yet the bear closed its eyelids, and the needles, though embedded, failed to penetrate. This only enraged the bear. The earth bear roared, and a massive gust of wind erupted from its gaping maw, blowing the old woman away in one breath. She crashed heavily into a giant tree nearby, then slammed to the ground, sustaining serious injuries. Seeing this, Long Killen nearly coughed up blood. He knew that rogue cultivators were weak, but he hadn't expected them to be this ridiculously weak, severely injured by a spirit beast's breath. Marwu, who had been hiding to the side of the earth bear, wasn't blown away. He wore a disdainful expression, sneering inwardly. Long Killen had seriously overestimated the strength of these rogue cultivators. The earth bear was renowned for its thick hide. How could a group of rogue cultivators easily break through its defenses? It's no exaggeration to say that the earth bear was simply lying there sleeping, and the rogue cultivators couldn't do anything to it. Their attacks were like massages, only making it sleep even more soundly. "I'll handle this." Long Zhuan couldn't stand it any longer and finally ran over. They were all part of the same team, their fates were intertwined. If the rogue cultivators and Long Killen were overexerted, or even seriously injured or killed, it would directly affect his safety. So he couldn't just stand by and watch, he had to find a way to deal with the earth bear as quickly as possible. Seeing Long Zhuan rushing over, Ma Wu's disdain deepened. Among this group, he was the lowest in cultivation and the weakest. What was he supposed to do? Was he just here to be blown away in one breath? Long Killen also had no hope for him. Learning from Hanmei's experience, Long Zhuan didn't approach the earth bear head-on but instead went around to its side, then positioned himself near the earth bear's left temple. As soon as he approached, Long Zhuan clearly felt the heat emanating from the earth bear's body, along with its powerful, rapid heartbeat. He was horrified. What a terrifying beast! Even standing still, it possessed such power. He couldn't understand how the dragon killing had managed to fight this monster head-on. He didn't have time to think further and looked at the Earth Bear's temples. The temples were considered a minor weakness for all living beings, and the Earth Bear's temples throbbed, veins bulging, rising and falling with its heartbeat. He struck at these prominent temples with a palm strike. Life-destroying palm. At the same time, his left palm followed suit. Life-destroying palm. Long Zhuan was always overly cautious and extremely suspicious, already incurable late-stage paranoia. He feared the Earth Bear was faking its death, or perhaps not truly dead, so he attacked with both palms, one after another, relentlessly. Life-destroying palm. Life-destroying palm. Life-destroying palm. Relying on his abundant spiritual power, he didn't know how many times he slapped the Earth Bear's head. Only when the Earth Bear's heartbeat completely stopped did he carefully extend his hand to its nose. Seeing no warm breath, he finally relaxed his guard. Then he added another slap to its nose. Only at this moment did everyone belatedly realize that the Earth Bear was dead, dead without a sound. They didn't even know when or how it died, and were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did he do it? Seeing that Long Zhuan had killed the Earth Bear so easily, Ma Wu's eyes widened, revealing disbelief, and his gaze gradually became serious. Long Qilin glanced at him with a shocked look, finally withdrawing the power of the Earth Goo. The huge hand that had been pressing down on the Earth Bear instantly turned into a pile of dust, and the space was filled with dust again. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Clearly, using that move had been extremely taxing on him. Both his spiritual energy and stamina were nearly depleted. It was fortunate that Long Zhuan had dealt with the Earth Bear, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Qilin stared at the Earth Bear's corpse with excitement in his eyes, then, ignoring his own exhaustion, rushed over to see what valuable loot had dropped. He eagerly took out a high-grade sword-like spiritual weapon and easily sliced open the Earth Bear's chest, retrieving the spiritual core hidden in its center. The location of a spirit beast's spiritual core varies, some are in the brain, others in the chest. The Earth Bear's spiritual core was generally located in its chest, and it was enormous, like a basketball, shimmering with a faint light and radiating immense spiritual power. However, when Long Qilin looked at the spiritual core in his hand, his smile vanished. His expression froze completely, and he remained silent. Their morale completely collapsed. Just as Long Zhuan had seen, although the Earth Bear's combat power was ridiculously strong, it unexpectedly contained nothing inside. It wouldn't drop anything upon death. In other words, their desperate fight for most of the day had been for nothing. Not only were they exhausted and overtaxed, but several goo worms had died, and Han Mei was injured. This was a huge loss. How could this be? This shouldn't be. The rogue cultivators looked at the spirit core, which carried no spirit worms, and their faces all turned grim. An Earth Bear with such terrifying combat power, which they had to exert so much effort to kill, should theoretically have dropped at least a high-grade spirit worm, if not a top-grade one. But unexpectedly, it didn't even drop a low-grade spirit worm. Who could have imagined this? This result was beyond everyone's expectations, leaving them so frustrated they felt like vomiting blood. Everyone's morale had collapsed. Only Long Zhuan, who already knew the outcome, stood there unfazed. Everything was as expected. Fine. We were just unlucky, a wasted effort, Long Qilin sighed, then added, however, the Earth Bear's carcasses are worth some spirit stones, so let's all share them to make up for the loss. Besides, the Earth Bear's meat is quite good, let's replenish her strength before setting off again. Those with large storage bags can take more Earth Bear meat back. As soon as Long Qilin finished speaking, Long Zhuan went straight for the Earth Bear's paw. The most delicious part of a bear is naturally its paw, and in his previous life, eating this dish was quite difficult. Today, he was finally in luck. Although the others were unwilling, they could only helplessly go over to divide the carcasses and meat. Ma Wu, however, was not in such a hurry. Instead of fighting with the others, he started a fire and set up a pot. Long Zhuan, suffering from severe paranoia, had been secretly observing Ma Wu the whole time. As a poor, wandering cultivator, he was usually greedy. His apparent humility at this moment was completely out of character for a poor cultivator, further fueling Long Zhuan's suspicions. While processing the meat, he secretly watched Ma Wu's movements with his heavenly eye, wary of him putting poison in the pot. This seemingly overly cautious action inadvertently revealed a clue. Ma Wu then took out a black incense burner, placed it in the fire, and lit its contents, which burned along with the surrounding wood, releasing thick smoke. An incense burner? What's he doing with an incense burner? Is this necessary for cooking meat? Long Zhuan, suspicious, magnified the fire with his heavenly eye, intending to see what was going on. What he saw immediately sent a chill down his spine, his hair stood on end, and goosebumps rose on his skin. While the billowing smoke seemed normal for a fire, hidden beneath it were terrifying, grotesque insects. They had emerged from the incense burner along with the smoke. The tiny insects, almost invisible to the naked eye, were spreading through the thick smoke, flying towards the group dividing the animal carcasses. Holy crap! Long Zhuan's face changed drastically. He jumped to his feet in shock and turned to run away. Only after running a considerable distance did he remember to warn the others, shouting back, "Get away from the smoke. There are insects in there." What? The group was horrified, dropping their meat and quickly covering their mouths and noses, running frantically as if they had 4 legs. Even Long Qilin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recovering his spiritual energy, was startled. He opened his eyes instantly. Although he hadn't yet grasped what was happening, his survival instincts compelled him to run away immediately. After everyone had run some distance, old Li, his face ashen, turned back to Ma Wu, cursing furiously, "You little brat, you're too wicked. You actually put a goo poison in the thick smoke. A beast material at the marrow cleansing stage is only worth a few spirit stones. Is it really worth it? To kill us all for such a tiny bit of profit? Are you even human?" Old Li was still shaken. He was a master of goo poison, the most skilled in the market, yet even with his expertise, he had never heard of this method before, and had almost fallen victim to it. Thank goodness Long Zhuan warned him, otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. Old Li grew increasingly alarmed and enraged. The others also glared at Ma Wu with uncontrollable fury, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation before swarming him and tearing him apart. Ma Wu glared fiercely at Long Zhuan, cursing inwardly, "It's him again, it's him again. He's ruined my plans twice already. How could he possibly see through my goo poison technique? There's no way anyone in this area could know such a technique." But he had no time to think, so he could only forcefully argue, "Don't make false accusations. When did I use goo poison? I'm right here in this thick smoke, and I'm perfectly fine. If you say I used goo poison, then produce evidence. Slandering me will have consequences." Ma Wu pointed at Long Zhuan's nose and cursed. Hearing Ma Wu's explanation, everyone turned their attention to Long Zhuan. Of course, Long Zhuan wouldn't reveal his heavenly eye ability to everyone, so he casually said, "No evidence. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you believe him, then go ahead and try walking into this thick smoke." Although Long Zhuan couldn't produce evidence that the boy had used goo poison, no one dared to venture into the thick smoke. When it came to their lives, it was always better to err on the side of caution. Life was precious and could not be taken lightly. Therefore, even without evidence, not a single rogue cultivator dared to risk their lives. This included Long Qilin. He glanced back and forth between Ma Wu, who was in the smoke, and Long Zhuan. He didn't know who to believe, but he dared not approach the smoke again. Anyone who gambled on whether there was goo poison in the smoke was a fool. Seeing that no one was coming, Ma Wu felt a surge of resentment. He knew that even if he had a way to argue his case, they would never come. His plan had completely failed. He hated Long Zhuan to the core. Since the plan had failed, there was no need for him to continue pretending. He shouted into the distance, "Plan failed, no need to hide anymore, let's launch a direct attack." As soon as he finished speaking, 9 people sprang out from the trees, bushes, and boulders around the group of cultivators, quickly surrounding them. "Ha ha ha. Dragon Qilin. You're alone." The red-clad man who spoke exuded a powerful aura of the early stage of the marrow cleansing realm, causing all the cultivators to change their expressions. "Dragon Qilin. Didn't expect that, did you? Although you escaped the calamity just now, you're severely depleted from the recent battle. How could you possibly be a match for my brother and me?" A similar-looking man beside him also exuded the aura of the early stage of the marrow cleansing realm, attacking the group of cultivators. Their faces were now extremely grim. This group of hostile individuals actually had 2 early-stage marrow cleansing realm cultivators, and their side had not only been severely depleted from the recent battle, but had also lost several goo worms. If a conflict broke out, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing more often than winning, it would be certain defeat. The more they thought about it, the heavier their hearts became. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. Progress was everywhere in the forest, even a blade of grass on the ground displayed progress numbers, densely packed and overwhelming. His attention had been focused on Ma Wu, so he hadn't noticed anyone behind cover. He couldn't help but look at Li Liudao and ask, "Is this what you call 100% safe? Is this what you call reliable?" However, Li Liudao was in no mood for such things. His face was grim as he said, "We're in big trouble. These people are Gu cultivators from the Feng family. The Long and Feng families have always been sworn enemies. Ma Wu is clearly a spy they planted. This is a premeditated assassination plotted against Long Qilin, and we've unwittingly gotten caught up in it. We've walked right into a trap by teaming up with Long Qilin. Everyone, think about how to survive." Li Liudao's words cast a shadow over the group of rogue cultivators, and despair gradually crept into their eyes. Even though they were extremely cautious, and even hired a skilled bodyguard for absolute safety, accidents can happen at any time. The ship they boarded was not only unsafe, but also dangerous. This was truly a disaster struck out of the blue. Life is unpredictable. If fate wants you to die, no amount of caution or thorough preparation will help. Chapter 68 Long Zhuan's method to break the stalemate. Old Ma, his face gloomy, looked at the group opposite him and asked, "We have absolutely no connection with Long Qilin. We just met him on the road. We don't know him at all. We have a grudge against him, so could you let us go back?" Ma Wu looked at him amusedly, teasingly saying, "Let you go back? Would letting you go back expose our killing of Long Qilin? Long Qilin is the son of the head of the Long family, a renowned genius of the Long clan. If this news leaks out, it will cause a war between the two clans. Do you think I would let you go back?" Hearing this, Old Ma said no more. He already knew it was impossible, but he couldn't help asking out of a lingering hope. Now he had completely given up hope. "Feng San, Feng Si? I didn't expect it to be you." Long Qilin scanned the two leaders, recognized them, and questioned, "Did you lure that earth bear that had no goods here?" "That's right. It was a gift that the three of us brothers prepared for you." "What? Surprised? Unexpected?" Feng Si said with a sinister smile. "Don't misunderstand, the earth bear was indeed prepared for you, but we really don't know if there's anything inside. You can only blame your bad luck, your clumsy hands. Who can you blame for not digging up anything good?" "How?" Feng San mocked. "You really think highly of me, mobilizing so many people to deal with me?" Long Qilin looked at the Feng clan Gu cultivators who had surrounded him and said sarcastically, "You only have 2 early-stage marrow-cleansing cultivators, which would be enough to take me down. Why mobilize so many people?" Planting a spy in here was redundant. As it turns out, his existence is completely useless. Long Qilin looked at Ma Wu not far away. HMPH. If Long Zhuan hadn't been lucky enough to have the means to kill the earth bear, if Long Zhuan hadn't been lucky enough to see through my Gu casting technique, do you really think you could have escaped the first 2 calamities? Ma Wu was broken by these words and said angrily. Instead of being angry, Feng San laughed, trying to be lenient with the enemy. "Huh? To deal with a genius of your caliber, we naturally need to lay down several hidden traps. Even if the first 2 plans fail, we have other backup plans to deal with you. Besides, the earth bear has already worn down most of your spiritual power, hasn't it? You're destined to have no way to escape today." Feng San's eyes suddenly sharpened. Without further ado, he charged towards Long Qilin first, with Feng Si following closely behind. "Feng Wu, those rogue cultivators are yours. Don't let a single one escape." Feng Si glanced at Feng Wu and said, "Don't worry. They're just a bunch of rogue cultivators. I've already seen their trashy fighting power. Dealing with them is a piece of cake, isn't it?" Feng Wu revealed a cruel smile and charged towards the rogue cultivators who were already surrounded, along with a group of Feng clan Gu cultivators. "Damn it. What I hate most in my life is when the enemy tries to be lenient with the enemy." Long Zhuan cursed inwardly. Seeing that all his escape routes were blocked, he knew that he had no choice but to fight desperately today. So he directly used all of his 5 elements jade to attack one of the attacking Feng clan Gu cultivators. Both the dragon and phoenix Gu cultivators primarily fought in close combat. This phoenix Gu cultivator conjured a massive fireball in his right hand and hurled it at Long Zhuan. Seeing this rogue cultivator, a realm lower than him, recklessly choosing to clash head-on, he grinned cruelly. He increased the power of the fireball, colliding it heavily with Long Zhuan's 5 elements jade. Boom! The 5 elements jade and the fireball collided violently, creating a deafening explosion. The shockwave rippled outwards from the center of their bodies. The force of the explosion sent both of them staggered backward. However, Long Zhuan only retreated 5 steps, while the Phoenix Gu cultivator, a realm higher than Long Zhuan, was sent flying backwards, at least 10 steps. He barely managed to stop himself by stepping on a rock behind him, his expression one of utter shock as he stared at Long Zhuan in disbelief. He was clearly a realm higher, yet in a direct confrontation, he was at a complete disadvantage, utterly outmatched. How could he not be astonished? Not only him, but everyone stopped in their tracks, looking over with disbelief. As a Gu cultivator from a powerful clan, Feng San was well informed. Upon seeing the situation, he immediately shouted, his spiritual techniques are abnormally powerful. He might be the legendary 10 absolute bodies, be careful. The 10 absolute bodies have the ability to fight beyond their level, but in this era, they can only display their power at the spirit gathering stage. They have no chance of breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage. If you can't beat him, hold him off until Feng Si and I finish off the dragon killing, then we'll deal with him. With that, he quickened his attack on the dragon killing. It's you again. It's you again. Every time something goes wrong because of you. Do you think I'll let you ruin my third good deed? Feng Wu glared at Long Zhuan with resentment, pulling out the longsword that had pierced Li Laodao's heart, ready to kill Long Zhuan. He wouldn't be able to quell his hatred until he killed this man first. However, as he drew his longsword and turned around, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Instinctively, he hurriedly dodged, but he was still a fraction too slow and was struck in the shoulder by Li Laodao's sword from behind. Feng Wu cried out in pain, kicking Li Laodao away, leaving the low-grade spiritual sword embedded in his shoulder. Damn it! It's the little strong Gu, Feng Wu cursed, pulling the spiritual sword deeply embedded in his shoulder and throwing it heavily to the ground. A normal person pierced through the heart by a sword would certainly die, but one day, a Gu worm called the little strong Gu suddenly appeared in this world, making this common sense obsolete. He had heard of the little strong Gu's sudden appearance and should have been wary of it, but this time he was blinded by rage and influenced by habitual thinking, so he was caught off guard. Being tricked by a rogue cultivator who seemed like an ant fueled his anger, causing him to completely lose his reason, his face becoming increasingly ferocious. You forced me to this. Isn't the little strong Gu supposed to be immortal? I'll see if you can revive after being eaten by these insects. Feng Wu patted one of his insect breeding pouches, and immediately a large swarm of black insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects that flew towards Old Taoist Li. Old Taoist Li was terrified. He knew the little strong Gu's weakness well. If he were devoured by a swarm of insects, he would definitely not survive. Gu cultivators don't necessarily use Gu insects in battle. Spirit insects can also become deadly weapons in their hands. However, because their strength is far weaker than Gu insects, even poor rogue cultivators disdain using them. But you can't deny one advantage of spirit insects. Compared to Gu insects, spirit insects can reproduce on a large scale through self-mating. Quantity is also an advantage. Once a certain type of spirit insect has spread to an overwhelming number, it's perfectly normal to surround and kill a top-grade spirit insect. And controlling such a huge swarm of insects only requires a blood pact with a king of that insect species, occupying only one slot. However, while this fighting style of Gu cultivators might surpass even top-grade Gu worms, its drawbacks are also obvious. Feeding hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit insects would consume an enormous amount of food and resources. Without substantial resources, it's simply unaffordable. Furthermore, swarming spirit insects inevitably possess extremely poor individual combat capabilities, evident in their attack and defense, making them easily wiped out by a single powerful attack, rendering the massive initial investment worthless. Therefore, very few insect species are suitable for developing swarm tactics. It's not simply a matter of breeding hundreds of thousands of insects for combat. Doing so would only result in them being wiped out by wide-area attacks, leading to devastating losses. On the other hand, if someone cultivates an insect species resistant to large-scale attacks and breeds tens of thousands of them, it would be a nightmare for all enemies, with few rivals of the same level. The little strong Gu doesn't fear many things, but swarms of insects are definitely one of them. Old Taoist Li hadn't expected Feng Wu to be a rare Gu cultivator specializing in swarm tactics, a being that severely countered him. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, Old Taoist Li exclaimed, turning to run. However, his speed was no match for the spirit insects. Before he could run more than a few steps, he was devoured by the swarm. Just as the black insects were tearing through his clothes, biting his skin, and about to burrow into his body. In the nick of time, a massive, all-encompassing fire instantly engulfed him. Old Lee possessed the powerful goo, so he might not die in the sea of fire. But the swarm of black insects was different. Although their numbers were countless, they were burned to ashes by the sudden flames. Feng Wu's carefully cultivated black beetles were naturally immune to fire, but the sea of fire unleashed by Long Zhuan's blazing palm was no ordinary fire. It was an enhanced fire fueled by mutated spiritual energy of 4 different attributes, and it had been enhanced 4 times, its power far surpassing that of ordinary flames. Coincidentally, the Feng clan Gu cultivator who had just been fighting Long Zhuan refused to believe he would be defeated in a head-on clash by a rogue cultivator of a lower cultivation level. Undeterred, he wanted to fight Long Zhuan again, so he charged at him with a ferocious expression. However, Long Zhuan, disregarding martial ethics, had no intention of continuing the fight. Seeing him charge straight at him, he was met with a vast sea of fire, becoming a living target. Since this was Long Zhuan's first time using the flaming palm in actual combat, he couldn't control his strength, resulting in an attack range that was far too large. The sea of fire not only engulfed his opponent but also affected his teammates. Not only was old Taoist Li accidentally injured, but the young medicine boy and his opponent were also caught in the flames. Thus, the scene just now occurred, coincidentally saving old Taoist Li's life. Wu Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to vomit blood. Those were the black beetles he had painstakingly cultivated, consuming countless days and nights and mountains of resources. To cultivate these 100,000 black beetles, he had spent far more resources than just one top-grade goo worm. He had invested most of his fortune, hoping to become invincible among his peers with a swarm of insects. Unexpectedly, in the very first battle, he was burned to ashes, back to square one. All his initial investment of real money was wasted. His vision blurred, and he was about to faint. "I'll fucking kill you," he was completely enraged, losing all reason. His face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, as he charged at Long Zhuan like a madman. He no longer cared about his opponent, old Taoist Li. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Long Qilin, facing 2 opponents, held his own for a short time. His heavy punches weighed tens of thousands of pounds, forcing his 2 opponents to avoid direct confrontation and instead retreat and fight from a distance. Long Qilin, your spiritual power is almost depleted. I'll see how long you can last, Feng Si said, moving behind Long Qilin, occasionally launching a sneak attack. Unfortunately, Feng San was leading Long Qilin, which greatly annoyed him. Long Qilin's expression was grave. He knew his own situation and that if he continued fighting a protracted battle, he would surely be defeated. He had to use his trump card. So he let out a roar, and at that moment, his aura began to rise rapidly, reaching the mid-stage of the marrow-cleansing realm in the blink of an eye. He had instantly become a mid-stage marrow-cleansing goo cultivator. With his realm increasing by 1 level out of nowhere, his combat power immediately multiplied many times over. The battlefield quickly changed, and relying on the suppression of his realm, he began to overpower his 2 opponents. It's actually a top-grade goo worm, the Rising Dragon Goo. Ha ha ha, Feng San looked at Feng Si and laughed. "See, my preparation of overestimating your enemy was correct, wasn't it?" He then turned to Long Qilin, laughing smugly. "I knew you might have more than one top-grade goo worm, so I prepared for you. Look what I brought you. It's the very thing that counters your Rising Dragon Goo." With a laugh, Feng San took out a black goo worm and placed it in his palm. Upon seeing this goo worm, Long Qilin's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. As the Feng clan's mortal enemy, he knew the Feng clan's unique goo worms all too well. This was one of the Feng clan's strongest unique goo worms, the decay goo. The decay goo possessed a weakening domain, causing people and goo within that domain to unconditionally drop 1 level, completely unreasonable, an absolutely cheating ability. So, he had painstakingly used the power of the Rising Dragon Goo to temporarily increase his level, but after this goo worm appeared, he immediately dropped back down, falling back to his original early-stage marrow-cleansing realm. Feeling his own weakened power, Long Qilin experienced a profound sense of powerlessness. His greatest trump card had been so easily exposed. His opponent was far too adept at anticipating his moves. Even though he had miraculously dodged the first 2 attacks, his opponent still had a backup plan that guaranteed victory. Today, it seemed, was his doom. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan, who was fighting a mad dog, suddenly felt the battlefield enveloped by a massive arc-light curtain. Immediately afterward, his cultivation level began to plummet. The weakness domain, which reduces the level of opponents by 1, only applies to opponents of the same cultivation level. A higher cultivation level renders the weakness domain ineffective, while a lower cultivation level doubles the reduction. Long Zhuan was a major cultivation level lower than the user of the decay goo, so his cultivation level dropped 2 levels under the weakness domain, instantly falling from a late-stage spirit-gathering goo cultivator to an early-stage spirit-gathering goo cultivator. Long Zhuan was completely bewildered. Wasn't this his cultivation level when he first arrived in this world? How had he gone back? What was going on? Now his opponent was a peak spirit-gathering goo cultivator, 3 whole levels higher than him, a mere early-stage spirit-gathering goo cultivator. How could he possibly compete? Even the most powerful 10 absolute physique techniques couldn't allow him to directly leap 3 levels and fight beyond his current level. Long Zhuan's face darkened. He realized that if he didn't find a way to break the deadlock, he was truly doomed. He steeled himself and prepared to use that move. This goo worm's ability only reduced the opponent's level, but lifespan had no level distinctions. This ability wouldn't reduce a person's lifespan. At this moment, Long Zhuan finally prepared to use the forbidden technique accompanying the longevity scripture, the Yuan Qi Bomb. The Yuan Qi Bomb was a suicidal forbidden technique that sacrificed lifespan to gain power for a short time, possessing power capable of threatening those at higher realms. Only this move could break the deadlock. While Long Qilin could still hold out for a while, he had to use the Yuan Qi Bomb to blast an opening and break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the 2 goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage dealt with Long Qilin and were free to deal with him, he would surely die. Long Zhuan made a snap decision and immediately decided to fight to the death. So far, his clone has cultivated the longevity scripture to the 17th level for him, adding 700 years to his lifespan out of thin air, not even including the first 10 levels. With such a large amount of lifespan in hand, he could squander it recklessly. Long Zhuan immediately stopped hesitating, dodging Feng Wu's attack, and directly condensed the white ball of light in his right hand. It spun rapidly, constantly compressing, flashing a faint white light, and releasing a heart-palpitating power. This white ball of light instantly drained 100 years of Long Zhuan's lifespan, causing his body to feel slightly uncomfortable. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Conceiving the Third Supreme Goo Formula. However, Long Zhuan's extremely cautious nature made him unsure about the 100-year lifespan limit, even though the power was theoretically sufficient. But what if Feng Wu dodged the attack and the blast missed? What if Feng Wu happened to possess some kind of defensive treasure? There were simply too many uncertainties in theory. What if these situations actually occurred? What if he was just a hair's breadth away from being killed? Long Zhuan was extremely suspicious. He would rather waste an extra 100 years of his lifespan to eliminate that one uncertainty. Anyway, he already had over 700 years more lifespan than his peers, and it would continue to increase in the future, so there was no need to conserve it. So he gritted his teeth and added another 100 years of lifespan to the energy blast. With the injection of another 100 years of lifespan, the energy blast became larger and brighter, releasing a dazzling light and a heart-palpitating power. When the energy blast became extremely unstable, Long Zhuan quickly hurled it at the enraged Feng Wu, then turned and ran. He had already anticipated the terrifying explosion of the 200-year-old Yuan Qi blast, the destructive force of which would be enough to affect him. Now was the time to run. HMPH. Child's play. A pair of black phoenix wings sprouted from Feng Wu's back, firmly blocking his path. He had already seen the extraordinary nature of this move, but so what? Even the most powerful 10 absolute physique couldn't fight 3 levels above him, so he didn't take the incoming ball of light seriously. However, he was destined to pay a heavy price for his underestimation. Boom! The Yuan Qi blast slammed heavily into his phoenix wings, releasing a dazzling light before exploding instantly with a deafening roar. His black wings were like paper, instantly vaporized by the intense light. Without the wings' protection, the destructive force relentlessly assaulted Feng Wu's body, causing him to let out a painful scream. In just an instant, He was crushed into fragments by the destructive force, his scream abruptly cut short. But that wasn't all. The power of the spirit bomb wasn't fully unleashed. The blast radius continued to expand, impacting in all directions. At that moment, the earth trembled violently. Large sections of ground were torn up and hurled in all directions by the shockwave. PFFT, even though Long Zhuan had run quite a distance, he couldn't escape the spirit bomb's devastation. He felt a sudden, burning pain in his back, and then he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground a great distance away, landing face first in a pathetic display. He then collapsed on his knees, coughing up blood. If he was like this after running so far, imagine what happened to the others on the battlefield. The people engaged in fierce combat were suddenly stunned by the explosion. Everyone was caught in the blast, relentlessly cleansed and ravaged by it. Long Zhuan's teammates were once again caught in the crossfire, thrown by the shockwave, flying an unknown distance before crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. The Feng clan Gu cultivators who were fighting them were also not spared. They were directly affected by the blast wave. Some were sent flying, while those nearby were torn to shreds by the violent force, leaving no trace of their bodies. At the same time, Long Qilin, Feng San, and Feng Si, who were engaged in battle, also coughed up blood. The three of them were sent flying and crashed heavily into a boulder under the shockwave. They shattered the boulder and rolled a long distance away before finally getting up, coughing up blood, all severely injured. As for the decaying goo, although it was a top-grade goo worm, its defense was surprisingly fragile. It was instantly blasted into pieces and evaporated before it could even utter a cry. The sudden explosion completely stunned the three of them. Their heads were buzzing, and their eyes were blank, showing disbelief. The explosion happened too suddenly, and all three were severely injured before they could react. Long Qilin, with his strong body tempering, was somewhat better off, but Feng San and Feng Si's injuries were much more severe. If three Gu cultivators at the early stage of marrow cleansing were in such a state, the rest at the spirit gathering stage were even worse off. Except for Old Li and the young medicine boy, who were lucky enough to be half crippled by the explosion due to their powerful Gu, but still barely clinging to life, everyone else was killed. The Feng clan Gu cultivators were completely wiped out, not a single one alive. All the survivors were horrified, bewildered by what had happened. Long Zhuan's ultimate attack was incredibly ruthless, harming allies before even harming the enemy. Even the Feng clan Gu cultivators were killed. How could Old Ma and the others escape? However, even without Long Zhuan, they were destined to be killed by the Feng clan Gu cultivators today, perhaps even close to death before the attack, barely clinging to life. The outcome would have been the same. At least Old Li and the young medicine boy escaped the Feng clan Gu cultivators' pursuit with this attack, essentially saving two more people, even the score. Long Zhuan could only console himself with this thought before getting up and running away. Long Qilin was still dazed, completely stunned by the explosion. He stared blankly at Long Zhuan's fleeing figure. Was this the power of the 10 absolute physiques? This was far too exaggerated. He felt the historical records were wrong. They were far too conservative in their descriptions of the 10 absolute physiques, greatly underestimating their power. Only after Long Zhuan had run far away did he react. He quickly got up, shook his head, and then turned and ran. Now was the time to run. Stop running. Feng San immediately got up, suppressing his injuries, and painfully chased after him. Brother, Feng Si finally realized that his younger brother, Feng Wu, had been blown to bits. His eyes turned red, his gaze bloodshot, and he roared like a madman before recklessly chasing after Long Zhuan. The speed of a Gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage was incredibly fast. Feng San and Feng Si, running north and south respectively, had already covered an unknown distance in no time. Feng San quickly realized that Feng Si hadn't followed. When he turned around again, a cluster of tall trees blocked his view, and Feng Si was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! What is he doing? Feng Si cursed angrily, his expression suddenly changing. Oh no! Where's my miserable Gu? He thought to himself, then his face paled in shock. Without the restriction of the miserable Gu, Long Qilin, empowered by the rising dragon Gu, was now at the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, while he was only at the early stage, alone, and even more seriously injured than Long Qilin. Realizing the situation was wrong, he immediately stopped and abandoned the chase. However, Long Qilin had clearly finally noticed this as well, realizing that he had recovered to the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, and that a mere early-stage marrow cleansing cultivator dared to chase him. He couldn't help but grin maliciously. A golden opportunity. How could he not seize it? He immediately stopped, swung his fist, and turned to smash at Feng San, suddenly launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan, when he used his heavenly eye to see a mutilated goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage hanging behind him, was startled and turned to run through the complex terrain. He once again realized the importance of speed. His short legs couldn't outrun a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator, so he could only use the terrain to shake him off. Creating his own movement technique had to be put on the agenda. He'd have to do it when he got back, but he'd wait until he escaped this calamity. The mountain path was rugged, with many potholes covered by fallen branches and leaves, making it difficult to spot. Long Zhuan deliberately ran towards the potholes, and his heavenly eye, with its slight X-ray vision, perfectly avoided them. Feng Si, however, was in a worse situation. He kept feeling the ground slippery under his feet, sinking deep into the potholes, almost tripping over them. He hadn't run very far, but he had already fallen countless times. So much so that even though he was a whole realm higher than Long Zhuan, he couldn't catch up with him. But it was clearly impossible to shake him off just by using the potholes in the road. Feng Si was completely enraged and had lost his mind. His eyes were fixed on Long Zhuan's back, determined to fight to the death. Then he pulled a huge black beetle from his insect breeding pouch and rode on its back. Although the speed wasn't as fast as before, the beetle moved as if on flat ground, ignoring the potholes, and gradually began to catch up with Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan was shocked. Insects are characterized by their small size, otherwise, what would they be? This was the first time he had seen such a large goo worm that could be ridden. It already had the potential to be a mount. At this moment, he felt an urge to refine a large goo worm himself. How could he travel without a vehicle? But now was not the time to think about such things. If he continued to indulge in such thoughts, he would be caught by the giant beetle. It didn't take long for Long Zhuan to come up with a solution. He had goo worms, surely he had his own? Finally, Long Zhuan took the still sleeping Little White out of the insect rearing bag. Little White had drunk too much distilled liquor and had been fast asleep in the bag, sleeping soundly. Drinking had caused trouble. It hadn't helped at all in the battle earlier, showing remarkable audacity. But now, in this life or death situation, he couldn't let it sleep any longer. Was it a reincarnation of the god of sleep? Long Zhuan shook it awake forcefully. Stop sleeping. Open your eyes and look at me. Little White groggily opened its eyes, glanced at him sleepily, then at what was behind him, released its slowing domain, and continued to sleep soundly. Long Zhuan was currently holding its tail. It was hanging upside down like a rope, swaying in the wind. It could even sleep in this position? Long Zhuan was utterly impressed. What kind of ancestor had he raised? With the slowing domain activated, the speed of the person and the insect behind him immediately decreased. Feng Si felt an endless resistance preventing any movement, making every step extremely difficult. Not only did his speed decrease drastically, but his stamina consumption also increased exponentially. He was using every ounce of strength he had, yet he couldn't get any closer, instead falling further and further behind. He was completely bewildered. What kind of ability was this? He had never seen anything like it in this region before, and he had no idea how to counter it. It's the top-grade goo worm? Feng Si's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. Top-grade goo worms were the highest quality goo worms, the rarest of existences, and even he, from a powerful clan, had rarely seen them. He never expected that a mere rogue cultivator would possess a top-grade goo worm, and with such a bizarre ability. In most cases, the abilities of goo worms had little effect on those a level higher, or were even completely ineffective, like the decay goo, but this little white snake was clearly an exception. Its ability could ignore the difference in cultivation levels, which greatly surprised him and made him feel troubled. His movement was slowed down, meaning that he could no longer catch up with Long Zhuan, and continuing the chase was pointless. Feng Si checked Long Zhuan's spiritual energy again, and he suddenly felt an urge to vomit blood. Full. It was actually full. He had been fighting for ages, even unleashing a devastating attack that wiped everyone out, and yet his spiritual energy was still full. He couldn't understand where this freak came from. He was completely bewildered. He had regained his composure by now. His opponent was clearly incredibly resilient, while he was being drained exponentially by this damned resistance. He might not be able to outlast this kid. Damn it. Where did this oddball come from? Feng Si gritted his teeth in anger, finally stopping. He realized that the dragon killing hadn't been dealt with yet, and Feng San hadn't caught up. The important matter was paramount. Since he couldn't catch up in a short time, he decisively abandoned the chase and turned to run back. Seeing Feng Si finally ride away on his giant beetle, Long Zhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his frightened heart, still shaken. This trip had been truly dangerous, and he was fortunate to have so many trump cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, if any one of them had been missing, he would likely have been doomed today. He couldn't help but wonder if this old Taoist priest Li was cursed. How could he always encounter such bad luck? If he hadn't been rescued this time, even with his powerful goo, Li wouldn't have escaped death. After Feng Si rode the giant beetle back to the scene of the incident, quite some time had passed, and there was no sign of Long Kilin. Looking at the huge crater in the ground and the dismembered fragments around its edge, his heart sank, and he quickly searched for a Feng San. Finally, some distance from the crater, he found a headless corpse. The area around the headless corpse was scarred and devastated, clearly indicating that a very fierce battle had just taken place. And the clothes worn by this headless corpse, who else could it be but Feng San? Brother, his eyes widened in fury again, and he rushed over like a madman, picking up the headless corpse and roaring wildly. At this moment, he lost his mind once more. Long Kilin. And that brat with a 10 absolute physique. I swear I won't rest until I kill you. His hoarse voice echoed endlessly through the mountains, carrying far and wide. Long Zhuan was unaware that Long Kilin had already killed Feng San. He was known for his cunning and resourcefulness, always anticipating his enemy's moves and employing a series of backup plans. Logically, each of his strategies should have guaranteed victory, yet he still died despite such thorough preparation, a truly unjust death. It was also Feng Si's fault for being easily blinded by anger, losing his rationality, failing to prioritize, and completely lacking a sense of the bigger picture. If he hadn't gone mad chasing Long Zhuan, his brother wouldn't have died. Having narrowly escaped death, Long Zhuan dared not wander aimlessly anymore. With his teammates either dead or deserted, and no one to guide him, he knew nothing about the area and dared not roam freely. He had initially intended to use his heavenly eye to find a cave, but then he remembered the abundance of spirit beasts here, who liked to frequent caves and treat them as their homes. What if he entered a cave already occupied and was trapped inside by returning spirit beasts? Wouldn't he be a sitting duck? So he decisively abandoned the idea, found a giant tree and climbed up, intending to hide there for a while until his injuries healed before considering returning. Although he himself was also seriously injured in the explosion, it was much less severe than the others. The little strong Gu not only had strong defensive capabilities but also strong self-healing abilities, so Long Zhuan wouldn't need much time to recover. With nothing to do while sitting idly in the tree, Long Zhuan took out paper and pen and began to think about creating his third Gu formula, while instructing his clones to keep watch on the other trees. Having unexpectedly found a top-grade spirit insect, he now possessed the main ingredient for a top-grade Gu formula, meeting the conditions for creating his own. Therefore, Long Zhuan began to get restless, his expression filled with excitement. In fact, he had already done a lot of research before coming. Spirit insects born from spirit beasts were often used to refine animal Gu. Animal Gu was one of the common Gu types. He had personally witnessed it on Long Lai. Animal Gu would exhibit certain characteristics of spirit beasts, including similarities in appearance and abilities. For example, Long Lai's dog-like Gu perfectly inherited a dog's sense of smell, even surpassing it, allowing it to easily detect the smell of alcohol on Long Zhuan. Animals' bodies are far more wondrous than humans, possessing all sorts of strange and unusual abilities, and Gu worms inheriting these characteristics are often incredibly difficult to deal with. Animal Gu not only includes physically powerful external Gu but also internal Gu. Internal Gu can transform Gu cultivators into half-beasts, essentially granting them a transformation ability that dramatically increases their combat power. The abilities of Animal Gu are complex and have a high ceiling, which is why Long Zhuan is so interested in them. Since most of the spirit worms born from spirit beasts are used to refine Animal Gu, he decided to refine his third top-grade Gu worm into an Animal Gu. He once again unleashed his unfathomable imagination, his brain racing, generating all sorts of fantastical ideas, which he then filtered out one by one. He was going to refine Animal Gu, and he wanted to do it differently, unlike anyone else, to be unconventional, even to create his own system, a school of thought, defying convention. Otherwise, he might as well just use the Gu formulas from this world. Why spend so much time creating his own formulas if there's no advantage? Creating a goo formula requires a massive amount of time, and he must justify that investment. The returns must be proportional to the time spent. Otherwise, it's better not to create it at all. It's under this mindset that his requirements are extremely high. Considering his astonishing imagination, these ideas couldn't have been conceived in a short time. He quickly frowned. He had many ideas, but now a fatal problem lay before him. Animal goo not only possessed abilities similar to spirit beasts, but also shared many similarities in form. For example, Longley's dog goo was a miniature version of a puppy. Those unfamiliar with the field couldn't tell it was an insect. Now, the problem arose. His top-grade goo worms were extracted from rabbits. Following this pattern, wouldn't the goo worms he refined resemble rabbits? How could that be? Rabbits were far too weak in this world, practically useless. What could a rabbit do? Could it harm people by being cute? Longzhuan quickly shook his head, greatly dissatisfied. His animal goo absolutely could not resemble a rabbit. Form was far too important for any species. Some forms were suited for combat, while others were not. Otherwise, how could the insects of this world be divided into the 5 poisons, inherently superior and inferior? If the goo he refined resembled a rabbit, it would be essentially useless, and he absolutely could not allow that to happen. Longzhuan's brain raced again, killing countless brain cells until his CPU was practically smoking. Finally, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes lit up. He was a man who loved to defy convention. Why should he adhere to the rules? While others refined whatever resembled a specific animal, he would refine something that was neither fish nor fowl. He would combine the characteristics of multiple animals to create a monster with parts of various spirit beasts, resembling nothing at all. With his mind opened up, inspiration quickly struck him. He immediately thought of a strange, unrecognizable monster from his past life. This monster had horns like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. This monster was none other than the famous Eastern divine dragon from his past life. Since his use of this top-grade spirit insect to refine the goo was destined to resemble a rabbit, he would only make it resemble a rabbit's eyes, thus matching the eyes of the Eastern divine dragon. Then, he could find spirit insects from the other 8 spirit beasts and combine them, making each resemble a part of the animal. By piecing all the parts together, wouldn't that create a living, breathing Eastern divine dragon? Longzhuan's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor, and his heart raced. To test this idea, he hurriedly wrote the words dragon goo on a piece of paper, as his topic. Then, he quickly wrote down the 9 spirit insects related to the 9 spirit beasts. After finishing in one breath, he hurriedly looked at the progress on the paper and immediately revealed his excitement. There was actually progress. Since there was progress, it meant his idea was theoretically feasible. He really could create a goo worm that resembled an Eastern dragon. Whether the goo worm he created was actually a dragon or not, as long as its form was similar, that was enough for him, enough to make him spend a lot of time researching it. Just imagine, others used giant beetles as mounts, while he could ride an Eastern dragon soaring through the sky. How cool would that be? He'd even had the idea of forging a mount while on the run, and now he had it. Longzhuan's eyes lit up, and a smile slowly crept onto his face. However, his smile quickly vanished, freezing on his face. He'd been too excited to think things through, and now, belatedly, he realized something terrifying. Completing this goo formula undoubtedly required 9 top-grade spirit worms from various spirit beasts. 9 top-grade spirit worms. Where was he going to get those? These aren't top-grade spirit insects from the microscopic world, which are plentiful. Top-grade spirit insects are incredibly rare. Even with a fortune in spirit stones, you wouldn't know where to buy them. As for substituting the other 8 types of spirit insects with high-grade ones, Longzhuan didn't even need to consider it. It was definitely unacceptable. If he did that, the rabbit-shaped insect would become the sole main ingredient, and the entire goo refining process would revolve around it. It would be strange if the resulting goo didn't resemble a rabbit. Therefore, the other 8 spirit insects must be top grade, on par with the rabbit-shaped insect. Only in this way will the power of the 9 elements be balanced, and after the goo is formed, each will occupy a part, instead of being completely devoured by the strongest element. In other words, Longzhuan's goo recipe absolutely requires 9 top-grade spirit insects as a minimum, not to mention the other materials. How could the quantity of goo insect materials be small with such a terrifying amount? It would be strange if it were. Long Zhuan had already anticipated that the cost of this goo recipe would likely far exceed the astronomical price of the wine goo Little White. The premise was that he still needed to find the corresponding top-grade spirit insects, which required specific species, and even with connections, finding them wasn't guaranteed. This really worried him. Who knew if he could find the other 8 top-grade spirit insects? And how much time would it take to find so many? What if he spent a lot of time finally creating the dragon goo formula, only to find that it would take him 10 years, or even a lifetime, to find the materials? That would be a tragedy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to grind. Who could resist the temptation of a cool mount? Besides, he was the protagonist. He refused to believe that he couldn't collect the materials with his protagonist's halo. Like a gambler, he completely disregarded the consequences and began grinding for the goo formula on the tree. Chapter 70 Beast-Tide Eruption. 3 days passed in a flash, and Long Zhuan's injuries had almost healed thanks to the powerful self-healing ability of the little strong goo. He certainly hadn't written anything substantial in those 3 days, but he had still gained some knowledge. At least he knew that this goo formula required not only 9 top-grade spirit insects, but also corresponding body parts from 9 different spirit beasts. For example, if a dragon's head resembled a deer's, then the formula must include deer antlers. If dragon scales resembled fish, then the formula must include fish scales. And if dragon claws resembled eagles, then the formula must include eagle claws. Furthermore, the materials couldn't be from ordinary spirit beasts, they had to be from rare spirit beasts, and specifically, they had to come from beast kings. Materials lacking the aura of a king were unacceptable. Given this, how could the price be cheap? Collecting 9 beast king materials would be incredibly expensive, let alone 9 top-grade spirit insects. Long Zhuan's scalp tingled. It was simply too expensive. It was already this expensive before he'd even written down a few materials. What would happen when he completed the formula? Wouldn't he have to exhaust half his savings? Long Zhuan's face was more grim than if he'd cried. Now that his injuries had almost healed, Long Zhuan decided not to stay in the tree. He needed to go home to work on the liver cultivating technique, where it would be quiet and undisturbed. Here, he was constantly on edge and easily distracted. It wasn't a good place for research. Just as Long Zhuan was about to climb down, he suddenly saw a cheetah carrying its prey up a nearby tree. His pupils instantly contracted. Who told him it was dangerous but safe to climb a tree? I promise I won't kill him. Long Zhuan froze, barely daring to breathe, afraid the cheetah would notice him. This was a spirit beast that could climb trees. If it spotted him, he'd have nowhere to run, and might even unleash a burst of energy. He dared not make a sound. Many spirit beasts had hearing dozens, even hundreds of times greater than humans, and he couldn't afford to gamble. Only after the cheetah had enjoyed a delicious meal in the tree and was now asleep on the trunk did he relax. He carefully climbed down the tree and fled the area as if escaping. Throughout the journey, his heavenly eye remained constantly activated. His heavenly eye could spot spirit beasts from a great distance, allowing him to avoid danger in time, unlike other rogue cultivators who would blindly rush into the spirit beast's perception range, only to find themselves outmatched by their terrifying speed when they tried to escape. It must be said that Long Zhuan's heavenly eye was incredibly helpful. The heavenly eye combined with his cheat-like abilities was enough to help him avoid over 90% of the dangers in the forest. However, precisely because he rarely encountered danger, his courage gradually grew. The dragon goo formula he was creating required 9 kinds of top-grade spirit insects. If he collected them step by step, how long would it take? Therefore, he had to take risks and try hunting spirit beasts. It wasn't just a matter of chance he might find top-grade spirit insects in the forest. He was guaranteed to find them. His cheat-like abilities were practically a bug in this world. The only question was whether the top-grade spirit insects he found met his requirements, which was equally difficult for him. There are countless types of top-grade spirit insects in this world. How could he possibly stumble upon the exact species he needed? Even with his cheat-like abilities, finding a suitable target was by no means easy. Long Zhuan searched for a full month. During that month, he encountered countless spirit beasts carrying spirit insects, including several carrying top-grade ones. However, none of these top-grade spirit insects were the type he needed, and given their immense power, he wasn't sure if he could defeat them. Unwilling to take the risk, he left without hesitation. That was his nature. His safety was paramount. Even with immense treasures before him, nothing could entice him into danger unless it was absolutely safe. He wouldn't consider even a 10% chance of danger. After a month of searching, just as he was about to give up, his efforts finally paid off, and he discovered a spirit beast that perfectly matched his criteria. His heavenly eye lit up when he saw the spirit beast, and Long Zhuan quickly ran over. He had been searching for top-grade spirit insects for a whole month, a truly arduous task. In his heavenly eye's view, a large, emerald green fish was basking in the sun on the shore. This fish was already as tall as a person, its entire body covered in emerald green scales. Its 2 pairs of fins were large and powerful, allowing it to walk on the shore. It had an underbite, a pouting lower lip, and fierce-looking eyes. It was the kind of fish he was looking for, called the great dragonfish. After repeated trials, he had determined that the material for the dragon goo could only be the parasite of the great dragonfish. No other fish would do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths, spending a whole month to find his target. And coincidentally, a top-grade spirit insect was clinging to the spirit core of this great dragonfish, truly a stroke of luck. Long Zhuan became excited. Approaching his target, he began to walk carefully, making sure his footsteps didn't make a sound, lest he scare the great dragonfish back into the water. Once the giant dragonfish returns to the water, it's like a fish entering the ocean. Catching it again will be incredibly difficult. Finally, Long Zhuan leaned against a large tree to block the dragonfish's view and began to ponder how to kill it. This dragonfish possessed the aura of a peak first-tier spirit beast, comparable to a peak-stage spirit-gathering goo cultivator. Long Zhuan possessed the 10 absolute bodies, allowing him to fight beyond his level, and he believed he had a fighting chance against this dragonfish. However, Long Zhuan's overly cautious nature resurfaced. Although he had a fighting chance, what if something went wrong? At the same level, spirit beasts were a cut above goo cultivators. How could he treat it like a peak-stage spirit-gathering goo cultivator? What if he was no match, or what if it simply didn't fight and fled back into the water? 1,000 what-ifs filled Long Zhuan's mind. In his view, there were no battles in this world with a 100% chance of victory. All his opponents so far had believed they would win, making all sorts of overconfident assessments, but what had been the result? Their graves were overgrown with grass, and this batch was completely wiped out. Not even a grave mound remained. Therefore, Long Zhuan didn't plan to rush in recklessly. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was their vastly different intelligence. He wanted to resolve the battle using the safest method, refusing to take any risks, even with a 90% success rate. Long Zhuan pondered for a moment. He realized he didn't have many resources left. The origin realm was probably out of the question. This creature was a beast king, and its cultivation level was higher than his own. After much thought, he finally placed a large jar of distilled liquor on the ground and hid in a concealed spot in a tree. Spirit liquor contained immense spiritual power and had the effects of elixirs, making it extremely attractive to spirit beasts. Especially since it was a jar of strong liquor, which would permanently increase strength after drinking, its allure was even greater. Furthermore, this strong liquor was the strongest of his 4 types of liquor. Despite its enormous size, the dragonfish wouldn't stand still once it drank the wine. Even a novice drinker couldn't withstand the strength of distilled liquor, let alone a spirit beast. Once it drank, it would definitely be drunk, becoming easy prey for him. Even if it knew to restrain itself and only took a small sip, luring it away from the sea would still be a success. Fish are undoubtedly masters of aquatic warfare. Keeping it away from the shore would reduce its fighting power tenfold, making him much more likely to win even if forced into a direct confrontation. This would also prevent it from quickly escaping back to the sea if it was defeated, a win-win situation. Suddenly realizing the wine might not be enough to lure the dragonfish, Long Zhuan placed honey in a large amount of spirit pills on the ground, including spirit-gathering pills, before hiding back in the tree. He had learned to anticipate his enemy's moves. Frankly, this trap was rather childish. Any normal person wouldn't fall for it. There was nothing around just a moment ago, and suddenly treasures appeared, all sorts of treasures gathered together. Who are they trying to fool? Even a fool wouldn't believe it. But believe it or not, spirit beasts might actually fall for it. Such a rudimentary trap wouldn't fool even a 7-year-old, but spirit beasts could. Especially fish spirit beasts, they're not blind, and if they see a sharp hook in the water, they'll bite it, only to be caught by humans. Isn't that strange? Their traps are far more sophisticated than fish hooks. They can't fool humans, but fooling a foolish fish is a piece of cake. And just as Long Zhuan predicted, things unfolded exactly as he expected. The large dragonfish basking in the sun on the shore suddenly sniffed the air. its eyes lighting up, and it crawled towards the scent of wine. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. What a foolish fish! Daring to venture inland as a fish? Who else but you would die? Eating you might affect your intelligence, wouldn't it? The giant dragonfish, waving its 2 pairs of large fins, quickly darted to the wine jar, sniffed it, and immediately showed a look of intoxication. Suddenly, its fierce brows furrowed, as if sensing something amiss. It immediately looked around warily, but not up. Seeing no one around, it finally relaxed, thinking it had been overthinking things, and began to enjoy the delicious spirit wine with a blissful expression. Despite its large size, its alcohol tolerance was truly terrible. After only a few sips, it swayed unsteadily, then collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. From the tree, Long Zhuan could hear its deafening snoring, its belly rising and falling with each snort. Success! Long Zhuan was overjoyed. It really was a stupid fish, so easy to fool. With a little trick, he had captured it without bloodshed. Long Zhuan slowly climbed down from the tree, trying his best to make no sound. Even though the giant dragonfish was completely drunk, he wouldn't let his guard down. Long Zhuan tiptoed to the dragonfish's side, and then, life-destroying palm, life-destroying palm, life-destroying palm, and then nothing more. Long Zhuan skinned and gutted the dragonfish, enjoyed a delicious meal, and then left with the remaining fish and the emerald green top-grade spirit insect. He was in a very good mood with another top-grade spirit insect in hand, humming a little tune as he went, planning to find a third. It has to be said, he was completely addicted to finding top-grade spirit insects. Greedily, he even planned to collect all 9 top-grade spirit insects here in one go. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a slight tremor in the ground, as if a large group of things were running around. His expression suddenly changed slightly, and he hurriedly used his heavenly eye to look into the distance. Sure enough, he saw familiar faces. Old Taoist Li and the young medicine boy were running frantically towards him, their expressions panicked, glancing back every now and then. Following their gaze, Long Zhuan saw a swarm of black rats chasing after them, a dense, black mass. But weren't these rats a bit too big? Many were almost half a person's height. Are these what you call rats? They're practically spirits. Although Long Zhuan had seen the rats beforehand, he didn't choose to hide immediately. These rats, though numerous, were all ordinary early-stage first-tier spirit beasts, nothing to fear. Just as the swarm was about to reach him, he unleashed a blazing palm attack, instantly engulfing the rats in flames. How could early-stage first-tier spirit beasts withstand the attack of a blazing palm? A large swarm of rats can be terrifying. Despite being early-stage first-tier spirit beasts, they could overwhelm and kill a peak-stage spirit-gathering cultivator with sheer numbers. Even a goo cultivator in the marrow-cleansing stage could be killed, and with a larger number, even a goo cultivator in the spirit sea stage would have to temporarily avoid their attacks. But sometimes, the swarm of rats isn't so scary. Just like the swarm of black beetles that Long Zhuan wiped out, the terrifying thing about social creatures is their numbers. In reality, an individual rat isn't strong at all and can easily be wiped out by a large-scale attack. Long Zhuan happens to be one of the few goo cultivators with a heaven-defying ultimate move, completely unafraid of such swarms of creatures, whether insects or beasts. He simply used a flaming palm, and the massive swarm of rats was basically burned to ashes, also saving the 2 minor characters in the process. I saved your lives again. Now you each owe me 2 lives. You'd better think carefully about how to repay my life-saving grace, Long Zhuan joked. Old Li and the little medicine boy sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily. They seemed exhausted, almost at their limit. If Long Zhuan had been a little slower, the old man and the child would have been devoured by the swarm of rats, even with their strong goo after a long while. Old Li finally caught his breath and cupped his hands to Long Zhuan, saying, "Thank you for saving me, young friend. I owe you a favor, so I won't thank you." The little medicine boy also said, "Thank you. What kind of spiritual technique was that? I've never seen it before." Any attack has an inverse relationship between attack range and attack power. Single-target spiritual techniques have high attack power, while multi-target spiritual techniques have weak attack power. To pursue attack range, you must disperse your power and sacrifice attack power. Your spiritual technique not only has a large attack range, but its attack power is also surprisingly high. It's definitely not an ordinary spiritual technique. The little medicine boy looked at Long Zhuan with surprise. Is it powerful? Maybe it's because of the 10 absolute physique, Long Zhuan casually replied. Old Li and the little medicine boy both showed disbelief. They weren't stupid. Every ability Long Zhuan had used along the way was something they had never seen before. Especially that white energy ball that exploded and almost killed them. They couldn't believe that there was such a powerful spiritual technique, let alone have seen it before. It was simply too exaggerated. If they hadn't seen one or two of these before, it might be due to their ignorance. But if they hadn't seen any of them, then they couldn't help but suspect one thing: could all those incredible spiritual techniques have been created by this kid himself? Old Li and the young medicine boy exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Long Zhuan didn't want to dwell on this topic and changed the subject, asking, "Tell me about you guys. Why were you chased around by a bunch of rats? Why did you provoke them in the first place? These things are no different from those rabbits. Don't be fooled by their large size, they don't drop anything good. Provoking them is a thankless task." Old Li shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's not that I wanted to provoke them. There's a rat swarm, no, to be precise, there's already a beast swarm. The rats are just one group within the beast swarm, and we only encountered a small part of the rat swarm. We were lucky, we didn't run into a large swarm, none of the flying rats, fire rats, or even the Rat King, those troublesome creatures, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to save us, you would have gotten yourself killed. No matter how powerful your spiritual arts are, you can't withstand a rat swarm of that level." "That's right." The young medicine boy stood up, his expression grave. The Goo King's predictions were correct. A beast tide has erupted in the 10,000 mountains, and it's unprecedented in scale. It will spread to all parts of the human world. The scale of this beast tide is extremely rare in the last 1,000 years. The 10,000 mountains are in complete chaos now. It's no longer a place to linger. We must leave as quickly as possible. We were lucky to run into a small group of rats this time. If we encounter a large rat tide next time, we won't be so lucky to escape alive. Chapter 71. The lightning that killed brother proved his Dao. Originally, Long Zhuan intended to continue searching for top-grade spirit insects, but upon hearing that a massive beast tide had erupted in the 10,000 mountains, he dared not linger any longer and had to abandon his plan, joining the other two to return home. The return journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any more small beast tides. After all, with Long Zhuan's heavenly eye, it was difficult to crash into a beast tide. The three of them finally returned to the familiar market town without any major incidents. Seeing the market town, the three of them immediately felt like they had found home. At this moment, they finally felt a great weight lifted off their shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief, their tense nerves completely relaxing. The three of them exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. However, their smiles quickly faded. A beast tide had erupted in the 10,000 mountains, and far more than just their group had returned from the mountains. Now, the market town was packed with people, all of them injured and clearly in dire need of rest and recuperation. But at this moment, everyone was being stopped outside the market town by a burly man named Shijian. Not only were they not allowed to enter the market town, but they were also forbidden from leaving. Hearing the overwhelming shouts and curses from the surrounding rogue cultivators, Long Zhuan quickly understood what was going on. It was simply that the beast tide was approaching, and a large number of people were urgently needed. Resisting the beast tide was everyone's responsibility, and the powerful clan's Goo cultivators were using this righteous cause to organize the rogue cultivators to fight it. Now, having just escaped from the 10,000 mountains, they were being forced to fight the beast tide again. No wonder the rogue cultivators were all grumpy. But these rogue cultivators could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Being weak, they had no voice, they dared not disobey the powerful clan's Goo cultivators. This powerful clan's Goo cultivator was now acting on righteous ground. If you dared to resist, he had every reason to deal with you. He could kill and plunder openly without moral condemnation. Who would dare to be the first to stand up? This Goo cultivator named Shijian was one of the 7 guardians of this market, a peak marrow cleansing stage expert, and one of the strongest among all peak marrow cleansing stage Goo cultivators. Who would dare to provoke him? Therefore, although there were whispers among the crowd, not a single person dared to stand up and resist. Finally, Long Zhuan bravely raised his hand. Just as Shijian grinned, thinking he'd finally found someone to take the lead, he heard Long Zhuan say, "This junior is Elder Long's medicine apprentice, I don't know." Before he could finish, Shijian interrupted, "He still owes me 5 million spirit stones." Do you think mentioning him will do any good? Shi Jian looked at Long Zhuan with a playful expression. If you want me to give him face, you've miscalculated. His face is worthless to me. Not only will I not give him face, but when the beast tide comes, I'll order you to be the first to charge in. Shi Jian sneered. Long Zhuan froze. He knew it, never mention Elder Long's name in public, otherwise it wouldn't be effective, and the situation would only worsen. Did this Elder Long have creditors everywhere? It seemed like everyone he bumped into was his creditor. How did he manage to get by like this? Long Zhuan was truly speechless. However, he was already prepared for this, so he wasn't trying to save face for Elder Long this time. He already knew that mentioning Elder Long outside was pointless. Senior misunderstands. Elder Long instructed me to search for a spiritual herb in the 100,000 mountains. Now that I've found it, I urgently need to deliver it to Elder Long. I'll be right back and won't take long, Long Zhuan said cautiously. Hearing this, Shi Jian looked at him suspiciously and said, you can run away, but you can't hide. I doubt you dare to run. Go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you here. By the way, ask him when he'll return the spirit stones to me. Certainly. Certainly. I will definitely convey Senior's words. After saying this, Long Zhuan immediately ran towards Dashi village at top speed, not daring to linger any longer. Of course, there was a reason he made up this story. It was a testament to his wisdom. As soon as Long Zhuan returned home, he immediately released his flame avatar to join the main force in fighting the beast tide, while he himself hid obediently at home. Beast tides are far too dangerous. Let whoever wants to go, go. He'll just stay home comfortably. As soon as he got home, he tightly closed the doors and windows, locked them, and sat back in his familiar spot to start grinding the goo formula. He had been quite worried about collecting the 9 kinds of top-grade spirit insects, but now he was finally free of worry. This unprecedented beast tide would not only kill a large number of goo cultivators, but also countless spirit beasts. This was his opportunity. If enough spirit beasts died, a large amount of animal materials and spirit insects would inevitably flood the market. Top-grade spirit insects are rare under normal circumstances, but during a beast tide, they might appear frequently. If he prepared sufficient funds, he could potentially collect all 7 remaining top-grade spirit insects, as well as the Beast King materials carrying the aura of a king, during this battle. Therefore, he was full of energy, striving to grind the dragon goo formula before the beast tide ended. He could collect any missing materials during this opportunity, otherwise, it would be difficult to collect them after the beast tide. While others fought tooth and nail outside, Long Zhuan hid at home, diligently working on his goo formula, perfectly safe. He was truly cunning. If the goo cultivators on the front lines knew there was such a sly and lazy fellow back home, they'd probably be furious. Just as Long Zhuan had predicted, this goo formula was extremely long, fraught with difficulties in its creation. In terms of difficulty, it surpassed even the Heavenly Eye and the Wine Goo. Just balancing the power of 9 top-grade spirit insects was giving him a major headache. Creating the dragon goo formula was far from a year-long task. And so, Long Zhuan comfortably hid in his small home, and 2 months quickly passed. At this moment, he was in his herb garden, protected by the frost array, and no one knew he was there. He had somehow acquired a stone table and a stone chair, with a large pavilion built over them, providing shelter from the wind and sun, as well as from torrential rain. He sat on a stone chair in the pavilion, a table laden with paper and brushes, fine tea, a plate of tea eggs, and a small pot of flowers to refresh his mind. The tea eggs were a delicacy. The eggs were undoubtedly from Brother Chicken, the largest and roundest, brimming with spiritual energy and incredibly nourishing. The tea leaves used were all picked by him from his tea garden, which had transplanted many 4th-grade tea trees from Dizin. 4th-grade tea was considered a luxury. Brother Chicken's eggs, brewed with 4th-grade tea, made incredibly fragrant tea eggs, 10 times better than any he'd tasted in his previous life. It was no exaggeration. He was completely addicted. He sat on the stone chair, processing the goo formula while eating the tea eggs. Occasionally, if he choked, he'd sip the 4th-grade spiritual tea to soothe himself. He was living a blissful, contented life. However, while he was enjoying his life, he had no idea what life was like for the goo cultivators on the front lines. Not only were they starving and freezing, but they also lived on the edge, their lives hanging by a thread. This beast tide was unprecedented, with people dying in droves, and the Gu cultivators of the far west suffering devastating losses. Whether it was the rogue cultivators or the various powerful clans, all were severely damaged. Fortunately, forces from other regions had sent large numbers of powerful individuals to support them. Otherwise, the far west alone would not have been able to withstand this beast tide. Of course, the beast tide wasn't limited to the far west, it affected all regions bordering the 10,000 mountains. It's said that the far west's beast tide was the smallest, because the far west is the most resource poor region, and even spirit beasts avoid it, a situation that's hard to say whether to be thankful or saddened. Long Zhuan suddenly put down his pen, stretched comfortably, grabbed a teacup, and drank it all in one gulp, the aroma lingering in his mouth. The formula for the dragon goo was incredibly complex. Even after 2 months, he had only completed less than a tenth of the process. He was prepared for a protracted battle. The more extraordinary the goo formula, the harder it is to research. If a goo formula could be easily created, he would question the strength of the goo. Watching the spirit bees flitting about in the herb garden, he was in high spirits. The 4th grade peach trees in the herb garden bloomed once every 10 years, bore fruit once every 10 years, and ripened once every 10 years. At this moment, the peach trees were in full bloom, their nectar plentiful. Seeing the trees laden with 4th grade spiritual flowers, the swarm of spirit bees, as if injected with adrenaline, rushed towards them. Almost every flower on the peach tree had a spirit bee burrowing into it, half its rear end exposed. With each burrow, the flower swayed incessantly. It seemed the spirit bees were exerting themselves quite vigorously, and he wondered if they would damage the fruit and prevent it from bearing fruit. However, after searching for a long time, Long Zhuan still couldn't find the little glutton he had praised as having the potential of a queen bee. Not seeing this familiar figure, he frowned slightly and began frantically searching for it in the herb garden. After searching for a long time, he finally found its figure in one of the secret chambers of the beehive. Using a slight X-ray vision, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the little figure fast asleep, Long Zhuan was completely excited. He wasn't foolish enough to think that this little glutton was really asleep. The 4th grade flowers outside were in full bloom. With this little glutton's reckless nature, how could it possibly be asleep? As soon as the fragrance of the 4th grade spiritual flowers entered the beehive, its nose was sharper than a dog's, and it would be the first to rush out. Which of the spirit bees in the entire beehive could outrun it? Now that it was unmoved by the fragrance of the 4th grade spiritual flowers, there was only one explanation: its body was undergoing an unknown change. The unknown change could be good or bad, but Long Zhuan was more inclined to believe it was good. Because this spirit bee had eaten honey made from the honey of the 10,000-year-old snow lotus of the ice mountain. That was honey made from the honey of a 10,000-year-old spiritual flower. How could such high-quality honey not have some effect after being eaten? Looking at the progress bar above the little glutton's head, sure enough, another progress bar appeared above it, this time at 0%. Once this progress reaches 100%, will this little glutton evolve into a queen bee? Long Zhuan thought excitedly. It's no wonder he thought this way, he had been anticipating this for a long time. Only by forming a blood pact with a queen bee could he freely eat the 4th grade honey made by these spirit bees. Otherwise, if you dared to touch their hard-earned produce, you would only get stung. At this moment, he placed extremely high hopes on this little glutton. Whether he could eat countless amounts of honey in the future depended entirely on it. Long Zhuan stopped paying attention to it and began to watch the swaggering rooster in the herb garden. Its gaze was incredibly sharp as it patrolled the garden like a security guard. It acted as if the herb garden belonged to it, and no one could touch its private property. It completely treated this place as its territory. As for the original herb garden belonging to Elder Long, it had long since ruthlessly abandoned it. The spirit insects in that shabby herb garden were low-level and tasteless. It had endured them for a long time. How could they compare to the fragrant spirit insects in this herb garden? This herb garden was overflowing with high-grade spirit herbs, and the spirit insects that bred from them were incredibly delicious. What had it been eating before? Thus, Elder Long's herb garden was once again disliked by a chicken. Since Brother Chicken arrived, like the swarm of spirit bees, it had stayed there and refused to leave. Furthermore, after consuming the spirit insects bred from the high-grade spirit herbs, the eggs Brother Chicken laid had more spiritual energy, were more delicious, and more nutritious, so Long Zhuan used them all to make tea eggs. After observing Brother Chicken, he finally stood up, packed his things, and walked out of the formation. He was also helpless. He couldn't possibly stay quietly in the herb garden to work on his goo formula forever. Although he had sent his flame clone to the front lines in his place, and even if it died, it would be the flame clone that died, he couldn't leave his clone to fend for itself indefinitely. Through his research, he had found his clone to be very stable. As long as it was kept by his side, there would be absolutely no problems. However, this was contingent on keeping the clone close at hand, never leaving it far away to roam freely. Otherwise he couldn't guarantee what might happen. He had to frequently assimilate the clone's memories. Only with frequent contact could he be sure of his safety. Therefore, he had turned his seclusion and hurried to the front lines to assimilate the flame clone's memories. He also wanted to see if he had encountered any materials from the goo formula within the memories, and if so, he would bring them back. Thus, this cowardly individual finally left his comfortable little home and had to head to the front lines. Long Xuan already had some understanding of the situation at the front. The difficulty in dealing with a beast tide lay in the sheer number of mortal villages that needed care. Mortal villages were completely incapable of dealing with a beast tide, and the Goo Cultivator Alliance had to intervene, as mortal villages were crucial to their food supply. A large-scale loss of mortals could shake the very foundation of a Goo Cultivator family. But there were simply too many mortal villages. If the Goo Cultivators were scattered and stationed in so many villages, their strength would be too dispersed. How could they possibly hold off the beast tide with such limited power? The ultimate result would be that they couldn't hold any place. Therefore, defense is the least desirable method. The only option is to keep the battlefield away from mortal villages to minimize casualties. The method is simple. Before the beast tide impacts the villages and the strongholds of the major clans, send people to divert it in another direction. The goal is to divide the beast tide into numerous smaller groups, concentrating forces to annihilate them, while continuing to disperse the larger groups. This is destined to be a protracted war. However, those responsible for diverting the larger groups are doomed. It's a mission with a near certain death. Anyone sent on this mission is unlikely to return. Naturally, no one wants to undertake such a suicidal mission. Everyone is selfish, and no one wants to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. It's said that those chosen for this mission are selected by drawing lots and then forcibly placed under a curse by the powerful clans, with the curse not being lifted until the mission is completed. Only through such methods are countless Goo cultivators forced to sacrifice themselves, thus sparing the mortal world from the beast tide's onslaught. Long Xuan couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't gone. Otherwise, even if nothing serious happened, he would still feel uneasy if his body were infected with a goo poison. He traveled at breakneck speed, reaching the front lines in just 3 days, and using his inexplicable senses, he headed towards the location of his clone, somewhere in the valley. A few dozen Goo cultivators were locked in a fierce battle with a pack of over 100 wolves, while a flock of nearly 100 eagles occasionally swooped down to harass them. It was less a chaotic battle and more a pincer attack from both land and air. Their complete annihilation was only a matter of time. This group of several dozen Goo cultivators was clearly an elite force, seemingly not ordinary rogue cultivators, but an elite unit cobbled together by various clans, which explained why they had managed to hold out for so long against a combined onslaught of 2 beast packs. However, the numerical disparity was too great, and escape was impossible. The eagles in the sky were far too fast for humans. Running away at this point would only expose their backs to the eagles, leading to an even quicker death. This team was facing a definite dead end. Without any unforeseen events, none of the Goo cultivators would escape. Damn it! Can anyone tell me where this eagle flock came from? How could they suddenly appear? We're in big trouble now, Lei Yun roared angrily, his face ashen. They were all genius Goo cultivators from their respective races, already at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm at a young age. It could be said that this was a team of geniuses, with talents from all 7 major races of the far west in their ranks. How could a team full of geniuses be sent on a dangerous mission? Any casualties would be a great loss to all races. The reason this team was formed was primarily for training purposes. Each race intended to use this beast tide to hone their clan's geniuses' combat abilities. Therefore, the mission this team accepted was guaranteed to be safe. The arrival of this eagle flock was simply too inexplicable. Not only the eagle flock, but the arrival of the wolf pack on the ground also baffled them. The events unfolded too suddenly. First, they were inexplicably surrounded by wolves, and after fighting for a while, a flock of eagles suddenly appeared from the sky, their target clear. They joined the battle, catching them completely off guard. Many inexperienced geniuses had already been snatched up by the eagles, torn apart alive, and devoured by the eagles themselves, a sight that terrified them, filling everyone with fear. I don't know how these two groups of spirit beasts appeared here, but I've already sent a message to my family for help. If we just hold on a little longer, we can wait for their rescue, someone in the crowd shouted. Wait my ass. By the time the rescue arrives, we'll have been eaten alive. We can't possibly hold out that long. Now, everyone should use their trump cards. This isn't a time to be stingy. If we're reluctant to use them, we'll all die here today. What trump cards could we possibly have? Whose trump cards could wipe out so many spirit beasts at once? The crowd clamored, but after a long time, they couldn't reach a conclusion. Behind a large rock in the distance, a young man dressed in blue sneered. Trying to run? Do you think you can just run away from my arrangements? You'd all better die here. His eyes were cruel. Indeed, this young man in blue had lured the beast horde here. He was extremely fast and possessed excellent stealth abilities, enough to lead the beast army to any location where they shouldn't be. There are always a small group of people in this world who, while others are doing their utmost to deal with the beast tide, not only fail to fight it but also turn against their own people. This young man named Lei Guang was such a person. Despite being the top genius of the Lei clan, one of the 7 great clans, and possessing unparalleled combat power among his peers, he didn't think about how to fight the beast tide or how to serve his clan. Instead, he was constantly plotting how to betray his own people. In his view, what was a spirit beast storage bag worth compared to cultivators? Like these geniuses, on whom the various clans placed their hopes, each of their storage bags was enormous. After the spirit beasts killed them, they would only eat the people, not their storage bags. The storage bags of cultivators were useless to the spirit beasts and would only be abandoned on the ground. Once the spirit beasts retreated, he could easily collect the storage bags of dozens of super geniuses, thus becoming rich overnight. This wealth would be enough for him to refine 2 top-grade goo worms, and perhaps even more. This was his plan, a cruel plan to rapidly plunder resources using spirit beasts. For him, this beast tide was an opportunity to rise quickly. He had used similar methods countless times, killing countless geniuses along the way. This was his biggest operation yet, attracting 2 packs of beasts with the intention of slaughtering dozens of geniuses. He planned to finish this last job and then disappear into the shadows, using the resources he had gathered to refine a few top-grade goo worms before making further plans. After all, the backgrounds of these geniuses were all terrifying. Their deaths would undoubtedly shake the upper echelons of the major families, attracting investigations from powerful figures. He dared not defy the wind again. A person who enjoys doing bad things is rarely stupid. He glanced at a few Lei clan geniuses in the crowd. Faced with the dying struggle of his kinsman, he showed no remorse or pity, but rather his expression grew increasingly cruel. What did kinsman matter in the face of the path to power? That genius named Lei Yun was his own brother, but so what? On the path to power, kinship was a stumbling block, the most meaningless thing. Even if his brother treated him well, he wouldn't abandon this plan. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame their bad luck. They just happen to be in this group, so don't blame your own brother for being ruthless and killing his brother for the sake of justice. Lei Guang's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, he saw a young-looking person rushing towards him in the distance. He quickly hid, and in the next moment, his body turned the exact same color as stone, as if he had become one with it. Passers-by probably wouldn't even notice that someone was hiding there. And unsurprisingly, the person rushing towards him was none other than Long Zhuan, who had mistakenly entered this valley. At this moment, Long Zhuan's eyes were fixed on the giant eagle king in the sky, his eyes gleaming with extreme greed. It was truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it fall into his lap effortlessly. His goo formula was missing a top-grade spirit insect related to eagles, and also a beast material with eagle claws carrying the aura of a king. This eagle king perfectly met his requirements. As long as he killed this eagle king, he could collect 2 top-grade materials at once. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Upon seeing the eagle king from afar, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over. He wasn't blind, he saw both beast packs. In his view, the reason these few dozen people could withstand the siege of the 2 beast packs for so long wasn't because they were strong, but because most of the beasts in those packs were spirit beasts below the late stage of the first tier. As for the peak first tier spirit beasts, which were on par with the peak of the spirit gathering stage, Their numbers were actually similar to those of the geniuses. Once those small fry were cleared out with powerful attacks, the remaining geniuses would be enough to handle the dozens of peak first-tier spirit beasts, including the Eagle King. Since he could use the Blazing Palm to clear out the rat swarm and the black beetle swarm, using the Blazing Palm to clear out the low-level wolf pack was naturally no problem at all, perfectly reasonable. The logic was sound. Small fry could be cleared out with powerful attacks, no problem, but the question was, who possessed such powerful attacks? What Long Zhuan didn't know was that the strongest group of geniuses from the 7 major clans were gathered here, even if they didn't have such powerful attacks. Otherwise, why would this beast tide cause such a headache for the various clans? They could simply clear it out with powerful attacks, wouldn't they? He probably hasn't realized just how terrifying his self-created spiritual techniques truly are, or what level they occupy in this world. He has absolutely no clear understanding of what level his self-created cultivation method and the mutated spiritual power he researched would be rated at in this world, or what their place would be. He genuinely has no idea just how terrifying those things he's haphazardly concocted are in this world. Chapter 72 Classification of Cultivation Techniques and Spiritual Arts. Long Zhuan, masked, quickly approached the battlefield. Once some distance from the flock of eagles, he swung his hand twice in the air, flames swirling around his palm and drawing a long trail of fire. After gathering his strength, he slammed his palm heavily into the sky. Blazing palm, he roared. In an instant, flames engulfed the sky, filling it with a sea of fire that ignited the entire heavens, forming a massive fiery cloud. The entire flock of eagles was engulfed in flames, and the screams of black eagles echoed from within. Below, the crowd felt a sudden wave of heat, the blinding light of the flames making it difficult to open their eyes. They felt as if something was falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot, some hitting the crowd, others the wolves, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone was stunned. Before they could even react, another massive wave of fire rose from the ground, instantly engulfing the wolves, who howled in terror. In an instant, the entire ground was engulfed in a sea of fire, so vast that the wolves had nowhere to escape. The sky and ground were ablaze, waves of heat washing over everyone, causing them to sweat profusely, the sweat drying instantly in the intense heat. Everyone gasped for breath, as if suffocating. Having learned from his previous battle, Long Zhuan had deeply realized the shortcomings of this technique, and through improvement and rigorous practice, he could perfectly control the range of his flaming palm attack, preventing accidental injury to his teammates. Even so, though the flames didn't directly touch them, they still felt as if they were being roasted alive. If those standing on the ground felt this way, the wolves engulfed in flames were even more vulnerable. As the screams gradually subsided, charred wolf carcasses lay scattered on the ground, emitting a burnt smell. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief, utterly shocked by the scene. Don't be fooled into thinking that spirit beasts with 4 are immune to fire, therefore ignites easily. The situation is far from simple. Fireball is a basic skill, anyone can release a fireball. But can it ignite a spirit beast? Absolutely not. Both goo cultivators and spirit beasts can attach spiritual energy to their bodies, forming a spiritual energy membrane, a protective shield, also known as a spirit armor. A goo cultivator's spirit armor effectively prevents them from being poisoned, while a spirit beast's spirit armor can insulate against flames and all other conventional damage. Therefore, ordinary flames are completely useless against spirit beasts. Otherwise, why would this beast tide be so difficult to deal with? A single fire attack would have wiped them all out. This sea of fire is entirely different. Not only is its area astonishingly large, but it can also easily burn through the spirit armor on a spirit beast's body. Faced with such power, the numerical advantage of spirit beasts is useless unless their rank is high enough. Otherwise, relying on a swarm tactic will result in countless deaths. Lei Yun swallowed hard. Spiritual techniques, physical techniques, and cultivation methods are divided into human rank, spirit rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. This spiritual technique might have already reached the heaven rank. Where did this ruthless person come from? Heavenly rank spiritual techniques are completely absent in this region. Who exactly is this person? Could he be a genius from a powerful clan sent from another region? Lei Yun stared in shock at the masked man joining the battle, unable to recover for a long time. Heavenly rank spiritual techniques possess earth-shattering power, and seeing them today was indeed extraordinary, broadening his horizons and igniting his gaze. Brother. Thank you. Without time to say more, He quickly rushed towards the Eagle King that had fallen from the sky. Long Zhuan's cultivation level was too low. His ultimate move could only clear out spirit beasts below the late stage of the first rank. His flames couldn't burn through the spirit armor of peak first rank spirit beasts and beast kings. So, although the ground was littered with beast corpses, dozens of peak first rank spirit beasts were still alive. But this situation had greatly reduced the pressure on the geniuses. At this moment, it wasn't just a reduction in pressure, the number of geniuses was now equal to the number of spirit beasts. They not only had less pressure, but also had a chance to win. Everyone was filled with renewed hope, their faces beaming with the smiles of relief after surviving a catastrophe. They were brimming with confidence and high morale for the battle to come. One by one, they roared as they charged towards the dozens of surviving first-tier peak spirit beasts. Lei Yun, the team leader, had only one target, the most troublesome Eagle King in the sky. Taking advantage of the Eagle King's fall to the ground, he pounced, tackling it to the ground, and the two rolled several times together. His legs firmly bound the Eagle King's body, tightly clamping its wings, preventing it from taking flight again. Once it took flight, it was impossible to fight, so Lei Yun was determined not to let it fly again. Long Zhuan's target was also the Eagle King. Upon arriving, he ran directly towards it. While Lei Yun was controlling the Eagle King, he disregarded all martial ethics and began to furiously strike its head. Life-destroying palm. Life-destroying palm. Life-destroying palm. Long Zhuan unleashed countless palm strikes in a single second. He only stopped tormenting the Eagle King when its head completely drooped. Lei Yun was utterly stunned. The Beast King's defense was astonishing. How could it be broken so easily? What should have been a difficult, protracted battle was so easily ended with a few palm strikes. Moreover, the Eagle King's head clearly had no external injuries, yet it miraculously died without any apparent injury, a truly bizarre death. Could this palm technique be some kind of heavenly rank spiritual technique? Did his family buy heavenly rank spiritual techniques in bulk? Lei Yun thought in shock. He was about to speak when Long Zhuan stopped him with a palm. No need to thank me, and no need to ask my name. I never leave my name when I do good deeds. Lei Yun's open mouth froze, his face blank. Doing good deeds anonymously is a traditional virtue, worthy of praise, but if you don't want to leave your name, fine, but what's with taking the Eagle King? They had clearly killed the Eagle King together. Even if they were dividing the spoils, they should split them equally. Who doesn't know that the Eagle King has a high drop rate, potentially yielding top-grade spirit insects, and its entire set of Beast King materials is incredibly valuable? Is it really okay for you to just brazenly put it in your storage bag? Lei Yun hesitated, but ultimately didn't speak. Forget it. Forget it. He's still my savior, so I won't hold it against him. Consider it repayment for saving my life. Could I possibly get into conflict with some unknown mysterious person over this? Lei Yun thought helplessly. Seeing Long Zhuan immediately leave the battlefield after taking the Eagle King's corpse, turning and walking away without any intention of helping them to the end, Lei Yun's lips twitched. Was he just going to grab it and leave? He seriously suspected that this person hadn't come to save them at all. His target was the Eagle King itself, and they were just benefiting from it. He was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and rushed back into the battlefield to help his teammates deal with the other peak first-tier spirit beasts. Although the mysterious man showed no intention of continuing to help, he believed that with their combined strength, they were capable of dealing with the remaining spirit beasts, albeit at a considerable cost. Meanwhile, Lei Guang, hiding behind the boulder, watched this scene with a livid face, his clenched fist trembling uncontrollably before finally slamming it heavily onto the boulder. Damn it! Mind your own business, he glared fiercely at Long Zhuan's departing figure, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour someone. Finally, he got up and followed the person who had ruined his plans. On the way to meet Yan's clone, he unexpectedly found a top-grade spirit insect, a pleasant surprise. Long Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune, his smile never ceasing throughout the journey. However, he didn't let his guard down. In this dangerous area where a pack of beasts could charge at any moment, how could he afford to be careless? He frequently used his heavenly eye to scan the distance, observing the location of the nearest beast pack to avoid them in time. However, the Eye of Heaven's power consumes mental energy, and he couldn't keep it active indefinitely. He suddenly stopped after passing a giant tree. The tree was very tall, enough to conceal many things, and he could clearly see significant progress behind it. Humans are generally similar in size, and judging from the width and height of the figures, it was highly likely that someone was behind the tree. This caused his pupils to shrink, and he immediately became alert. "Who's there? Come out. I've seen you," Long Zhuan shouted towards the tree. Lei Guang, who was hiding behind the tree, was stunned, his face blank with confusion. How had this person discovered him? The tree was huge, and he was well hidden. To be on the safe side, he had used a color-changing goo to turn his body wood-colored, blending into the tree trunk. Logically, there should have been no way for him to discover him. This was truly bizarre. Relying on his speed, he had long since overtaken Long Zhuan, setting up an ambush in his path, waiting for him to pass behind this tree to launch a sudden attack and deliver a fatal blow. To his dismay, his disguise was easily seen through, leaving him extremely annoyed and humiliated. Since he'd been discovered, there was no point in hiding any longer, so he stepped out from behind the tree. "Kid, good eyesight. You're the first person to see through my disguise. No wonder you're a genius from the great region. However, I, Lei Guang, have always loved killing geniuses and have never feared their backgrounds. You don't need to tell me your name or your background. I don't want to know, and I have no interest in knowing. No matter how powerful your background is, you're going to die today." Lei Guang glared at Long Zhuan with bloodlust and said fiercely. Hearing this, Long Zhuan seemed thoughtful. He gleaned a lot of information from the man's words. Since this person inexplicably suspected him of being a genius from the great region, it couldn't be without basis. He must have seen his performance of Blazing Heaven. In other words, this person was near the battlefield, yet instead of helping or rescuing anyone, he chose to hide, remaining motionless for a long time, making himself undetectable to everyone. Even if they weren't helping, there was no need for them to hide so well, right? His illogical behavior made Long Zhuan suspect that this man had led the two beast packs there. He felt he was pretty close to the truth. Otherwise, why would this man follow him and look at him with such hatred? If his guess was correct, then this matter definitely wouldn't end well. With Long Zhuan's intelligence, he quickly deduced the situation. Just as Long Zhuan was pondering, Lei Guang, seeing that Long Zhuan didn't reply immediately, stopped delaying and rushed forward. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of Long Zhuan. So fast, Long Zhuan's expression changed slightly. Because his opponent was too close, he couldn't unleash a sea of fire attack, otherwise it would easily affect him. He could only use the life-shattering palm to counter his opponent. A small cluster of green light quickly appeared in his palms, and he swung both palms out towards Lei Guang. However, Lei Guang had just been watching from behind the boulder and clearly saw the power of this palm technique. Even the Beast King with its abnormally strong defense died silently from this palm technique, so how could he dare to take it head-on? Therefore, despite being at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, and clearly a level higher than Long Zhuan, he didn't intend to clash with him directly. Instead, he avoided the attack, his fist crackling with lightning, and punched towards Long Zhuan's chest. Long Zhuan only felt lightning flashing beneath the man's feet, his speed incredibly fast, easily dodging all his attacks, and he was caught off guard, taking a punch to the chest. Long Zhuan was shocked. This was a speed-type opponent, extremely skilled in speed, able to dodge all his attacks, while he himself struggled to dodge his. Thinking about it, it made sense. Someone who could attract a flock of eagles couldn't be slow. His expression darkened. Speed was his weakness now. Although he possessed the 10 absolute physiques and the spiritual techniques he researched were ridiculously powerful, they were useless if they couldn't hit. On the contrary, because of his slow speed, he would occasionally take a few punches. However, due to the presence of the little strong goo, it was completely impossible to inflict serious injury on him with just a few punches. However, each time he was hit by Lei Guang's thunderous fist, the lightning would surge into his body, causing numbness and making him extremely uncomfortable. How? You're too slow. My Lei clan's top-grade goo worm, the thunderous goo, grants one movement speed comparable to lightning. Even a flying eagle can't catch me. How can you fight me, even if your spiritual techniques are incredibly powerful? I'm the one hitting you, not the other way around. You're destined to lose today, destined to die by my hand, Lei Guang sneered, slamming his fist heavily into Long Zhuan's chest again, while the lightning on his fist surged wildly into his body. However, seeing that he was still lively and energetic, as if his attack was just scraping him, Lei Guang's face darkened, feeling humiliated, and his expression became increasingly ugly. At this moment, he realized his lack of offensive power and vowed that next time he slaughtered a batch of geniuses, he would definitely refine an offensive goo worm. Otherwise, having speed but not being able to break through the opponent's defenses would be useless. How? As expected of a genius from a great region, your shell is truly hard, but water dripping wears away stone. I'd like to see how many heavy punches your shell can withstand, Lei Guang roared, his fist crackling with lightning, flashing blinding light and making a crackling sound, as he attacked Long Zhuan again. Long Zhuan's expression turned solemn. This opponent he faced was different from those before, far stronger than those minor rogue cultivators. Even Feng Wu was far less troublesome than this person. He had already guessed that this person's background was definitely not simple, and that he was not so easy to deal with. This also made him suppress the urge to take out Xiao Bai. Logically speaking, Xiao Bai's slowing domain could greatly limit his movement speed, undoubtedly a natural counter to this opponent. But at this critical moment, he was unusually calm. Neither side had revealed their external goo yet. Whoever exposed their trump card first would be at a disadvantage. If he were to use his external goo first, it would break the current balance and force his opponent to send out their external goo to join the battle. This opponent's use of spirit beasts to trap and kill geniuses might not be the first time, indicating his immense wealth. Wealth implies he likely possesses more than one top-grade goo worm. Who knows how many goo worms are in his breeding pouch? But this genius, clearly from a powerful clan, certainly doesn't have only one external goo worm, that's for sure. Releasing Little White, forcing the opponent to unleash a swarm of troublesome goo worms, could worsen the situation. Whether Little White can handle so many goo worms is uncertain, and a more dire situation could arise. Therefore, even if Long Zhuan endures a passive attack, he has no intention of being the first to use his external goo worms. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent, Lei Guang, shares the same sentiment, also hesitant to release his external goo worms due to deep-seated fear. This person is clearly a genius from a major domain, his trump cards and goo worms are unknown, and who knows how many goo worms he possesses? So far, this person has only fought using spiritual techniques, not revealing a single goo worm. All the goo worms on his body are currently unknown, making him extremely wary. How could the goo worms on a genius from a major domain be weak? How could they be fewer? Therefore, he feared that if he used external goo first, it would force this genius to use them as well. Who knew what abilities the goo worms from other domains possessed, or how strong they were? The variables were simply too great. If using external goo caused his opponent to unleash even stronger and more numerous external goo, he would be in trouble, potentially breaking his current advantageous position and putting himself in an endless passive position, or even facing a crisis. Therefore, he dared not use the top-grade goo worms hidden in his breeding bag. He could only remain still, adapting to any eventuality. Both sides had the same idea, tacitly agreeing not to use external goo, engaging only in close combat. However, this situation was clearly disadvantageous to Long Zhuan. He used his wisdom to quickly find a way to break the deadlock. People with big imaginations are usually quite intelligent, and he quickly came up with a solution. He grabbed 2 healing pills and threw them into his mouth, swallowing one and hiding the other under his tongue, just in case. In case of an emergency that prevents him from taking out a healing pill from his storage bag, the healing pill hidden under his tongue will be his lifeline. After taking a sip, he frantically ran off in one direction. Lei Guang, seeing his opponent about to be injured by his attack, was suddenly healed, and felt an urge to vomit blood. Run? Where do you think you're going? Even if you had 100 healing pills today, you're destined to die. You can't escape my speed at all. I'll see who can outlast whom. Lei Guang grabbed the spirit replenishing pill from his storage bag and threw it into his mouth. His depleted spiritual energy slowly returned, and then, with lightning flashing beneath his feet, he quickly chased after Long Zhuan. You're already exhausted after fighting for so short? You need to take pills? Are you a little weak? Is your body not up to par? Long Zhuan turned around and mocked. You're courting death? Lei Guang was completely enraged by these words, his eyes blazing with fire, and he charged towards Long Zhuan with fury. Long Zhuan fought and retreated, seemingly running, but in reality, he was deliberately leading the battlefield in a certain direction. Approaching a certain spot, he suddenly roared without warning, the sound so loud it startled Lei Guang. At the same time, in the far distance, the wolf king of a pack suddenly twitched his ears, his fierce gaze immediately fixed on a certain direction. After howling, he led hundreds of wolves in a frenzied charge in that direction. The hearing of spirit beasts is incredibly sharp. Even though the wolf pack was far from the two combatants, Long Zhuan's howl was enough for the Wolf King to detect it. Lei Guang hadn't even realized what was happening and was completely baffled by Long Zhuan's sudden howl. A short while later, a pack of hundreds of wolves charged into the battlefield and launched a fierce attack. His face paled, and he finally understood what the howl had meant. Are you crazy? You can't escape even if you lure the wolves here. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you, Lei Guang cursed angrily. This was a pack of hundreds of wolves. How could he, no matter how talented, possibly fight hundreds of wolves alone? In just a moment, he was surrounded and nearly killed, taking several blows from wolf claws. Now he finally understood what it felt like to be surrounded by spirit beasts. It was a case of being taught a lesson in kind. Seeing Lei Guang quickly showing signs of injury under the wolf pack's attack, Long Zhuan sneered inwardly. Just as he had expected. Through their brief exchange, he had already discerned that while the thunderous goo was indeed fast, it excelled at straight-line movement, faster than sheer speed. But not as agile. In the complex, chaotic environment of a battlefield, where one needed to dodge attacks from all directions, the thunderous goo's speed became useless. Where could it charge with its straight-line speed? It would inevitably plunge headlong into the wolf pack. With its straight-line speed ineffective and its lack of agility, it couldn't evade the wolves' attacks from all sides, constantly suffering wounds or having chunks of flesh torn off its body, a truly pathetic sight. Long Zhuan's situation was entirely different. Aside from having the little strong goo to withstand the attacks, he was handling the wolf pack's encirclement with ease, having not been touched by a single wolf so far. Each wolf that lunged at him was easily dodged with an minimal effort, so many wolves couldn't even touch a corner of his clothing. He had already mastered the subtle movement technique developed from the Eye of Heaven. Don't ask when he learned it, he hadn't practiced it at all, it was all thanks to his clones. With his incredibly precise movements, he excelled at dodging attacks from all directions, making it difficult for the wolves to even touch him, a stark contrast to the disheveled Lei Guang. Not only that, he not only evaded the wolves' attacks but also occasionally struck Lei Guang. Lei Guang had to contend with both the wolves' attacks and Long Zhuan's attacks, showing no signs of fatigue. Two fists can't fight four hands, and now it was more than four hands. With Long Zhuan's interference, several more wounds appeared on his back. However, he lived up to his reputation as the strongest genius of the Lei clan. Even in such circumstances, he could still unleash a killing spree. Each swing of his lightning-streaked fist claimed a wolf's life, leaving a trail of wolf carcasses in no time. But as his wounds multiplied, if he couldn't find a way to break free, being surrounded and killed was only a matter of time, especially considering the Wolf King lurking nearby, ready to pounce. Lei Guang turned to glare at Long Zhuan with fury, only to find him strolling through the wolf pack as if it were a leisurely stroll. So many wolves hadn't even touched him, not a scratch. Lei Guang felt an urge to vomit blood. You forced me to do this, Lei Guang roared, smashing the head of a white wolf with a punch. Taking the opportunity, he flung open his insect-breeding pouch, throwing all the goo worms in sight at Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan was startled to see a large, lightning-streaked purple toad flying towards him and turned to run. Just as the purple toad was about to give chase, the Wolf King, who had been waiting for an opportunity, attacked from the side, biting its neck and violently shaking it. At the same time, the remaining goo worms released by Lei Guang were all intercepted by the wolves. The wolves were now attacking indiscriminately, biting anyone's goo worms. Therefore, Lei Guang's goo worms not only failed to touch Long Zhuan, but were also brutally beaten by the wolves, suffering heavy losses instantly. Lei Guang's eyes were bloodshot, his heart was bleeding. Heaven knows how many resources and how much effort he had poured into cultivating those goo worms. His eyes burned even more when he saw the purple toad being violently swung around by the Wolf King's bite. That was his thunderous purple gold toad, his top-grade goo worm, capable of unleashing destructive power with lightning attacks. But now, before it could even unleash its power, the Wolf King had bitten its vital spot. The situation was dire. Damn. That top-grade goo worm died so tragically. Whose top-grade goo worm was that? Why didn't you keep an eye on it? Long Zhuan even managed a sarcastic remark, his expression smug and utterly irritating. Chapter 73 Queen Bee's Success. Lei Guang glared at Long Zhuan with resentment, but didn't retaliate. He had finally calmed down. His situation was dire, He faced a perilous predicament and couldn't afford to continue fighting Long Zhuan. He had to break through as quickly as possible, or he might truly die here today. Filled with fear of death, he ignored Long Zhuan, lightning flashing wildly beneath his feet as he recklessly sprinted in a straight line. The Thunder Gu excelled at straight-line speed. The wolves blocking his path were either knocked away or bitten into him, tearing off large chunks of flesh. This was also the weakness of running in a straight line. Charging headlong would result in direct collisions with the wolf pack's attacks, leaving him with many fatal wounds. But the situation was critical, and he couldn't care less. He could only ignore the wolf pack's attacks and charge in one direction, trying to break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. However, Long Zhuan wasn't about to let things go as planned. Whoever released the external Gu first was at a disadvantage. Lei Guang had released his first, only to suffer a silent loss. Now it was finally Long Zhuan's turn, the perfect moment to use this trump card. While effortlessly dodging attacks from all directions, Long Zhuan opened the breeding bag and pulled out Little White, who was residing inside. When he saw Little White's current state, his face darkened. Little White's tail was wrapped around a wine jug, and it was guzzling it down like water, practically guzzling it down like a cow. A whole jug of fine wine had been wasted by this little thing. He looked pained. This jug of wine was worth a fortune. How could it withstand such consumption? Did this wine Gu only drink alcohol and nothing else? Ordinary wine wasn't enough. It insisted on drinking his top-grade distilled spirit. Without it, it wouldn't grow. What kind of family could afford such destructive behavior? Everyone said that raising Gu was far more expensive than refining them, and now he truly understood the meaning. He had a premonition that the fortune he'd made from selling mines would be squandered sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Long Zhuan, his face dark, said, "Are you full? If you are, then hold that person back. If he escapes, you won't get any more wine. I can't afford to support such a powerful figure as you." Long Zhuan pointed at Lei Guang, who was about to break free of the encirclement. Xiao Bai looked at Lei Guang, who was now covered in wolves, with a dazed gaze. Without even seeing him move, the slowing domain of the white light barrier instantly spread from Xiao Bai to Lei Guang's feet in a long strip. Lei Guang felt an immense resistance suddenly appear in the space, as if an invisible hand was hindering his progress, impeding every movement. Every movement required his full strength, and every step required countless times the effort. His speed had slowed down many times over. What made him even more desperate was that only he was affected by the slowing effect. The wolf pack's movement speed remained unaffected. As the territory continued to expand, engulfing the wolf pack, the little white snake, showing no regard for human nature, not only didn't slow them down but actually accelerated them. How could it be so manipulative? He felt an urge to vomit blood, utterly devastated. Only he was slowing down, while all the wolves were accelerating. How could he possibly fight? Just as he was about to break free, the wolf's speed increased many times over in the next second, quickly surpassing him, and he was back in the center of the encirclement, his eyes filled with despair. The attack power of a wolf pack accelerated was unimaginable. Many attacks he could easily dodge were now impossible to avoid, especially since he was still slowed down. Especially the Wolf King, who, after being accelerated, completely transformed into a mad wolf, its fighting power skyrocketing. After killing the Thunder Purple Toad, realizing its speed had suddenly increased many times over, it immediately showed excitement and launched a fierce attack on the already wounded Thunder Light, as if testing just how strong its accelerated fighting power was. With a strengthened Wolf King joining the battle, Lei Guang's pressure increased dramatically, and he began to face constant danger, frequently being scratched by the Wolf King, leaving deep, bone-piercing wounds. Now, apart from one thunderous Gu, all his Gu worms had died, and his speed had decreased, leaving him utterly powerless against the Wolf King's attacks. Before long, the Wolf King ripped off his right leg, rendering him immobile. He had no further ability to resist and was swarmed by the wolves, quickly devoured, his death gruesome. Long Zhuan showed no mercy. Those who kill will be killed in return. If you enjoy killing and plundering, you must be prepared to be killed in return. What goes around comes around. Long Zhuan revealed a cold smile, ran over, grabbed the storage bags and insect breeding bags left by Lei Guang, and began his own breakout. After killing Lei Guang, the wolves concentrated their attack on him again. However, since Long Zhuan had dared to lure them in, he was naturally unafraid of them. Putting aside his microscopic movement technique, Even in the most critical situation, he could simply unleash a 200-year-old Yuan Qi blast, killing all the wolf kings, even if the wolf pack doubled in size. Of course, this was in the event of unforeseen variables, such as the wolf king breaking through to a second-tier spirit beast. The current situation wasn't worth using the Yuan Qi blast, as it would cost him 200 years of lifespan, something he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary, and it wouldn't be worth it against this pack of wolves. Little White's domain expanded rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire wolf pack. However, this time the situation changed. The wolves were no longer accelerating, but being slowed down. Now it was Long Zhuan accelerating, and only he was accelerating. How could they catch up with such a sudden change in speed? The wolves could only watch helplessly as Long Zhuan easily broke through the encirclement, leaving them further and further behind, not even catching a whiff of his dust. The Wolf King was extremely frustrated. Just moments ago it was accelerating, and now it was suddenly slowed down. This constant ups and downs made it very uncomfortable and frustrated. They could only watch helplessly as Long Zhuan's figure grew smaller and smaller, and reluctantly ordered the pursuit to be abandoned. Beast tides were terrifying to most. Being surrounded by a pack of beasts was almost certain death. But for Long Zhuan, entering a pack was like strolling through his own backyard. He could come and go as he pleased. Even a super genius as powerful as Lei Guang was torn apart by the beasts. Yet Long Zhuan could escape unscathed. After getting some distance from the wolf pack, Long Zhuan couldn't wait to check his spoils. Lei Guang had 3 storage bags hanging from his waist. He wouldn't believe there weren't good things inside. Opening one, as expected, immediately made his eyes light up. Various treasures were piled up like mountains. 2 of the storage bags were completely full. This wasn't just rich, it was incredibly rich. Long Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at how many people this cunning kid had swindled to accumulate so much wealth. Killing was indeed the fastest way to make money. He quickly checked the contents of the 3 storage bags and the insect breeding bag, his eyes narrowing as a bright smile spread across his face. Good heavens, this was incredibly rich. He had actually found materials for 2 beast kings, along with corresponding top-grade spirit insects that parasitized them. One was a deer king, the other a bull king, perfect materials for refining the dragon goo. Deer antlers are the part of a dragon's horns, and bull ears are the part of a dragon's ears. Now his dragon goo had eyes, ears, scales, horns, and claws. He had collected 5/9 of the dragon goo's body parts, and most of the 9 sets of beast king materials. And how long had it been? He hadn't even created his dragon goo formula yet. He'd only completed less than 10% of it. Initially, he was worried about not finding the materials and considered abandoning his dragon goo formula research, but now it seemed his worries were completely unnecessary. This beast tide had come at just the right time. Any kind of beast material could be collected during a beast tide. He guessed that Lei Guang had collected the materials for 2 beast kings by constantly swindling geniuses. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. This was only the material he needed, not to mention the materials he didn't need, many of which were even more precious than beast king materials. In short, Lei Guang's wealth was truly enormous. Long Zhuan was extremely satisfied. Just as he was happily counting his spoils, his flame clone, sensing his presence, finally arrived and, before even speaking, tossed Long Zhuan a breeding bag. Long Zhuan curiously took it, opened it, and his eyes narrowed, then he grinned from ear to ear. Good heavens, there was a camel carcass inside. It was another beast king, and its spirit core was also parasitized by a top-grade spirit insect. A dragon's head resembled a camel's head. Good heavens, the dragon's head was complete. He had collected 6/9 of the 9 beast king materials, only 3 more were needed. Double happiness, truly double happiness. Good. 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 Well done. Long Zhuan grinned from ear to ear, patted his flame clone on the shoulder, and simultaneously synchronized his memories. By reviewing his memories, he finally understood where his flame clone had obtained the Camel King's carcass. In the battle between the Goo Cultivator Alliance and the Beast Tide, not only did the Goo Cultivator Alliance suffer heavy casualties, but a massive number of spirit beasts also perished, including many beast kings. As a result, the surviving Goo cultivators basically became wealthy, each reaping substantial rewards on the battlefield, filling their pockets. Unused materials naturally had to be disposed of. Therefore, countless trade fairs of all sizes were held daily in the camp. Top-grade spirit insects, rarely seen in normal times, frequently appeared at these fairs, and various rare beast materials were plentiful, making many goo cultivators incredibly rich. This entire Camel King beast carcass was acquired by Yan's clone, through bidding at one of these fairs, from a powerful clan's goo cultivator. The price paid was considerable. All the goo cultivators in the camp became wealthy, leading Yan's clone to spend 20 million spirit stones plus a bottle of spirit gathering pills to acquire the entire Camel King carcass and the bundle top-grade spirit insects. Of course, this was done under disguised circumstances, and this single transaction alone exhausted Yan's spirit stones. As for the safety of the flame avatar, Long Zhuan was no longer worried after checking his memories. The dragon Kilin was loyal to the past. Without Long Zhuan's help in that battle, he would surely be dead. Therefore, during this beast tide, he took good care of the flame avatar, ensuring he wouldn't be used as cannon fodder by the major clans. With this in mind, Long Zhuan felt more confident in investing resources in the flame avatar. He rummaged through his storage bag. He had only spent a small portion of the spirit stones he obtained from selling the fossil mine last time, and was still quite wealthy, not to mention the mountain of spirit stones piled up in his lightning storage bag. So, without hesitation, he allocated 200 million spirit stones to the flame avatar, along with many pill bottles, including a large number of spirit gathering pills. He also gave a portion of various unused treasures to the flame avatar. Exchange. Exchange them all. Exchange them to the death. In just 2 months, the flame avatar had already collected a set of Beast King materials. If given another year, how many more could he collect? Gathering all 9 Beast King materials needed for the dragon goo is a huge undertaking, a truly huge undertaking. Therefore, Long Zhuan spared no expense, investing heavily in his flame clone, hoping to get him to use his wealth to acquire the remaining 3 Beast King materials. After meeting with the flame clone, Long Zhuan immediately returned to his small home, not lingering for even a moment longer. Such great danger had already occurred so soon after arriving. Who knew what might happen if he stayed any longer? As the protagonist, he had a certain aura, making everywhere dangerous. Staying home was the safest option. He would leave the fight against the beast tide entirely to the flame clone, who could also collect the materials needed for the dragon goo. His main body had important matters to attend to, and having the flame clone involved was equivalent to Long Zhuan contributing to the fight against the beast tide. After returning home in 3 days, Long Zhuan once again rushed to the small pavilion in his herb garden, brewed tea, and heated tea eggs. The aroma of the tea eggs was irresistible. He savored a bite and then sat on a stone chair to work on his goo formulas, occasionally sipping his tea. If it was cold, he would replace the tea with warm wine, truly enjoying life. He once again entered a state of seclusion, but this seclusion did not make him feel bored. His storage bag contained a large amount of fresh and delicious Beast King meat, and his vegetable garden was also ripe, with high-grade fruits and vegetables that tasted far better than in his previous life. In addition to working on his goo formulas, enjoying delicious food became his greatest pleasure. A recluse has his own joys, and a recluse who rarely interacts with the outside world may not necessarily have a low happiness index. Long Zhuan spent his days at home either researching goo formulas or studying food, enjoying delicious meals. He would only go out once every 2 months to reunite with his Yan clone. While synchronizing the memories of both, he would also bring back the materials collected by his flame clone. Each trip yielded something, and the materials needed for the dragon goo were gradually being gathered. He repeated this simple, unpretentious life between these 2 points, and as the number of trips increased, a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Long Zhuan's inspiration exploded, greatly shortening the construction period. In just 1 year, he had already completed 90% of the dragon goo formula, and was not far from completion. On this day, he put down his pen, placed it on the stone table, and took a sip of juice made from a 4th-grade spiritual fruit. Juice made from a 4th-grade spiritual fruit was not only delicious, but also rich in various elemental spiritual energy. A sip made him feel refreshed all over. If he could add a few ice cubes, it would be even better. After letting out a satisfying burp, Long Zhuan strolled towards the beehive hanging on the cherry blossom tree. This was also the reason he suddenly got up. By observing the progress, he knew that the little glutton was not far from evolving into a queen bee, probably within the next few days. That's why he had been getting up from time to time to check on it, full of anticipation. With a tense heart, Long Zhuan slowly approached the beehive on the cherry blossom tree. As soon as he got close, he saw a huge, round hole in the beehive, far exceeding the normal size of a spirit bee, as if something had suddenly squeezed it out from the inside. His spirits lifted, and he immediately peered into the beehive through the hole. Sure enough, a massive spirit bee was hiding inside, happily enjoying its honey. There was no doubt that the huge hole had been squeezed out by this creature. It was the only one. Its size had suddenly increased, and the small beehive hole could no longer accommodate it. It had to force its way out. But its forceful squeezing caused misery for the other spirit bees. Its neighbors' homes were destroyed, and a large swarm of spirit bees were left homeless overnight. Each spirit bee of this species has its own private chamber, its own home, its own private territory, but all the spirit bees share a maze-like beehive. Each spirit bee makes its own honey for itself, storing different flavors of honey in its own private chamber to enjoy slowly in the quiet of the night. Some of the spirit bees had even developed a collecting habit, gathering honey of every flavor and filing their nests to the brim. The rare grade 4 honey was hidden most tightly, guarded like a thief, with each bee wary of passing swarms of its kind, fearing theft. Therefore, every secret chamber in the hive was extremely important to the spirit bees living there, storing their treasured honey accumulated over many years. Now that it was destroyed, wouldn't the honey-loving bees fight it to the death? This big guy has probably incurred the wrath of the bees. Will it be beaten to death? Long Zhuan worriedly thought. However, when he looked closely into the cave, he discovered that this was not the case at all. The big guy seemed to be distributing compensation. All the spirit bees whose nests had been destroyed had become compensated beneficiaries, leaving satisfied and expanding their hives, preparing to build a new nest around the edge. The compensation was a nice blue substance, which the other spirit bees looked at with intense longing. Many spirit bees even brought out their precious 4th-grade honey, which they were reluctant to eat, to trade with it. The huge creature kept shaking its head, refusing to trade. What on earth was this? It was even more valuable than 4th-grade honey. Long Zhuan was astonished. However, it was certain that this substance was extremely beneficial to the spirit bees, possessing a fatal attraction for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to exchange even 4th-grade honey. It's royal jelly, Long Zhuan suddenly exclaimed, his expression changing. At this point, there was only one explanation. Only royal jelly could be more valuable than 4th-grade honey. Don't equate the royal jelly of your previous life with the royal jelly of this world. The royal jelly of this world has far too many miraculous effects. Royal jelly made by worker bees doesn't count. Royal jelly made by the queen bee is enough to evolve ordinary spirit bees, even causing them to transform, possessing a fatal attraction for all spirit bees. Long Zhuan's breathing quickened. Actually, he didn't need to check the progress. Just looking at its enormous size, he already knew that the little glutton had definitely evolved into a queen bee. The path to cultivating the queen bee had finally been successful. Heaven knows how long he had waited for this day, how long he had craved honey. Now that the queen bee had finally been born, he had been waiting for so long. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. Now he would finally have countless spirit honeys to eat. He couldn't wait to reach into the large hole, grab the enlarged gluttonous creature, bite his finger, and quickly form a blood pact with it. The little gluttonous creature only knew how to eat and offered no resistance. In its dazed state, it had already established a blood pact with someone. Through the blood pact, Long Zhuan quickly understood its abilities. Undoubtedly, after consuming honey made from the honey of the 10,000-year-old snow lotus from the glacier, the little gluttonous bee unexpectedly evolved into a new bee species, a completely new species appearing in this world for the first time. Long Zhuan still hadn't figured out what species it was before, referring to the group of spirit bees collectively as spirit bees. But now, their previous species didn't matter, and Long Zhuan was too lazy to investigate. Because the little gluttonous bee had evolved into a new species, the ordinary spirit bees, after consuming its royal jelly, would also experience a surge in strength and evolve into this species. Long Zhuan quickly gave this bee species a new name, Ice Bee, and the little gluttonous bee would be named Bing Bing. He already knew roughly what the ice bee's abilities were through their blood pact. Whether it was the bees of his past life or the bees of this life, they all had a fatal weakness, a weakness that all good cultivators found intolerable. The bee stinger had barbs, and once the barbs pierced the enemy's body, they were impossible to remove. Therefore, after each bee stings a person, its stinger remains on the enemy's skin, along with its intestines connected to the stinger, causing the bee to die quickly after injuring the victim. The end result is that the enemy doesn't even suffer a minor injury, but instead kills themselves, a pointless suicidal attack. However, the ice bees he unintentionally created have evolved perfectly, completely lacking this fatal flaw. The ice bee stinger is made of solidified ice. It not only lacks barbs but is also smooth enough to easily pierce the enemy's body. Furthermore, the ice stinger is a consumable product, infinitely producible, and can be launched into the air for ranged attacks. After a stinger is launched, the ice bee's tail quickly regenerates another, allowing for repeated regeneration, completely eliminating the fatal drawback of other bee stings. Moreover, the ice stinger contains a potent venom. Once it pierces the human body, it melts instantly, defying common sense, turning into liquid and being rapidly absorbed by the body. Longzhuan doesn't know just how terrifying the ice bee's venom is, but he is certain that in this world, it is currently an incurable poison. A deadly poison never before seen by anyone in the world. Naturally no one knows the antidote. In a sense, it's incurable. Longzhuan was very satisfied with the ice bee's combat capabilities, although its individual combat ability certainly couldn't compare to top-grade goo worms. However, ice bees are gregarious spirit insects, and their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Under the leadership of the queen bee, tens of thousands of ice bees could unleash a torrential rain of needles, causing a dense barrage of needles to fall from the sky, indiscriminately covering the earth. Imagine who wouldn't be troubled by such an attack. Each ice needle is highly poisonous. Anyone stung would suffer greatly. However, there was only one ice bee at the moment, far from the scale of hundreds of thousands. He didn't know how long it would take to cultivate such a large number of ice bees, and he needed to continue expanding the scale of his flower-based spirit herbs. Longzhuan wouldn't be able to witness the terrifying spectacle of a needle rain from the sky anytime soon, and the ice bees couldn't form a combat force in a short period. He could only keep the ice bees in the herb garden for a long time, and make further arrangements once they reached a certain scale. Chapter 74 The Power of the Frost Array. However, he was determined to collect the honey. Looking at the fist-sized queen bee in his palm, Longzhuan coughed lightly and said kindly, "Bing Bing, you said your relatives have lived in my herb garden for so long, they should pay taxes. This herb garden is mine. They've lived in it, so shouldn't they pay taxes? All the medicinal herbs here are planted with my hard work, and all the pollen they collect is mine. Since they've taken my things, shouldn't they pay taxes? Their hives are protected by my frost array, so they were safe from predators. Living here is 100% safe, so shouldn't they pay a protection tax? I've carefully calculated it for you. Scenery tax, safety tax, drinking water tax, single-person tax, honey collection tax, income tax, property tax, asset tax, protection tax, head tax, breathing tax, sunbathing tax, peaceful and prosperous life tax, land value added tax, arable land occupation tax, environmental protection tax." Longzhuan counted the taxes on his fingers, but found that 10 fingers weren't enough, so he had to give up. "Alright. That's all I can think of for now. I'll add more later if I think of anything else. These taxes combined aren't much. Each household only needs to hand over half of their honey each month. Go collect the taxes from each household now. Anyone who resists will not be given royal jelly to drink in the future." Longzhuan excitedly pointed and gestured, then suddenly paused, wondering if he was being too harsh. Those spirit bees were all obsessed with honey. Taking their honey was like taking their lifeline. Would that force them to rebel? He didn't want Bing Bing to overthrow him as soon as she took over as queen bee. He realized that if he wanted to greatly increase the number of ice bees and make them combat ready as soon as possible, he had to leave them enough food. The more food, the faster they would reproduce. Besides, he was only one person, with a limited appetite, and couldn't eat that much honey. Taking too much would be a complete waste. Considering these 3 points, Longzhuan changed his idea of increasing the tax rate by 50% and decided to only charge 20%, leaving the tax collection to Bing Bing. Bing Bing seemed very interested in collecting honey from house to house. She swallowed hard and couldn't wait to get started. With the queen bee's bloodline suppressing them, and the added incentive of royal jelly, all the spirit bees obediently submitted. There were no peasant uprisings in the spirit beast world. Longzhuan was completely overthinking it. But what he didn't expect was that this clever little devil dared to disobey his orders and collect twice as much honey. It even took the extra honey to its own home. If Longzhuan knew what it had done, he wondered if he would be furious. After successfully collecting the honey, Longzhuan was in high spirits. He immediately brewed a cup of honey water, then used his frost fire to create some crushed ice to add to the honey water, and took a delightful sip. The cool honey water instantly refreshed him, the sweetness mixed with the fragrance of flowers, and the icy coolness, was simply indescribable. The honey made from fourth-grade pollen was indeed delicious and did not disappoint Long Zhuan. After downing a cup, he immediately showed an expression of intoxication. This is life. A cup of honey water, blissful as a god, indeed. Nowhere's as comfortable as home, nowhere's as safe as home. Long Zhuan raised his cup and sighed. However, just as he finished speaking, the frost array suddenly began to shake violently, as if it had been violently struck by something. Long Zhuan was startled by this sudden change, which also interrupted his sigh. What was going on? We just said it was safe to stay at home. Where else could there be danger? Could it be that meteorites were falling from the sky? Long Zhuan was shocked. Just then, the killing formation of the frost array seemed to be triggered by something, and one after another, ice blue fireballs flew out of the sky and crashed into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Long Zhuan only felt the sound of fireballs whistling past his ears. Countless fireballs flew over his head, and in an instant, it was as if the sky was on fire, frantically crashing into the outside of the array. Soon, a deafening barrage of explosions erupted outside the formation, the dense, incessant sounds of bombardment resembling an onslaught from 8 artillery regiments, causing the earth to tremble violently. Is this surely his firepower? Long Zhuan was stunned by the terrifying sight. Although he had set up the ice formation, he hadn't expected its firepower to be so intense. This was the first time he'd activated a killing formation, and the first time he'd witnessed its full offensive power. Long Zhuan immediately ran in the direction of the fireballs. When he reached the edge of the formation, he saw a group of spirit beasts fiercely attacking his herb garden, and he finally understood what was happening. Although the beast tide had been intercepted by the Gu Cultivator Alliance, complete containment was impossible. Small groups of beasts still occasionally breached the defensive lines, penetrating deep into the human world's rear. There were even news reports of spirit beasts slaughtering villages. Clearly, this group was one of the escapees that had broken through the front lines, penetrating deep into the heart of the territory, preparing to plunder Dashi village. However, Long Zhuan's large herb garden was right in front of Dashi village, precisely on the path a spirit beast army was bound to take. Therefore, his herb garden would naturally be under heavy attack from the spirit beast army. The spirit beasts seemed intent on wiping out this stronghold as well, a truly unexpected disaster. Even staying at home wasn't safe. Had he somehow shielded Dashi village from this calamity? Long Zhuan was stunned for a moment, but despite the massive attack on his herb garden by the spirit beast army, he remained completely calm. In this world, the strength of a Gu cultivator and the power of an array were completely disproportionate. Don't underestimate him just because he was only a lowly Gu cultivator in the spirit gathering stage. The frost array was far beyond the attack power of a spirit gathering stage Gu cultivator. If the attack power of an array were equal to the Gu cultivator's own cultivation level, would Master Jin dare to settle in the wild, or would Dizin dare to settle on the Great Plains? An array with the attack power of a spirit gathering stage cultivator would never give them such a sense of security. Long Zhuan's formation inherited from Master Jin's cave protecting formation, and with the addition of the frost fire divine flame as its core treasure, its power increased several times over. How could an ordinary beast horde possibly break through? Just look at the firepower in the sky. It's enough to show how strong this formation's attack power is. My frost fire great formation isn't something you can just take down as you please. You're overestimating yourselves. You've messed with the wrong person. You're finished. Long Zhuan showed a disdainful expression as he looked at the army of spirit beasts fiercely attacking the formation. Fireballs rained down from the sky like a storm, a dense barrage of fireballs violently bombarding the beast horde, eliciting screams of agony from the spirit beasts. The ground was covered with inextinguishable frost flames. Spirit beasts engulfed by the flames were either burned to death or turned into ice sculptures. Their thin spiritual armor was completely useless, like paper, easily burned through by the frost flames. The power of the frost fire divine flame far surpasses that of Long Zhuan's blazing palm. A direct hit from it would be fatal, even for a peak level first tier spirit beast, let alone a beast king. This spirit beast army was simply unlucky to have stumbled into such a deadly formation. They were incredibly unlucky. This horde numbered about 500, a considerable number, and included all sorts of spirit beasts, even Air Force units, a ragtag army. However, The frost fire formation's firepower was simply too overwhelming. This small number of beasts was no match for it. Dense fireballs bombarded the center of the horde, relentlessly raining down on them. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast army was more than half dead, all stunned by the explosions. Even the flying spirit beasts couldn't escape their fate. The dense fireballs swept across the sky like anti-aircraft missiles. The flying spirit beasts nimbly dodged, avoiding one, then another, but ultimately, they couldn't dodge the 10th. Struck by the fireball, they screamed in agony, their bodies engulfed in blue flames, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. If they were lucky, they would land directly on the back of a ground-based spirit beast, burning it to death along with it. The scene was a veritable hell on earth. Fire raged everywhere, from the sky to the ground, leaving no place to step. The flames burned persistently, scalding the ground, and the screams of spirit beasts echoed everywhere. This army of spirit beasts suffered heavy losses in just one encounter. Countless beasts perished in the sea of fire, a truly horrific sight. By the time the army realized this was a forbidden zone, it was too late to escape. The killing array's attack range was immense, and its firepower was overwhelming. Even with the remaining spirit beasts frantically fleeing, they died in droves, and it was unknown how long it would take to escape the array's attack range. In the end, only a few dozen lucky spirit beasts managed to escape. The entire remaining force perished here, a truly tragic end. After the spirit beasts were all dead, the fireballs finally stopped pouring down, and the great formation slowly began to operate, returning to its original calm state. If it weren't for the piles of beast corpses and the sea of fire that remained, telling what had just happened, it would be hard to imagine that such a fierce battle had just taken place here, and that this seemingly stable formation could possess such terrifying destructive power. Long Zhuan was still in a daze for a long time. The terrifying scene of the sea of fire falling from the sky was too visually impactful, simply spectacular. Even more intense than the special effects in a blockbuster movie, and he watched with great excitement. After taking a deep breath, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he quickly rushed out of the formation. There were 500 beast corpses outside, leaving behind a whole lot of materials. He was going to make a fortune, a huge riches. You must know that his frost divine flame was different from normal flames. Normal flames would burn spirit beasts to ashes, leaving nothing behind, and even the spirit insects parasitizing their bodies would be burned to death. But his frost divine flame was different. Most of the creatures burned by the frost divine flame would turn into ice sculptures, and their entire bodies would be preserved intact. Moreover, the frozen beast meat wouldn't spoil for a long time, so he could sell it to Jin's restaurant and make a small fortune. There were 500 beast corpses here. Even just selling the meat would be enough to make him rich. Long Zhuan was overjoyed and called his clones back to retrieve a large number of storage bags. Then he began scavenging for treasures. There were a full 500 beast corpses, large and small. It would take him half a day to collect them all, and he didn't know if he had enough storage bags. When Long Zhuan casually stuffed an elephant into a storage bag, he saw the ice sculptures closest to him and couldn't stop grinning. Yo! Isn't this the legendary Beast King? How are you guys? Long Zhuan laughed loudly, and after seeing what kind of Beast King was inside the ice sculpture, his eyes lit up and his smile widened. Good heavens, this Tiger King was actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex had abnormal defensive power, but it still couldn't withstand the damage from the Frost Divine Flame. It was killed instantly before it could even unleash its full power, a truly unjust death. Most importantly, after a year, Yan's clone had almost collected all the top-grade spirit insects and beast materials needed for the Dragon Goo formula. He was only missing a top-grade spirit insect related to tigers and a Tiger King's beast material. His formula only needed a Tiger King's paw to completely complete the dragon's form. And as if on cue, the Tiger King's beast material, which Yan's clone hadn't collected for a long time, unexpectedly arrived. Not only did it deliver a perfect tiger paw, but coincidentally, its spirit core also contained a top-grade spirit insect. With both top-grade materials in hand, all the most difficult to collect materials for the Dragon Goo formula were now completely gathered. Although the remaining materials, large and small, were numerous, they could all be purchased with spirit stones, so there was no need to worry. This meant that when he created the Dragon Goo formula, he could start refining the goo on the same day, truly astonishing efficiency. Initially, he was worried about how to collect so many top-grade materials, wondering if it would take 10 years to collect them all. He never expected that the materials would be ready before the formula was even created. Truly, life is unpredictable. The elephant was quite heavy. After putting it into his storage bag, he felt a bit tired. So, as usual, he handed over all the dirty and hard work to his clones, letting them get some exercise while he supervised their training. After putting the Tiger King, now an ice sculpture, into his storage bag, he once again wore a smug smile. He had had quite a few happy things happen today. However, just as he was walking towards the herb garden, his gaze suddenly returned to the spot he had just looked at. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, and when he looked at that spot again, his expression instantly changed drastically. Damn it! Where are my spirit stones? Long Zhuan was completely dumbfounded. He rushed to the array's center, frantically touching the empty air. This was the array's backup energy source. There should have been mountains of spirit stones to power the array, but now it was completely empty, not even a single spirit stone. Where are my spirit stones? I have such a huge mountain of spirit stones. Long Zhuan was about to collapse, his smug smile completely gone. At this moment, he was forced to recognize a terrifying fact: one must believe in science and the law of conservation of energy. The more terrifying the attack power generated by the formation, the more energy is needed to create such terrifying attack power. Just now, the sky was like a blazing inferno, which was quite exciting to watch, but in reality, the energy consumption was also quite intense. Attack power and energy consumption are directly proportional. If he wasn't mistaken, the formation's energy reserve seemed to have been exhausted after that round of bombardment. This was tragic. Excessive joy turned to sorrow. Too much of anything is bad. If the formation's power is too great, it's not necessarily a good thing. He seemed to have effortlessly obtained 500 beast materials, but if the formation's consumption was taken into account, he might not have earned much. Just now, the power was clearly excessive, causing too much unnecessary waste. It was also the first time he lacked experience and was negligent. Sometimes, one really can't let the formation handle everything automatically. The formation's energy source is threefold. One comes from the spiritual energy of nature. The formation absorbs spiritual energy from the air every moment to maintain its daily operation, keeping the formation running constantly. The second energy source comes from the spiritual energy reserve at the center of the formation, which is also where spirit stones are stored. Each formation needs to store a massive amount of spirit stones a year. The higher the grade of the spirit stones, the better. Of course, even higher grade energy sources are preferable. If the spiritual energy in the air cannot sustain the formation's energy consumption, the formation will mobilize the spiritual energy from the spirit stones here. The third energy source comes from the treasure at the formation's core. This third energy source has the highest energy level, related to the formation's maximum attack power and upper limit, providing the formation with the most immense power. Activating the killing formation inevitably increases energy consumption. The meager spiritual energy in the air is certainly insufficient. The spirit stones in the reserve must be used. The terrifying scene of the sky turning into a fiery inferno just now would be strange if the energy consumption wasn't high. It's perfectly normal for the spirit stones to be exhausted. Chapter 75 Dragon Goo becomes helpless. Long Zhuan could only painfully replenish the spirit stones before returning to his small pavilion, finally able to quiet down and continue researching the goo formula. His dragon goo formula was progressing rapidly, only 10% away from completion. Now that the materials were mostly collected, he needed to speed up the goo formula process, striving to complete the dragon goo formula as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had passed. During this time, the protracted beast tide finally ended. Countless goo cultivators perished in this battle, suffering heavy losses from both a large number of independent cultivators and the major goo cultivation families. However, those who survived were tempered in the battle and obtained a large amount of rare materials, significantly increasing their strength. Therefore, although the number of goo cultivators in the far west decreased drastically, the number of experts increased. His flame avatar also returned unharmed from the battlefield, so Long Zhuan no longer needed to travel to meet him every 2 months, saving him the time spent on researching the goo formula. Hard work pays off, and finally, 3 months later, he successfully researched the dragon goo formula. Looking at the goo formula with a progress marked 100%, he was overjoyed. For some reason, he always felt particularly excited when he saw this number, and seeing 100% would bring him ecstatic joy, no matter what it appeared on. He quickly wrote in the lower right corner of the formula's title, by Long Zhuan, and put down his pen, kissed the formula heavily, and carefully placed it into a wooden box, then put it into his storage bag. This wooden box contained all his research results. Whatever he created, he would put it in this box, his treasure chest specifically for storing his intellectual achievements. Afterward, he began preparing to refine the dragon goo. The sooner the better. He would start refining the goo today. He had already prepared all the materials listed in the formula. The only new materials he needed to purchase were a few from the market, which wouldn't take much time. After Long Zhuan sent his flame avatar to buy these new materials, he placed approximately 4,000 sets of materials into a large cauldron. Then he carefully observed the progress of the goo refining process. If the progress didn't appear, he would pour out all the materials, rearrange them, and put them back in the wrong order until progress was achieved. When the number, 0.0%, appeared in his sight, he smiled happily and returned to the cozy little pavilion. The goo refining process took a considerable amount of time, and there was no use in rushing. He decided to do something else to pass the time. He had suffered from a lack of speed in previous battles, and he had planned to develop speed-type abilities more than once. Now that he had some time, he planned to use the time while waiting for the goo to be formed to create his own movement technique. Movement techniques are a type of physical skill, and they don't require spiritual power to activate. Their speed limit is not as high as the goo's ability. He planned to create a powerful movement technique as a transition first, and then study special teleportation ability when he became a top-level expert in the future. Those at lower levels definitely couldn't teleport, so using physical skills as a transition was unavoidable. As always, he would either not create his own technique, or create something unique and outstanding, with a clear advantage over conventional movement techniques. Ideally, he should incorporate elements from his past life so that his created movement techniques wouldn't have similarities in this world, thus making them unique. Otherwise, if he painstakingly created a movement technique only to find that it had already been created before him, wouldn't he be wasting his time, as if he were plagiarizing? In that case, he could simply learn the movement techniques of this world, saving a lot of time. Why bother creating his own? Only if his self-created movement technique is powerful enough to surpass the techniques available in this world would it be worthwhile for his time investment, and only then would there be a need to learn his own. Since he wanted to add elements from his past life, he first thought of the lightness skills from martial arts novels in his previous life. Of course, the movement techniques in this world are definitely not lightness skills. Although both movement techniques and lightness skills involve speed, they are not the same thing. This world doesn't even have lightness skills, or even the term. Since Long Zhuan is actually trying to emulate lightness skills, it's no surprise that he's going to deviate from the norm again. Works created through such deviations will certainly have no similarities in this world. Whether it's powerful or not is another matter, but his masterpiece would absolutely stand out among the movement techniques in this world, completely different from traditional techniques and with a distinct style. Since he considered lightness skills, he immediately thought of a superior lightness skill from the Wudang school called Ladder Cloud Leap. How amazing is Ladder Cloud Leap? This lightness skill allows one to step on their right foot with their left foot, and their left foot on their left, to ascend into the sky. In other words, one can fly by stepping on their right foot with their left. As long as they keep stepping on their feet, they can climb upwards like climbing stairs, breaking through the atmosphere without anyone noticing. How difficult is it for humans to fly? It can be said that no movement technique in this world can enable flight. If his idea could truly be realized, then his self-created movement technique might become the only movement technique in this world with the ability to fly, truly a miracle of this world. In this world, goo cultivators can only fly using flying mounts. Flying on their own is extremely difficult. The ability to fly is incredibly rare, possessed by very few goo cultivators, and is practically invisible. Only the goo kings have a relatively high proportion of those who can fly. Therefore, being able to fly offers a tremendous advantage in this world. It means that when facing a powerful enemy, one can leave at will, and no one can catch up to them. No matter how fast the enemy is, they can't possibly reach the sky. Furthermore, he possesses soul air superiority, meaning he will be the one attacking others, not the other way around. He must be invincible from the very beginning. Mastering the power of flight early on is incredibly helpful in actual combat. The more Long Zhuan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The more he thought about it, the more creative this idea seemed. He immediately decided that he would research this left foot on right foot movement technique. He would ascend to the heavens on the spot. I will ascend to the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Who can stop me? Long Zhuan, filled with heroic spirit, took out a piece of paper, ready to write passionately and boldly. However, just as his pen was about to touch the paper, he suddenly stopped. He frowned, deep in thought, looking completely lost. A long time passed without him writing a single word. Undoubtedly, he was stuck again, and he'd already struggled with just the first character. The emotions he had painstakingly cultivated vanished, his passion came and went quickly, and all his previous enthusiasm was gone. Long Zhuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. All his previous enthusiasm had vanished, and he finally calmed down. Everyone has ideas, everyone daydreams, the key is what principle you use to realize your ideas. Anyone can think, but what's the use of just thinking without doing? Long Zhuan was in that situation now. His ideas had gotten a little too big, leaving him stuck, looking completely bewildered. The idea of stepping on your own foot to ascend to heaven seems simple, but anyone who's been to school knows that forces are reciprocal. The force you exert when you step on your right foot determines the downward force your right foot will exert. Therefore, no matter how strong you are, even with the incredible strength to lift a mountain, you cannot fly by stepping on your right foot with your left. It's like grabbing your left shoulder with your right hand. No matter how strong you are, can you lift yourself up? Long Zhuan scratched his head, racking his brains trying to figure out how to achieve the left foot right foot technique. He was racking his brains, killing countless brain cells. His CPU was practically burning out. The most direct way to achieve this was to neutralize the downward force. But how to neutralize the force became a new problem. He thought of Tai Chi from his previous life, which could neutralize force, but he only knew the basics, so it didn't seem feasible. He then thought of the lever principle. A light downward force can generate a large upward force on the other end, but he didn't have a lever that long. Could a bent lever work? But that seemed to lack a fulcrum. Long Zhuan's brain was about to explode. Left with no other choice, he dispatched numerous clones to steal techniques from various places within the original world. The development of martial arts in this world far surpassed that of his previous life. What was theoretically impossible in his previous life might be achievable in this world where martial arts flourished. He could find solutions here. Perhaps the principle of some spiritual technique in this world could realize his wildest ideas. He intended to extensively borrow the principles of other spiritual techniques. Learning from others could be beneficial, and he might find the principle of some technique useful. Finally, a month later, Long Zhuan looked at a book called The Art of Unloading Force on the table and revealed a smug smile. This art of unloading force was a physical technique possessed by Elder Long, considered one of the strongest unique physical techniques of the Long clan. Elder Long had inadvertently taken out this physical technique and placed it on the table, where it was stolen and learned by Lin, the clone guarding Elder Long's herb garden. Sigh. How could he be so careless? He was so negligent. Long Zhuan revealed a smug, wicked laugh. This physical technique called force reduction technique is incredibly powerful. Its theories can be perfectly applied to his self-created movement techniques, making it a tremendous help. As the name suggests, force reduction technique allows one to deflect force. His movement technique, which involves stepping on his right foot to ascend, can only be achieved through force reduction. Just when he was searching for a method to reduce force, this technique came to him like a godsend. Long Zhuan quickly picked up force reduction technique, kissed it heavily, and eagerly began reading, completely engrossed. Force reduction technique is a defensive physical technique used to neutralize the force of attacks. At a minor mastery level, it can neutralize 30% of the force. At a major mastery level, it can neutralize 100% of the force. What does 100% force mean? It means you will be immune to all physical attacks. Even an enemy with the power to shake a mountain wouldn't be able to harm you in the slightest. It's simply too exaggerated, too monstrous. The Long clan truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful family renowned for its physical strength. To think they could research such a heaven-defying physical technique is amazing. And yet, Elder Long dared to use such a powerful technique so carelessly. How incredibly careless. Long Zhuan was secretly overjoyed. Although it was a defensive physical technique, not a movement technique, one can always learn from others. Even different types of physical techniques can be mutually beneficial. However, the force relief technique relieves the external force generated by external attacks, not the interaction force created by oneself. Simply copying it verbatim wouldn't work, he needed to make numerous modifications. But for Long Zhuan, the difficulty lay in the beginning. Everything is difficult at the start. Once he knew how to begin, the rest would be much easier. With just a few hints, he could figure out the complete movement technique. And so, inspired, Long Zhuan wrote with divine inspiration, his thoughts flowing freely, his pen moving at lightning speed. The paper quickly filled with lines of text. As time passed, the number of lines and words increased until the entire page was filled, and he started a new one. A year later, Long Zhuan bound the scattered pages into a book, and a new, untitled book sat on his stone table. Looking at this nameless book, Long Zhuan's breathing quickened, his heart pounding with excitement. He was brimming with pride, truly believing himself to be incredibly great, having even managed to develop such an awesome movement technique. He was a giant in this world. His achievements in movement techniques were unprecedented and unparalleled, worthy of being recorded in the annals of this world. Just how awesome was his self-created movement technique? First, it could dissipate the interaction forces, allowing the body to climb infinitely into the sky by stepping on the right foot with the left and the left foot with the right. Moreover, the most important aspect of this technique was speed. How fast could he be? Long Zhuan could dissipate his own gravity, making himself as light as a feather. How could his speed not be incredible? He could also dissipate the resistance that hindered his speed, such as the friction generated by the air. How could his speed not be incredible? Never underestimate the impact of air resistance on speed. When you're walking slowly, air resistance has little effect, but when you reach your maximum speed, you'll understand just how terrifying it is. The friction between a falling meteorite and the air can create flames, and the friction between a rocket and the atmosphere can melt its metal shell. And this is just the speed of a rocket. In this world, many beings travel much faster than rockets. Leaving aside the immense air resistance at those speeds, the friction alone would be enough to incinerate you. Moreover, this world's space contains not only air but also various types of spiritual energy, making the resistance even greater. Long Zhuan's movement technique not only ignores air friction but also adheres to the law of conservation of force. The force he dissipates doesn't simply disappear. Where does it go? Long Zhuan can convert all that force into forward propulsion, further increasing his speed. How fast can he go with these multiple accelerations? Long Zhuan doesn't know, and dares not imagine. He doesn't yet have a body refining technique, and his insufficient strength directly affects his speed. Therefore, Long Zhuan couldn't estimate how fast he could go in the future, but every time he thought about it, he felt like he was about to catch fire. He set 5 realms for his movement technique. The first realm, flying over rooftops and cliffs. The body is light enough to quickly traverse and fly across rooftops and cliffs. The second realm, walking on water. The body is light enough to walk on water like a dragonfly skimming the surface. The third realm, flying on grass. The body is light enough to run swiftly on the tips of grass without breaking a single blade. The fourth realm, leaving no trace in the snow. The body is light enough to run on snow without leaving a single mark. The fifth realm, lifting heavy objects with ease. The ability to run on water while carrying a large vat filled with water. What is true lightness skill? This is true lightness skill. It's not just about making oneself light, but also about being lighter than external objects, yet able to withstand the weight of Mount I. When the movement technique reaches this level, it signifies its mastery. A ruthless figure will appear in the Gu realm, capable of carrying a large vat and running across the lake. Reaching the fifth level is extremely difficult. Those who can master it are likely few and far between worldwide. The movement technique created by Long Zhuan is incredibly difficult, demanding exceptional comprehension. It's not something just anyone can master. Thus, Long Zhuan has successfully created a movement technique based on the concept of lightness skill. Lightness skill from martial arts novels will shine brightly in this world, stirring up a storm and shocking countless people. Now that the movement technique is complete, it's time to give it a resounding and grand name. Long Zhuan frowned and pondered for a moment. How about Ascension? But the name felt off. Something seemed off. After much thought, Long Zhuan decided to name it Star Trek. It could even tread on the stars of the heavens, a powerful and sophisticated name. He wrote the 2 characters stepping on stars on the blank cover, and then added below it, by Long Zhuan. Thus, another world-renowned masterpiece by Long Zhuan was completely completed. He gently blew on the writing and placed it contentedly into the small box. Next, he needed to urge his various avatars to seize the time to cultivate. He would supervise. With all 5 avatars cultivating simultaneously, receiving their cultivation results at the same time, and enjoying 5 times the cultivation speed, he should be able to master stepping on stars in no time. At that time, he would possess first-rate speed. Speed would not only not be his weakness, but would become his strength. Almost no one in the same realm could catch up with his speed. He was confident in the movement technique he had created. His stepping on stars was definitely among the top-tier techniques of the time, with very few comparable movements. He dared not speak presumptuously about other places, but in the far west, his stepping on stars deserved the title of the #1 movement technique in the far west. Once the star stepping technique is fully mastered, his personal safety will be greatly enhanced. He will be able to attack and defend effectively, and no one in the same realm will be able to match his speed. Unbeknownst to him, a year had already passed. Longzhuan couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time had flown by. He hadn't expected that creating his own movement technique would take so long, but this also demonstrated the complexity of the star stepping technique. Suddenly realizing he hadn't checked on the progress of the dragon goose refining for a long time, he was startled and hurriedly ran towards the large cauldron. He had been so engrossed in studying the star stepping technique that he had forgotten about time and had even forgotten about refining the dragon goo. He wondered if his clone was keeping an eye on it for him. Speaking of which, the dragon goo seemed quite complex. The refining time was truly long, and it had already been a year. When he reached the cauldron, he saw that the progress displayed above it was 100%, indicating that the dragon goo was complete. He was overjoyed. It seemed he had arrived just in time. This dragon goo must have only recently formed, otherwise it would have already escaped and wouldn't have stayed obediently inside. It was truly a case of timing being better than early. Overjoyed, Longzhuan lifted the lid of the cauldron, and a small green dragon appeared in his sight. The little dragon was curled up in the center of the cauldron, fast asleep, looking rather adorable. This dragon-like creature couldn't be described as resembling a dragon. It looked exactly like the azure dragon from his previous life, its entire body a vibrant green. Its antlers resembled a deer's, its head a camel's, its eyes a rabbit's, its neck a snake's, its belly a clam's, its scales a fish's, its claws an eagle's, its paws a tiger's, and its ears a cow's. Every part resembled an animal, a living, breathing eastern dragon. The only difference was its size. The azure dragon was enormous, but the creature in the cauldron was a miniature version, shrunk to 100 times its original size. After all, it was an insect, and insects are known for their small size, so this was understandable. However, looking at this tiny creature, barely as thick as an arm, he fell into deep thought. Could he ride it? He'd promised to forge a powerful and majestic mount, but instead, a tiny little thing appeared. Could he even ride it? Would he ride it, or would it ride him? Longzhuan pondered deeply. Was he going to raise another ancestor? It seemed to sleep as much as Little White, except it had 4 extra legs, a veritable Little White. With trepidation, Longzhuan bit his finger and dripped blood onto its forehead, establishing a blood pact while it slept. In an instant, Longzhuan knew its abilities. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had to admit, every goo worm he created was incredibly powerful. He had actually forged another top-grade goo worm with a domain. This domain is no simple matter, it's called the teleportation domain. The name itself is self-explanatory. Within its domain, it can instantly appear anywhere. Note the key word, teleportation. Teleportation has no speed, it's a direct appearance. Such an ability is utterly impossible to defend against, even completely unpredictable. Leaving aside the dragon goo's basic abilities and physical strength, this teleportation ability alone is enough to place it among the top-tier goo worms. In martial arts, speed is paramount. As long as you reach the pinnacle of speed, you are the best. No one can match teleportation speed. It doesn't need any other abilities, one trick is all it takes. It can achieve invincibility with just this one move. If he had had a dragon goo during that hunt in the 10,000 mountains, would that fragile, weak goo have dared to be so arrogant in front of him? A single teleport from the dragon goo would have annihilated that fragile creature. The dragon goo's ability is a natural counter to those fragile, top-tier goo worms. Longzhuan was extremely satisfied with the teleportation ability, more than satisfied, but soon he became depressed. He had just created a movement technique with unparalleled speed, and now a goo worm even faster than him had appeared. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to undermine him? However, considering that the dragon goo's teleportation range was limited to its domain, and while domains could move slowly, they couldn't teleport with a dragon goo, it was certain that it couldn't outrun his star-treading technique for long-distance travel. With this thought, Long Zhuan finally felt relieved. Seeing your green coat, I'll name you Little Green. I hope you'll grow to be rideable someday. Long Zhuan was still preoccupied with his mount, wondering how big the dragon goo could grow at full growth, and whether it could reach the size of a divine dragon. He picked up the coiled dragon goo from the cauldron and held it in his arms, gently stroking its green skin and its tiny dragon horns, unable to put it down. With this, Long Zhuan's third top-grade goo worm was successfully completed. Including the little strong goo, he now possessed 4 goo worms. With 3 top-grade goo worms in hand, plus a powerful little goo, Long Zhuan was confident that he feared no one of equal rank in this region. Even the top genius of a major clan wouldn't pose the slightest threat to him. If he encountered a goo cultivator whose cultivation level was far higher than his, he could easily use the star-stepping technique to escape. The speed of the star-stepping technique was simply too exaggerated, and coupled with the ability to fly, it was uncertain whether even a Spirit C-stage goo cultivator could catch him. After this period of seclusion, Long Zhuan's strength had increased dramatically, his combat power undergoing a tremendous transformation, increasing several times over. Now, he could finally leave the beginner village and boldly venture out to adventure and roam freely. With his current trump cards, there were few dangers that could put him in peril. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.